Hello, everybody. Welcome to Championship Sunday of the Mid-Season Clash. The day is finally here. My name is Aya. I'll be your host today. I'm here with Zico, Ven, and Super Tees. These teams are ready to go. We are ready to go. And Sid, I am so excited. I'm assuming you are too.
Yeah, I mean, we've got the best teams remaining. There's only 2 North American teams left. The Move are actually up on the chopping block in the first series. They're going to be going up against Lava Lava. They're both number 2 seed, which means that the Move have actually won a coin toss to determine that they will be playing on ping advantage for the first game. So hopefully this is going to, give them a little bit of help in this, because Lava Lava are a very scary team, I think, for the compositions that they have available to them, especially those melee cleaves that they've been playing.
Yeah, absolutely. I know all of the teams are super ready to go. So that is going to be a banger of a series to start off the day. Of course, CHIBAKU TENSEI versus HOOLIBANG. That'll be the other elimination series we'll see in the second round. And I'm excited to see how HOOLIBANG can perform, Zico. I don't know about you. I feel like we saw them lose against Liquid, I believe it was yesterday, unfortunately. But This one against CHIBAKU, I feel like can be good.
Absolutely. I mean, CHIBAKU TENSEI and HOOLIBANG, they've both beaten each other in the past. So that one, really, really tough to call. Of course, those are 2 EU teams. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens there. But with Lava Lava and the Move as well, I feel like Lava Lava don't have that experience playing against RPS, which is of the caliber of the Move. But at the same time, they do have, those cleavy setups. So it's really interesting to see what is going to happen there, because I feel like that one can go either way. And if the Move loses there, then Team Liquid is going to be the last hope of North America. It's just going to be Team Liquid and Europeans swarming all around them. So that they are in the upper bracket with advantage. So it's going to be, maybe they just go to the finals and let all the EU teams duke it out there in the lower bracket, and they can still bring it for NA. So it's every single one of these matches is going to be a banger. I can't wait to watch them.
I can't wait as well. I mean, and the big one, of course, I know everyone's waiting for it. Echo versus Liquid, the third one of the day. And we can take a look quickly at the tournament format, just a little bit of a refresher. Basically, top 8 teams from Europe and North America have been competing so far. We have narrowed it down to 6 today, and we're going to eliminate 2 right off the bat. It is double limit, best of 5, and there's a $100,000 prize pool then. So these teams are going to be trying their darndest today.
Yeah, I mean, it's basically what they've been working for all years, the mid-season clash, the biggest prize pool so far. And it's been really awesome to see the 2 regions kind of go head-to-head. Like Zico mentioned, only a few North American teams left in this one, but I think there's some strong competitors, and I think really anything could happen today. To touch on that upper bracket as well, just seeing, Liquid versus Echo, I feel like those 2 orgs, those 2 teams going head-to-head, makes a lot of sense that they're up there. This is something we see across all of WoW esports, including like the Race to World First.
Yeah, I know we saw Lonetar yesterday saying how excited he was to play against Team Liquid. CD is someone that he's looked up to for quite some time. So I'm excited. I hope you guys are as well. This is a question we've had for so long. If many of these 2 teams that we're going to be seeing face off against each other were able to finally compete, being EU and NA, who would come out on top? And that question is finally going to be answered today. So let's get back into that first match of the day, Lava Lava and the Move. Super Tees, in your mind, which actually, I'm going to rephrase this, and I'm going to do it to you again. I'm so sorry. But who do you feel like is most likely to come out of the lower bracket?
Could be decided by game 1. I really want to know what composition Lava Lava is going to be playing here, because I think if they play an Ellie Shaman, it's not going to look as good. I really think they do need to play some type of cleave. I'm a bit worried, possibly for Lava Lava, that they only have a Resto Druid. If the Move, because the Move generally are pretty good into Resto Druid teams, I think. With the Resto Shaman, they can win the late game on mana. The added purges from the Shadow Priest and the Shaman have historically been difficult for Resto Druids to deal with. So compositionally, I'm kind of expecting the Move to edge a little bit ahead here, but I think Lava Lava will make it very close.
I think they very well could as well. And, if the Move does end up winning this series, Zico, we saw them kind of go back to their roots of the RPS. We know that they're only unfortunately playing with 3 players. They've got a 3-man roster. Do you expect to see them shake it up a little bit in terms of composition?
I think the Move will ride or die with their RPS in this tournament. And personally, as a Move fan, this is what you want to see. You want to see the move, backs against the wall, RPS, do or die, and that's the situation they're in. They survived yesterday. They had, you know, a tough run there in the upper bracket, but they're here now, and you know, they've hopefully shaken off, you know, some of the situation from yesterday. So today can come in with a fresh mindset and just focus on one match at a time. Each one of these matches, of course, is gonna help you with the prize pool. So each, just winning even one series in that lower bracket is gonna net your team a lot of additional extra money. So even if you don't win the entire thing, just going as far as you possibly can is gonna be super important here for the move. And we can see some of their comps as well that they have played in the past. I do think they will stick with the RPS though, unless it looks completely impossible.
Yeah, and impossible is really what they're good at. You kind of touched on it a bit already, but the move have so many times, I feel like, really pulled off these amazing feats of like having the odds completely against them and then just turning on that switch, whatever switch that Peekaboo has in his back pocket. It's like, okay, let's turn it up. Let's make this happen. Let's win this. And we're going to see if they can pull it off today, or are the newcomers, Lava, gonna knock them out of the tournament and move forward to the lower semifinals? Find out here. It is game number 1, best of 5. Elimination is on the line.
Yeah, let's see what's going down in the blind pick. It is going to be Lava locking in the Resto Druid, Arms Warrior, Havoc, Demon Hunter. So these cleave setups have been very difficult for the move in the past. I'm curious to see how they do navigate this one.
Ooh, they're starting off with a fear onto Upsurge. This is Europe's number 2 seed versus North America's number 2 seed, evenly matched across the regions, but completely different compositions and strategies and classes. Peekaboo's immediately going for the throat, going after Dex in the backline. WizKid's trying to support him with the Dark Ascension. He fakes and interrupts. He gets the Mind Games, massive damage, and that's almost a quick KO onto Dex as he narrowly survives with the Trinket Tranquility. He was not anticipating that damage coming out from WizKid. Upsurge now pulls Dex into the middle of the map. Peekaboo is crowd controlling and buying time for those diminishing returns. Likely going to be making another swap to him in the near future with the next kidney shot. And if he's not in bear form, they catch him out of bear form. If Upsurge gets some damage in here, Void Torrent fully channeled, another amazing swap onto Dex. How is he going to survive? He's being way too greedy. Upsurge clutches it out, and the move crushed Lava.
I can't believe it. The move is on fire, looking like an absolute beast in this game number 1. Upsurge even coming in with the Unleash Shield tech. So you may have noticed that kind of like water on the ground. It reduces the amount of healing you do and the damage you do. So putting that after a kidney shot makes it much more difficult for the Resto Druid to actually keep himself alive. That was really well timed. And those 2 quick setups get the move a quick game number 1 win.
I was not expecting a game to last this short of a duration. WizKid with the fake cast, the roots from Upsurge. He gets the combo, almost kills Dex in the opener. He gets Barkskin, Tranquility, and Trinket, which is usually a checkmate position as the Druid. If you don't pre-Ironbark or pre-Bear the next stun, you're almost certainly guaranteed to die. And he actually got some extra time to trade cooldown, so I was surprised at his level of greed. Coffee also still has Darkness, which can save him in this situation, so what was preventing Coffee from getting here? Dex gets stunned out of form. That's already checkmate position. Upsurge re-stuns, but there's a gap. You see this gap? He gets a Shadow Meld, but he doesn't Ironbark. He's got Ironbark, he renewals, he could use both of those, and then Coffee can't really get there in time. So it just seemed like a little bit of a choke there in those first moments. They definitely weren't expecting that level of aggression, I think, from the move.
Yeah, really beautiful setup here. Dex obviously forced. That was a massive Mind Spike. Like, that was crazy. Mind Spike, massive damage coming in from WizK there. And unfortunately, Dex has to trade out a lot. But this is a beautiful setup. Peekaboo comes back after the gouge. He gets the double stun. Carries, unfortunately, can't really do anything. He already has no trinket, but I think Coffee maybe could have trinketed out a little bit faster. He might. Is he actually playing? I think. Oh, no, that's kind of unfortunate. I think he's playing the Immolation Aura to spell.
Yeah, he VT'd himself.
He self-dispelled and VT-CC'd himself and then had to trinket out of that. I feel like if he didn't use the Immolation Aura, he could have maybe gotten there and helped a little bit faster.
Definitely, I think, a miscommunication on their front. I don't think they were expecting the move to play as aggressive like that, but the move knew exactly what they wanted to do. Get double CC on the melee with Roots and Fears, double cheap shots, set up a clean swap so WizK can free cast on the Druid, catch him out in the open, catch him again out of form, and with just 2 quick catches, they close game 1. They secure that they're not going to be losing, that swing match advantage. Lava, they're taking it to a really big map, which makes me wonder if they're actually going to switch gears entirely if they felt that went so abysmally, but... Okay, no, they just want to play a big map so that Dex can stay far away from the fight and so that Dex can drink. This will make some sense there, I think, but it also means they're spread out. If Coffee can't get there to get the darkness, or Carriages can't get the intervene or a disarm, I think that Dex needs to maybe be playing almost closer to his team when he doesn't have a trinket in those situations, where it's his teammates that are likely going to need to save him in the next setup.
Yeah, I'm curious to see Lava Lava. They're going to have the map advantage, the home field advantage in terms of server. Let's see what they can get done. The move obviously having a great start there. I feel like Dex is likely going to play this a little bit safer, but it can be difficult, right? Like if you're getting pre-gouged and dispelled out by Absurge and WizK, the double cheap shots are coming into Coffee and Carries, and they're getting totally peeled. It's like you really have to have perfect trinket rotation. Like if the move is consistently doing these setups, it's going to be really important that Lava Lava is never overlapping, and somebody is always there to respond with something, whether it's going to be an intervene from Carries, he's going to use his intimidating shout and a stun on Peekaboo, Coffee's going to be able to trinket out and get the darkness right away, or Dex is just going to respect the damage and not have to basically trade out everything. So in terms of defense for Lava Lava, eventually with their composition, they should win. Like it's kind of a late game strategy. It's very unlikely, to me at least, that Lava Lava is just going to run WizK over. Like I think if they are going to win this, it's a late game angle where, couple minutes into the game, 3, 4, 5 minutes into the game, and they slowly get through the cooldowns of the move, they might be able to take WizK down. But I don't think we're going to be seeing WizK just kind of fall over in the early stages of the match.
I don't know. Demon Hunter, I feel like we saw WizK go down just yesterday to some Demon Hunter pressure from Raikou, right? Raikou just took him down by himself behind the pillar in one game. So I don't know. If Coffee gets some big crits with a sharpened blade, I think it could be scary for him, but it's really up to Peekaboo. With the way they're playing as a team, like they're playing as a complete unit, they're utilizing all of their utility simultaneously. They're comboing the roots and the fears to guarantee that WizK can have room to free cast, to catch the druid. They're just really coordinated on the side of the move, which is what you need. You need synergy. If you're going to play a comp that's not considered, traditionally meta at the moment, a lot of European teams, I think Raikou gave credit to the move because they tried to use the move's comp as a counter, and it was not looking as good as it does for the move for them to be playing it. So that's because the move have years and years of synergy to be able to make this composition work, and you saw it displayed there in game number 1. Now Lava Lava, that might have just been a warm up, a wake up call. Like, okay, we know what your game plan is now. That fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you type of deal here for Lava Lava. Because I'm imagining now that they've seen how that runs through, they're gonna have some options to deal with it.
Yep. See what they can do. We'll be getting into the game relatively soon, and yeah, I feel like it's gonna take more than 2 setups for the move to take down Dex, but we'll definitely have to wait and see. That was an explosive amount of damage. WizK does a really good job pooling up that Shadow Word pain damage with the 4 set and some of the talents available. You can get massive Shadow Word pains, and WizK does a really good job kind of comboing that with the mind games, and that's where you saw that big spike damage that kind of caught Dex off guard in that first game. And I mean, it's something we've mentioned a little bit, but haven't talked too much about today. I mean, WizK is really the only person competing with Shadow Priest. Like, I actually don't... Has anyone else played Shadow Priest in either region? I don't think so. I don't think anybody else.
WizK played Demo Shadow Play. I don't think anybody else tried to play Shadow Play.
But like nobody has even played Shadow Priest.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Is like it's only working because it's their team. I don't think any other team can make it work like they're making it work right now, and it's because they've played it every year, no matter what. Even if it's considered bottom tier, and like how would this comp win a tournament? They're still playing it, and they still make it work even in seasons like this, where I would not say that it's like this is like the meta comp, right, where everybody's trying to copy and play it. They're still playing kind of like at an underdog position. You can see WizK's build. If you ever want to check out the build, there is the little the Warcraft helper on the side tab. You can inspect the gear, the talents, if you want to take away any information for yourself to be able to play at home. I know watching WizK makes me always want to break out my Shadow Priest for a few games.
Then I play and it's not.
Then I can't. I have a tough time recreating the same results.
Success,
but it's definitely inspiring to see when they're able to pull it off like this. We're going to be jumping into this game pretty shortly. Again, the teams, they need to switch servers. We're jumping over to the European server now. So they got to get all the characters up to date, make sure that everything is going smoothly and working. So that's why we're not jumping immediately into the game here for game number 2. But there's a lot of pressure on this series. If you lose this, you're out of the tournament. You lose out on a shot at, a bigger share of the $100,000 prize pool. You lose out on, the bragging rights of saying you're one of the best teams between North America and Europe. And right now, Liquid is the only, North American team up in the upper bracket, and the Move are the last North American team trying to battle it out in this lower side. And I think now that Lava Lava have seen the game plan, at least I'm hoping, because I want the games to be closer than that last one, I'm hoping Lava Lava are going to make the necessary adaptations to take this series all the way.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very likely. This is a super strong team, and like I said, it's really difficult to get practice against a rogue Shadowpriest Shaman of this caliber. So playing against the Move, it can definitely be surprising, but obviously Lava Lava is a super good team, so I do expect that we will see some adaptations moving forward here into Ashamane's Fall. And this is a bit of a bigger map too than a Grand Arena, so it should be a little bit more difficult for Peekaboo to actually connect on Dex. And Dex could even potentially outrange WizK. So just try to play absolutely at max range. I wanted to ask you also about Cleansed by Flame. Because when I play my Demon Hunter, in theory, it seems like Cleansed by Flame is really nice into Shadow Priest, but I feel like you're already so difficult to take down as a Demon Hunter and kind of just crowd controlling yourself with VT. I feel like the dot damage doesn't really matter, and removing the VT from yourself can really cost you, like we saw in that last game. So I wonder if we see Coffee make an adaptation there.
I think it's because you can Vengeful Retreat and Emo Aura and immune the Disorient, but if you're rooted, you can't do that. And he was rooted in that position. His spec is really weird this game. Is that right on the UI? He's playing Fel Barrage and Elysian Decree. He's playing the Burst one-shot build that got a couple of nerfs applied to it, but that could be really scary if the Move aren't prepared for it, assuming that that's right on the UI here. Coffee's just immediately engaging on WizK. He gets a double stun and Peekaboo out of stealth. Nice double stun with a Fear on Absturge. This is a great aggressive opener. It's putting WizK on the back foot. Stormbolt on Absturge's Nature Swiftness. Dex is in a great spot in the backline, but Peekaboo grapples over. He's trying to catch him. He gets a kidney shot, but WizK, I don't think he's going to be able to get there this time. So they might have to just go after the Warrior. He gets a double Fear and Hex that forces the Demon Hunter's Trinket. That is a very valuable cooldown to get away from the Demon Hunter.
That's
so they
Fel Barrage.
can't use Trinket and Darkness. And his Fel Barrage didn't get too much going right here. Peekaboo's in a stun, but they're in Earthen Wall Totem. They're trying to get WizK. They're just slowly marching him forward like a siege tank towards Dex. But Coffee gets caught and punished for his aggressive Trinket. Massive damage incoming. Dex gets the Iron Bark. Coffee begins to stabilize. Now it's WizK. Is he going to be able to take the hit here from the Hunt? Fake cast from WizK on that Void Torrent. He gets a fake cast. He's got precog. Absturge into a stun, but actually tosses Coffee back to the Shadow Priest with the Thunderstorm there. Here's an Essence Break. You have to respect the Essence Break. A double Fear from WizK. Beautiful setup. Do they have the Earth Grab and a Hex out of this? I'm imagining they're going to go for Earth Grab Totem here and probably a Hex. And they're actually just Lava Bursting. They're swapping to the Demon Hunter with the Kidney Shot. They realize Dex is not in a good spot for WizK, so they're trying to adapt to that, go on a different target. But this map is working so much better for Lava Lava. Dex is not getting caught nearly as much, and the move are going to have to figure out a different line to victory, and they might have found it. Massive damage incoming onto Coffee. Is he going to trade here? He disrespects the Void Torrent. Doesn't even trade the Netherwalk on that. Dex recovers. Now WizK is falling behind. Peekaboo gets back into the fight as he was out of that for quite a long time. Coffee jumps over, stun under the Shaman, but there's a pre-unleashed shield here on WizK. It's reducing the Warrior's damage, but even with damage reduced, WizK is getting crushed. He's getting reduced to ashes right now. He has to disperse. Peekaboo is almost dead, and Lava Lava are looking so much better in game 2.
Yeah, this game is looking a lot better. A full gouge here on Dex, but unfortunately it breaks. I feel like the damage over time effects may have broken that one, and it's just so difficult for WizK to actually get on top of Dex. They're forced to do these DPS goes, but a full imprisonment on Absturge, full blind on Dex at the same time. Peekaboo just trying to slow him down and not allow him to get any kind of cyclones or control over Absturge. This Unleashed shield on the ground is reducing damage, but WizK gets pummeled and might get dropped. No dispersion available, and this is looking so much better for Lava Lava in this game number 2. WizK is under way more pressure. It's much more difficult for them to get the damage rolling on Dex, and I think Lava Lava have definitely figured this one out a little bit better. Let's see if they can close it out. Full stuns here onto Dex, though. Big setup once again, and when WizK can connect, it's going to be absolutely devastating. He needs to be careful, though. Getting down to about 20% health. He's got the Void Shift if he needs it. No Trinket on Absturge, though. This is an absolute nightmare. WizK likely going to have to trade out the Void Shift he does onto Absturge and stays alive, but they might just kill him through it.
He might have to link on top of it. He unleashed shields. He's going to have to link and void shift. They're dying through the link. I don't think Absterge got his HP into that link. Whiskey's just going to die. He's getting chopped and torn to pieces. Peekaboo trades evasion. Absterge has so much work ahead of him to recover right now. He's got Earthen Wall. He's in the back line. He's free casting. He needs more casted heals. He's getting close to the fight. They actually want to get aggressive here. They get a lasso onto Dex. They're going onto Coffee. They get his Nether Walk and Ironbark overlapped. So they're still in the game offensively, but they're kind of in shambles defensively. At least fortunately, Dispersion is available again for Whiskey. It's looking a lot better for them aggressively when they're pushing on Dex, but they're starting to fall apart while they're making this push, so they need to end this game quickly. Stormbolt onto Whiskey, Gouge onto Dex, Peekaboo setting up for a kidney shot. They need a double fear and a double root right here with the cheap shot. A pre-darkness from Coffee. Nice, he expected Peekaboo to come back, and that was a bait on Dex, so he drops darkness prematurely. He negates the stun, he negates the burst. They're going to blind him to try and compensate here and delay some damage. Whiskey gets a full fear on Dex. He's feared really far away, but Carry G's runs this build on his warrior that's extremely high versatility. He doesn't even get dented on that stun lock on him with that full fear. He's definitely not going to be a great target for them, and it's really looking like they're running out of time. Absterge's mana, I think it's close to even with Dex, which is not where you want to be as the Shaman. Cheap shot onto Dex. Whiskey in trouble. Triple fear from Carry G's. Absterge trinkets out. He has to move that Healing Tide totem. Carry G's is all over that Healing Tide, and it looks like they were able to kill it off. They static field Dex to pin him down for a double fear from Whiskey, and Whiskey's trying to get aggressive, but he's so low on health. It's such a risky gamble right now for him to cast VT. If he gets kicked on a single one of those, he won't be able to use Dispersion. He goes in the Shockwave. Peekaboo's trying to come back and assist, but he doesn't have anything. They're going to double Earth Grab. Whiskey's going to go behind the pillar and maybe bait for a double fear. He's just kiting away from the warrior with those feathers with that Greater Fade snare removal. Pre-vengeful retreat from Coffee here, trying to immune a fear. Pre-meta immune, trying to immune it once again, but it's not even available. And now we can see the setup. Kidney shot, maybe a full fear from Whiskey. He gets a precog proc. Whiskey gets the fake cast of the century. He's free casting Void Torrent, and somehow the move are doing it. The lasso from Absterge, and the move clutch it once again in game 2.
And keep in mind, that was Lava Lava's home field advantage, so that is a massive win for the move. But Whiskey, there's no way he's going to 3 versus 1, so yeah, that was a really close game. I feel like Lava Lava, they played that one a lot better. It was a lot more difficult for them to actually go after the Druid, but with some good adaptations from the move, going after the Demon Hunter more consistently, offensively, it started to look a lot better for them.
Yeah, I think they have to play offensively. The warrior with this build that he's playing is just not a good target. Typically, you could like kill the warrior if the druid's playing so far away, but with the build that he's running, he just looks like a tank. He's taking 0 damage. Going to the Demon Hunter seems to be better as they're more likely to die in stuns, but even Coffee's really durable, and with these plays he's making, premature darknesses on stun locks, it looks really rough. But this dicey moment right here, I didn't know if it was going to be recoverable for them when they dropped the link and Absterge couldn't get in it in time, and then they start setting up these fears. Whiskey's finally able to get on target, and as soon as they could get Whiskey to Dex, that's when they were starting to win the game. So despite the ping disadvantage here on Ashamane's fall, the move managed to pull it off with almost nothing left. I like that they used Dispersion as mobility and defense here, so he's able to break free of all the snares, be tanky, get to the druid, get the fear, and they go on Coffee right before he gets his trinket, connect a Void Torrent, chain it into his stun, and just beautiful coordination at the end of that.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if they can have that repeat success, or is this going to be one of those matchups where Lava Lava continues to look better in it and they can kind of battle it back here. But the move definitely going to be happy to win with the European home field advantage. That puts them in a really good position in this series. And yeah, I feel like the move overall, they've been looking really good today. That game number 1, obviously having a phenomenal start, winning in 2 setups. This game, even when things started getting dicey, I think the adaptations that they made were really solid. So for Lava Lava, I do wonder, like, are they going to stick with this composition? Is a Warrior Demon Hunter, or, you know, their ticket to success, or are they going to mix it up? Would an Ellie Shaman really be better? I kind of feel like no, but you know, maybe nope. All right, they're not. It's going to be the same kind of style. Maldraxxus Coliseum, a large map, give Dex some ability to, you know, max range Wiz-K, but you have to be really careful, because if Dex is playing at too far of a range, then Absterge and Wiz-K can really set up on Coffee and kind of bully him and create these situations where all Peekaboo has to really do, go after Dex and then put him in crowd control. You know, give him a gouge, give him a kidney shot if he's not dotted up, and then just come back and convene on Coffee, and that's a really lethal situation for Lava Lava.
Yep, they ran out of time. The move slipped through at the last opportunity before Coffee's trinket was coming out. He had like blur in 4 seconds, trinket in like 4 seconds, and that would easily allow him to survive that setup, and then the move basically had nothing left to keep the game going. So The move slipped that through. Now they've got a big lead. They just need to win one more game to advance through the lower bracket. They'll eliminate the number 2 seed, Lava Lava. They're still relying on the same composition despite losing twice with it. Although the first game was kind of a throwaway. I feel like that was just kind of like a warm-up, kind of like, you know, first game type of deal. That second game looked a lot better. They were making some really good plays in terms of predicting their attacks. Their positioning was looking good, but the move just got one step ahead of them there for a moment, and they were able to close it out. So now in game number 3, there's no more opportunities for slip-ups, no opportunities for mistakes. You're going to have to play a completely clean game here against the move, because honestly, right now with the way the move are playing, I feel like they're getting close to where Liquid were in terms of performance yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking good, and that's the thing. When you have just one composition, very similar to Liquid. I mean, both these teams can play different compositions, but when you get to just focus all of your efforts on a composition like this, and it's something people don't have good practice into, and you play it so well, like I feel like what the move is running is it's really well-rounded at the moment in terms of defense and offense and setup potential. Let's see what they can get done here in game number 3. Lava Lava, this is an elimination series. Backs against the wall. They have to battle it back here if they want to stay in this tournament.
Oh my
really
God.
aggressive start here on to Carries. Is he going to be able to survive a full blind on Dex? They already get the trinket out of the way from Carries, but looks like they will not get more than that. Wondering who the move is looking to set up on here next.
Ooh, here comes the hunt on the WizK. Massive damage from Carriages with that Blade Storm as well. Here comes the Warbreaker Sharpened Blade. He's low health. Abster just has to power through a lot of Mortal Strike effect. He's struggling. Peekaboo comes back to assist with Cheap Shot onto the DPS. Buying time for that Sharpened Blade to fade, and now Abster can free heal. He's looking for Hexes. Hex on the Demon Hunter. Instantly dispelled by Dex, but unfortunately into a double fear. And the move are mixing up their strategy. I think they're actually focus firing the Warrior, maybe trying to throw Lava Lava for a loop. They didn't really target him in any of the other games, and as a Resto Druid, you have to like preemptively get your hots on your target, so they're trying to maybe throw a curveball, but Carry G's is still looking bulletproof right now as he goes into another kidney shot. He's not going to get dented. They swap to Dex, but he gets the pre-bear farm. Nice play by Dex in this position. They need to stop that Void Torrent, but Coffee dispels a VT, and he can't disrupt it, and now Dex is static fielded into the middle of the map for a double fear, and I love that static field into fear. It's great synergy between Absterge and WizK. Dex manages finally to escape back to the pillar, getting the regrowth off, but they're swapping to Coffee. The move are all over the place. Is Absterge going to go for a Lava Burst here? I think they do need that Resto Shaman damage, but anytime he's not casting a Healing Surge, WizK loses pretty much 20 or 30% of his health. We see a cheap shot on Dex. He pre-Iron Barks, but who was it on? Is it on himself? He Barkskins, but he's dying through it anyways. Peekaboo is soloing Dex in game number 3 on match point. WizK is there. Is Dex going to fall? The Void Torrent channeled for a moment, and Peekaboo is just bloodthirsty right now for this game. They want to move through. Can Peekaboo solo Dex at this point in time? He's going to give up on the push. He blinds the tree form. He swaps back, but he walks into a double shockwave from Carry G's on the kidney shot. Great disruption from Carry G's. Dex now with no Barkskin, Coffee with no Trinket. This is a very precarious situation. Dex knows that he's in bear form, but Carry G's is rotting down to WizK's pressure. It's such a tough spot to be in. For fear. Dex, how are you going to do this? Triple fear into static field. WizK can free cast. They kidney shot the Warrior. They get his Trinket parry, but Abster's into a fear with no Trinket. WizK needs to be careful. They dismantle the Warrior. They root the Demon Hunter, but they're going to trade anyways and not be greedy in this position. Peekaboo's trying to pull away from the melee. He doesn't want to get cleaved down. WizK repositions. They still have no Trinket on Coffee. They're going to stun him up. WizK's free casting on the Demon Hunter. Can WizK and Absterge take down Coffee through the healing of Dex? Dex gets cheap shot. WizK's trying to help, but here comes an Essence Break. This is big damage. Absterge has no Trinket, but Dex can go down at the same time. Tranquility at 10%. Peekaboo, man, he is putting pressure on Dex this game. It's match point, and he has no Trinket now. And if Peekaboo catches him one more time, I think it's lights out.
No Trinket, no Barkskin. Coffee's going to have to save the day with his darkness, so we'll see if Lava Lava is going to be able to pull that off. I am very afraid here for Dex, but at the same time, WizK has to survive. Having an Arms Warrior and a Havoc Demon Hunter on you for this long is not an easy thing to deal with. Absterge gets the static field totem. It gets sniped. Carries is just continuing the chase here onto WizK. Void Torrent gets channeled out. Another static field totem going to be used by Absterge, just trying to buy a little bit of time. Dex is getting soloed. In the meantime, Peekaboo is all over him. He comes in line of sight of WizK. Gouge into fear. Beautiful setup by the move, but WizK gets slammed and dropped. No cooldowns left. I mean, the move, they basically had burned through everything at that point, but yeah, you can only survive against a team of the caliber of Lava Lava for so long on that Shadow Priest.
Okay, Lava Lava are still in it. They could put a point on the board, but now they're going to have to go to small maps. This is going to be the most difficult situation for them to be able to come back from, given the fact that Peekaboo is getting that amount of pressure with WizK not really able to get there to support because of the map and Dex's positioning. I think it's going to be really tough for Lava Lava to win 2 games in a row on small maps here. And the move just need to keep playing as clean as they are at this point.
All right. We're definitely going to be going to a small map. I think, what do you think? Dalaran Sewers, probably? Ruins or Dalaran? I think Dalaran probably would be my guess, but we can take a look.
Like, what's the best map for like a static field? Because I feel like static field seems really important here. Whenever Absurge can get a field and pull Dex off the pillar and onto the Shadow Priest, that seems like a checkmate position. If Absurge can get that ever multiple times in the game, he uses static field defensively here, and it does peel Coffee away for a moment, but not super big value. Whiskey tries to get pressure on the demon. He reset his static field to do 2 of them in a row. But then he tries to stun the Essence Break, but Karages just gets Sharpened Blade up, so he's taking way less healing. He's got no cooldowns, and Whiskey is just like, I'm going to maybe try and get some CC, but he doesn't have Fear. So it's just they ran out of cooldowns at that point. There was no way they were going to be able to swing the momentum in that position. Interesting that he ran the double static. I actually wonder if he could like static field the Druid off the pillar and then reset it and then static field him again on top of Whiskey or something.
It makes sense. I feel like the damage you avoid by resetting a static field is so much more value than like what I guess maybe an Earthern would be good.
But he didn't have it, so this is like last split-second decision. Like it's actually like pretty high IQ to be like, hey, I don't have Earthen, we're gonna die. What option do I have? Well, I could reset this static field, and maybe that buys him enough time to live.
Yep,
it's definitely better than not doing it, I think, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, good plays. I mean, you look at the move, you look at their cooldowns. At least they burned through everything. You know, I don't feel like there was a lot of overlap. I think it's just more speaks to the fact that Lava they did a really good job just rotating through their defense. Honestly, Carries and Coffee kind of looked bulletproof in this one. There was a little bit of damage on the Warrior at times, but I do wonder if he is once again playing that super versatility build. I'm going to take a quick little look and just see.
Maybe he switched it or something this game, and that's why they were trying to poke him a bit. Because like that used to be a mind game in the old school tournaments, right? If you thought you were going to be the target, you put full Resil on, and then the team just wouldn't hit you.
No, he's mostly. He's got a lot of versatility, but he's not full on versatility. He's playing a lot of mastery, a lot of haste. Playing obviously the legendary weapon with haste crit on it. So
I wonder if that's why they actually attacked him this game. If they realized like his gear was switched from high verse and they thought they could kill him, and maybe it ended up being a bait because they used like the first minute of the game attacking the Warrior, right? And they're on a clock, so using that much time on the target that's not the best basically means you don't have enough time to win the game. Like if all that time was on Dex or Coffee, they could have had a win condition earlier. So I'm imagining they're not going to target the Warrior here. We're going to go to Hook Point, small map. Man, it's going to be tough for Dex. He's got to get the pre-bear forms. If he's not in bear form, the Rogue Shadow Priest Shaman is just going to do so much pressure to him.
Yep, really, really important for Lava. Dex is going to be the main pressure point of this game. And it's really difficult, too. The way Peekaboo puts pressure on Dex, it's not an easy thing to navigate, right? Because you do have to be in bear form. You want to be tanky. You want to have hots on yourself. But if you spend too much time just being tanky and keeping yourself alive, that's when WizK is setting up on somebody else, right? Like Absurge and WizK, they're setting up on Coffee, they're setting up on Carries. So Dex, I think, has one of the harder jobs in this match where he has to really balance, keeping himself alive and dealing with Peekaboo being all over him, but also having that kind of presence of mind to realize, okay, they're trying to just set me up for crowd control and go after someone else. And you really need to be aware of that situation. So it's not an easy thing to do, but I think Dex so far has done a really good job of it.
Okay. Last chance here. The entire season of play on the line. You lose out on more of the Lions' share of $100,000 if you lose any of these 2 games as Lava. If you're a Lava fan, I mean, this is one of the first teams that dismantled the Echo Dynasty in the Cup stages, along with HOOLIBANG. They really built up a fan base from that, playing Warrior compositions in a meta where, most Warriors are not very happy to be Warriors, and they're still slamming it with the Warrior. So if you're a new fan of the Lava, definitely show them some love. They're playing at a very high level to take on these Titan teams in what is considered their first competitive tournament debut. I mean, they're fighting the move with one of the longest standing histories of players as far as AWC and competition is concerned. Taking a game off them now, they have to win 2 more in a row if they want to stay alive in the tournament. But if the move keep cranking up the aggression like they have been throughout the series, I'm definitely worried for Lava.
Yeah, so am I. Here we go. A potential elimination game here for Lava once again. The move trying to close it out. Lava trying to stay alive. WizK going to be the main target here. And probably the only target for the majority of this game for Carries and Coffee, but a full blind on Dex. Carries already using his trinket and just getting aggressive here with the Blade Storm, not allowing the move to pick up that initial momentum.
Earthen Wall. WizKid gets a precognition proc. He's going crazy. Dex gets put into a cheap shot. Big pressure, static field, pull the Demon Hunter and the Warrior, but not too far, unfortunately. Dex survives that first stun without using Bark Skin. That's a great position. They get the Warrior trinket, but they're still focusing the Warrior. And that was what I was wondering, if it was a mistake from that last game, if it's carrying forward now into this one. They did get Coffee's trinket. He is now going to be a viable swap target later on. Peekaboo's navigating towards Dex. He gets a gouge. This is setting up either for a kidney on Dex or a swap to Coffee. I think it's a swap right now. Cheap shots onto him in the middle of the map, trying to bait possibly an Ironbark. Silence on the Demon Hunter is a bit strange there from WizKid. That definitely was a misclick. I think it was intended for Dex now. Dex dispelling off the Vampiric Touch, but he's already reloaded on those dots. Peekaboo is going after Dex. He forces Barkskin single-handedly behind the pillar. WizKid's not even there doing damage, so Peekaboo is very happy about getting that Barkskin. Honestly, maybe Dex didn't need to. I think he got afraid because he was stunned out of Bear, but now they're swapping back to the Warrior. Massive pressure incoming. Dismantle to deny the die by the sword. 200 IQ dismantle right here on the push on the Warrior to prevent his defensive cooldown, but even still, Carry G's is alive. Gouge on Dex, they're trying to push through, but Cenarian Ward is on him. He's got big heals moving forward from the Druid. I don't think they're going to kill the Warrior. They have to swap back on the Druid. Peekaboo gets intercepted by a bash. He trinkets, but Absurge gets feared on his trinket. This could be devastating for WizKid. He is getting blasted. He's trying to move away. Cheap shots come through from Peekaboo. WizKid's getting peeled for a moment. They're setting up for the kill on Dex. It's match point, and Dex cannot afford any mistakes. He gets blinded, low health. They're trying to swap back onto the Warrior. He pre-died by the swords, anticipating getting stunned in this position. He wants to be completely safe. Now back into battle stance. Blade Storm coming through. The Warrior's ramping up a lot of damage right now. Multiple executes. He's still in execute range for a moment, but big heals come through. Stun onto Coffee. Peekaboo setting up for the kill on Dex. He catches him out of form, but they're swapping to Coffee in the lasso. It's not enough damage to take him down, and WizKid, he wants to get a fear, but he's under so much pressure.
Yeah, WizKid taking a lot of heat in this game. Not an easy situation to navigate, but big burst on carries. Nature Swiftness is going to land. The gouge comes in a little bit late there by Peekaboo. WizKid still just under fire, trying to do his best to line of sight and just make it difficult for Dex to actually connect his heal over time effects. But so far, Dex doing a great job. He's kidney shot out of line of sight once again, and WizKid can just not connect on these stuns. I feel like Dex's positioning in these games has been absolutely phenomenal.
All right, let's see. Silence now. Warrior. Whoa, what was that damage on the Carry G's? He trinket rallying cries. Ironbark, a panic moment for Lava Lava. Insane burst damage comes through from the move, but now WizKid's going to be on the back foot. Carry G's is in battle stance. WizKid's going for a Void Torrent right now, even with both melee on his back. He gets a fully channeled Void Torrent. He's got Mind Trauma fully stacked, I think, but he's under so much pressure, he has to trade out Dispersion. As Abstract comes through with the Primordial Wave, he's being greedy with the Nature Swiftness. He doesn't want to overlap it with Dispersion. He's trying to extend as many cooldowns as he can. He's playing greedy with his mana, using Healing Wave instead of Healing Surge. Abstract is trying to play efficient because he's slightly behind on mana. Gouge over onto Dex. Static Field down on the Warrior. They pull him away on the Blade Storm. Beautiful Static Field. They need to get WizKid to Dex. They have to stop the clone on Peekaboo. Where's the ground? He's not playing Grounding Totem. He can't get the ground. Dex gets the clone on Peekaboo, slowing down the assault. Now WizKid, he's looking frail. Absurge has to trinket out of an incap. He get punished for that trinket. Now he can't trinket Link in the future. They unleash shield. They get a blind on Dex. They get Dex trinket. They're setting up for the win. Coffee in a ton of trouble right now. Is it going to go down? He trades out the Nether Walk. Dex is silenced. Coffee is still low, slowly recovering. Now Dex with no trinket's a viable target. Coffee is still a viable target. Absturge needs to be the playmaker right now with the Spirit Link Totem, but with no trinket, he might not be able to connect it. Here comes the Essence Break. Big burst of damage. Are the move ready for the hits? Absturge Healing Surge after Healing Surge. Double Fear, Double Root, doesn't matter. Immediately breaks, and Absturge is trying to heal him up. Gouge onto Dex. They catch him out of form. WizKid, if they can get to Dex in the kidney shot, can WizKid get there? He's just going to go for damage on the Demon Hunter. Is this the one-shot KO? They need more CC. Maybe they don't. Coffee gets the darkness. They gap the stun, and Coffee gets the darkness down. The only reason he's still alive, but maybe he dies anyways. The move are doing so much pressure. Coffee gets topped off, and that gap in the stun, that was a lost kill opportunity, and now Lava Lava, they're back in it.
Yeah, Fel Barrage comes in. All three members of the move are rotting down, and Absurge may have run out of time. He has the Healing Tide Totem. He needs to drop that immediately. He does, and they need to protect it to make sure they don't kill it off. It's the last thing that's going to keep them alive in this situation. Spirit Link Totem still available. Dispersion as well for WizKid. Peekaboo rolls over, gets a full stun. Double Fear. 3 versus 1 situation here on carries, but he's got the die by the sword. Is he going to be able to get it off?
Greedy.
Dismantle. He can't get it. Trinket Dismantle comes in on that Dismantle. Or die by the sword comes in on that Dismantle. Very nicely done there by carries. That was a perfect time to use that cooldown, but Dex is running out of mana. Both these teams are running out of time. 22% dampening, 5 minutes into the game. WizKid under fire, no dispersion available. Coffee gets aggressive with the Metamorphosis, trinkets out of the kidney shot into a full blind. Peekaboo in full peel mode right now, but I don't know how much time WizK has left.
Oh, Dex is totally They still have Spirit Link Totem. I think the move have got this. Dex into a cheap shot. The Warrior can go down, but WizK gets kicked. Coffee's going for the kill, and his Absterge ready for this. He hexes off the fear, but it's a lot of damage. Primordial Wave, his Nature Swiftness comes up in 3 more seconds. He's got a big heal in 2 more seconds, but the Cyclone slips through, and Absterge has to trinket out of it and drop the Spirit Link, but it's only a 2-player Spirit Link. Peekaboo can't get there. That Spirit Link didn't get a ton of value for Absterge. Dex in the gouge, but he comes out. I don't think they should be on carry Gs. I feel like the Warriors just not gone down any of these games. They're still trying to go after him. They get a cheap shot. Can they power through and kill the Warrior? Can they finish Lava Lava? They're doing it, and they have. The move through. North America stays alive in the lower bracket.
Oh my goodness gracious. Just absolutely beautiful peels coming in from the move, but both these teams playing out of their minds. I feel like Dex really had a great performance on the Druid, but ultimately the move is able to pull ahead. They're able to stall out to the late game, consistent setups, get Dex out of mana, and eventually take down carries. A really well-played game, and I got to give it up to Peekaboo. That Metamorphosis that came in, I thought that was game over, but he gets a kidney shot, Coffee trinkets out of it, into an immediate blind, and they managed to just control Coffee and really limit his damage during that moment.
Oh my god, this was that darkness moment where there was a gap in one of the cheap shots. He was able to get darkness down and survive by the skin of his teeth, and you're thinking, like, maybe they can win. And this is where Dex gets a clone on the Imprison, forcing Absterge's trinket, and then he panics, he drops the link. He doesn't want to get caught in some other sort of crowd control, but it maybe wasn't even 100% necessary there. You can tell there's nerves, man. Like, this is the biggest tournament so far this year. I feel like there's nerves on both sides. Dex is bark skinny sometimes when it's not 100% needed. The Spirit Link here, you can tell the pressure is really on, but in the moment where they needed it, they sent carry Gs. I thought it wasn't possible, and they did the impossible. They took down the versatility stacked Warrior here of Lava Lava, which is a feat not many teams have been able to do, and they stay alive in the lower bracket as a result of that feat. Oh my god, just so many close calls in this game. Really unfortunate for Lava Lava, but I feel like they had a great performance for their first debut in the AWC, getting number 2 seed in Europe, technically a higher seed than Echo overall in the Cup stage. I can imagine with the experience that they've got from this event that they're just going to be better in the future.
Yeah, I think they have been a really impressive team. This is such a back and forth series. 3-1 for the move, but Lava Lava, I think they really played this one out well. Unfortunately, at this point of the game, they just weren't able to get down WizK. And that, I mean, you got to give a lot of credit to the move for staying alive. Absurge on that healer playing such an important role, bringing in that Unleashed Shield, so dropping out the grounding totem, realizing Dex likely isn't going to be able to get a lot of Cyclones with Peekaboo on top of him. I think that Unleashed Shield talent was really important for WizK to stay alive.
Definitely seemed to play out that way. Here's a quick look at some of the death recaps as well. Incredibly well played by the move. I know that just based on, you know, what Absurge was saying on Twitter, he was a little bit disappointed in his performance yesterday, and he wanted to make that up today, and it seems like he most definitely did that. 3-1 Lava Lava knocked out, as these guys have already said, and they're going to be here in the lower semifinals. So we're going to see if they're going to either challenge against CHIBAKU TENSEI or HOOLIBANG. Supatis, do you feel like they are prepared for either of those teams?
I mean, CHIBAKU plays the same comps that Echo did, so they probably don't want them, I would think. But HOOLIBANG are such a wild card, and Windwalkers have been kind of a kryptonite for WizK throughout multiple years. So I don't think they're excited about either one, especially with the caliber of teams that they are, with the comps that they have.
Yeah, I mean, it's the story every single time. You know, the lower bracket, you have incredible teams down there. We've seen so many, like Echo got sent down there in previous cups. It's never a place you want to be, no matter what the situation is. But the move are definitely holding their own. They got knocked down there pretty early on by Echo, 3-0. You can see it all the way over in the left there, and they've just been battling it out with pretty one-sided series, at least based on just the score, you know, 3-0 versus Void, and then that one we just saw, 3-1 versus Lava Lava. So we will have to see who their competitor is gonna be, CHIBAKU TENSEI or HOOLIBANG. We're gonna head to a break. When we come back, we're gonna have to see which team from that next series is gonna go home. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. It is EU versus EU, and we are going to send one team home. Before we get to that series, though, we're going to do a quick map guessing segment. You guys watching from home, you know the drill. We're going to be guessing the arena map based on the movement of the players, and this segment is powered by Warcraft Logs, so guess along with us, and we're going to see if we can get this one correct.
All right.
Nagrand Arena, final answer.
Oh,
lock
come
it in.
on. That's not good. That's not fair.
Tiger's Peak. I don't know.
Tiger's Peak.
I don't know. I'm just listening. I'm trying to get a point before.
Well, I don't have any.
You guys
I
guess.
don't have many options left. So you've already picked the Grand Arena, Tiger's Peak.
It's-
Too bad. You're too slow.
you got
Sounds like a skill
Maldraxxus.
issue.
Yeah, and I will
I
go
won't
with
tell
Maldraxxus.
you.
And here's the thing: it is going to be Maldraxxus.
I think it is Maldraxxus.
I know.
It is
and that's mine.
Maldraxxus.
So that's a star for me. We're in a Grand Arena. Maldraxxus.
Whatever it is. I wanted to insta lock.
Apparently-
insta send it.
Apparently, over in MDI, the producers did the same map for 3 map guessing segments in a row just to mess with the casters.
Yeah, this is a triangle. This has triangle written all over it. Maldraxxus, 3 pillars. There's no way, right?
Yeah, this is Maldraxxus. It is Maldraxxus, 100%.
Yeah. I'm so glad that I went with that one. It's gonna be so good. It comes out.
I don't know. They look like a 4th pillar is forming down there in the bottom, dude. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh no.
What are they?
That is
I
so
don't know, dude.
squiggly.
This is gonna be Nagrand. I already know it. It is Nagrand.
Oh, it is Nagrand. I'm back.
Statistically, you're right. Right. Every series has a Nagrand game. So.
That's true.
Yeah. That's why I insta locked that. I could feel it. You know, I messaged Matt, our producer, and I was like, "Yo, dude, could you make it Nagrand and we'll just pretend that I just insta guessed it, but this is actually all rigged."
Well, that's good to know. I mean, okay.
Don't worry about it.
Man.
Just imagine Robodrome.
It has never been Robodrome, right?
No one's ever picked it.
I feel like we got. Oh, yeah, you're right.
No one's ever played Robodrome. I feel like it's just got to
That's
stop
a
being a
good point.
possibility for an answer.
Well, yeah, we could put like hook pointers then or something. I don't know.
I wish Blades.
I think it's Nagrand. I mean, look at the 4th pillar. That's beautiful.
I want to see. I don't think we haven't seen Blade's Edge
We're on
either,
fire.
but that would be interesting too.
Yeah, just imagine like people just running in the center of the map, and then you see occasionally people getting knocked off the side.
Right? Exactly. All right, well, it's game number 1 here, and we are sending a team out of the tournament. It is CHIBAKU TENSEI versus HOOLIBANG, game number 1.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we got an all-EU affair here in the lower bracket. Number 1 seed versus number 4th seed here from Europe. CHIBAKU TENSEI versus HOOLIBANG. And, of course, we got the patented Windwalker sub-row coming in from HOOLIBANG. And we got the TSG here, so Croto is going to be on his DK for this one. I think the first time we actually get to see him on the DK this weekend. Croto instantly going to be trinketing, dropping the Blinding Sleet, gripping in JT as well. And here comes the Blender. Nice angel form there from JT, completely negating that swap there. And instead of turning around the pressure here onto Houston. So HOOLIBANG actually navigating through this very well so far. Houston doesn't have to trade just yet, though. He gets speared on low HP, still not out of the woods yet. But he's not even going to use his Astral Shift here or trinket. So CHIBAKU TENSEI really surviving that opener really well. So far, both teams not really using too much cooldowns here in the opener defensively.
Yep, not too bad, but a full paralyze on Houston. Croto could just get dropped, and I feel like out of all the melee in the game, Death Knights kind of die the easiest here, so I am afraid for them. HOOLIBANG so far has been looking really good, just going between the DK, going between the Shaman, gives them a lot of openings in this match, and Eridas has, however, burned through many of his defensive cooldowns. There's no Touch of Karma. There's no Fortifying Brew available right now. He's going to port behind the pillar and just throw out a few Soothing Mists. Now Transcendencing back into the middle of the map. Ring of Peace drops out for JT to back him up. A lot of pressure here for CHIBAKU TENSEI, but the one-shot capabilities of HOOLIBANG are large. That Chastise on Houston buys them a little bit of damage here onto Mercy and Croto, but I feel like Houston's going to be able to recover them. They need to make a setup here onto Houston, but he's just positioned so far away.
Yeah, they do paralyze here. Here comes the setup, though, onto who? Onto Mercy! Mercy! Dropping very low right now. Still being greedy, though, with the die by the sword. The fear is good defensively and actually turning around things offensively. A defensive smoke bomb coming out from Halton. JT in a stun, into a stun. Can they take down Halton? The Guardian Angel comes out here, and it will be enough to stabilize Halton. It might have proc there, so we're going to see if JT has that super long cooldown, because that will definitely be trouble for them in the future. It did not proc, so they're going to have that available in another minute. Croto, in the meantime, is going to be the target here. Halton looking to set up the next assault. He doesn't have a shadow dance right now, though, so he needs to try to expend some combo points here, dropping some ruptures in the midfield, trying to reset some of those cooldowns, and he's going to have that available right now, though. Double blind coming in. There's the grip onto JT. There's the stun onto JT. Here comes CHIBAKU Tensei. What do they have? Nice angel form there for JT to avoid that setup. Lightning lasso from Houston, really stalling the rogue of Halton here, but meanwhile Croto is getting blasted. Houston forced to trade out his trinket, gets stunned on the trinket, gets feared on the trinket. Did he pre-tremor that? I think it broke just from the Spirit Link, and Houston did make the trade there, but now Croto and Houston are both kind of wide open targets here for Hoolibang.
Yeah, Mercy is all over JT. JT's in a lot of trouble right now, trying to get to the pillar, but he gets gripped back into the open, into a capacitor stun, flying now up into the air to stay alive. A little bit of a surprise there, activating JT's trap card, so he's going to be able to keep himself alive, flying up into the sky. Double fear coming in here from Mercy as he's trying to peel the situation. Croto might just outright die. He's getting absolutely destroyed. A full sap lands onto Houston. He's got the Nature Swiftness. Can he get it off? Anti-magic cell and some beautiful kiting there from Croto might keep him alive, and it looks like it will, but that was a close call.
Yeah, but that was not the Serenity here of Eradas. Halton needs to stay alive, though. Sheet Death procs here, and they finally do get the Guardian Spirit. Massive heal coming out. Shadow Step coming out from Halton. There's a kidney shot onto Houston. JT pushing in for the fear here. Can they take the Croto down? He has nothing for this next time. Actually, he has Icebound Fortitude. I don't think he's going to go down here. Double leg sweep coming out. There's the Icebound Fortitude. Smoke bomb onto Mercy. Beautiful static field totem coming out here from Houston. Here's the Blade Storm, and here comes CHIBAKU Tensei cleaving up the entire team here. JT with basically 0 man left. Has the Void Shift. No Sheet Death available. Trinkets out of the stun. Gets strangulated on his Trinket. Still can't access that Void Shift. Halton is line of sighting him. JT, how are you going to keep him alive? Divine Ascension coming out here for JT as he ducks up in the air, spamming out heals on Eradas onto Halton. They need to buy time for one more setup, but they don't have it, and it's going to be Mercy with the execute. CHIBAKU Tensei takes game number 1.
Yeah, really close game number 1, but CHIBAKU Tensei, their composition is looking solid. You know, normally a Death Knight is going to really struggle in a situation like this to survive, but the fact that Mercy is there, he's able to get off, disarms, he's able to intervene, is just enough for him to stay alive. So good peels coming in from the Warrior, and ultimately that Warrior Death Knight, their consistent damage is going to be a little bit higher than that Sub-Rogue and Windwalker Monk. So overall pressure should be higher, but they just have to survive the setups, which I think they did a good job of so far in this game.
Absolutely. I think they definitely outplayed a lot of those setups. And it's just a defensive rotation from CHIBAKU Tensei as well. There was a couple of dicey moments, but here Halton not able to really feel too secure. And then he finally ducks around, gets full HP, but then they just swap to Eradas instead. And Eradas, unfortunately for him, goes down. And if you look right now in this situation, like if you just look at right now on the left side hand of the screen, you have no Trinket of Houston for 20. There's no Spirit Link. There's no Astral Shift, so you could possibly take him down, but also Croto, no Icebound, and no Trinket. All you need is to connect with that Serenity if you're Eradas. If Eradas can connect with the Serenity, you have 2 targets that can't do anything while Halton is stunning them. So you have the damage, and you have the win condition, but you just need to survive until you can pull the trigger. And unfortunately for Hoolibang, they weren't able to do so. They did, survive a lot of these setups. They played it well. JT with a lot of, going into angel form as soon as he gets gripped in to deny a lot of those setups and still be able to heal his teammates. I feel like they played it well, but they got extremely close, just one setup away here on the side of Hoolibang to be able to take it. But it is going to be CHIBAKU Tensei coming in here with their cleave and making it look good.
Yeah, the out-cleaving with that Shaman, with the DK, with the Warrior. And for Hoolibang, they only have one other option. And the question is, do we think that Demon Hunter Windwalker Monk is going to be better for them, or are they going to just stick with the Subtlety Rogue in this matchup? I'm actually not entirely sure. I feel like the Demon Hunter is going to provide way more consistent damage, but their setup potential is going to go down, and it seems like they kind of agree. So Hoolibang is just going to be sticking with this composition, keeping Elswave on the bench for this hook point match. I do think Crotto's probably just the main target in this one. The swaps on Houston are good, but he's playing Burrow as well. And I feel like a Resto Shaman with Burrow, with a Warrior backing you up, it's actually pretty difficult to take them down.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's good to just do a go to like try to get some cooldowns forced and accelerate the game. But yeah, I think Crotto will be the main target, and I really don't think HOOLIBANG is gonna be swapping around too much. These teams, you know, both being from Europe, probably have played a decent amount, you know, on ladder against each other. So I think this is what they're both kind of expecting from either side, and especially when you're going up against HOOLIBANG, you kind of are expecting them to, if they can, try to run that Windwalker sub-rogue. CHIBAKU TENSEI going to be locking it in again. This time around, it's going to be HOOLIBANG's map choice here. We're going to a small map, Hook Point, of course. You know, historically, Hook Point's been a great map for outlaw rogues, the pirates, but I don't know how a sub-rogue will do on this map. We're going to have to find out right now because the gates are open, then.
Yes, they are. Houghton moves forward, gets the full stun here onto Houston. Is going to reconnect, and it looks like they might just go for the Shaman race. The double blinding sleek, though, looking good for Crotto. Going to shut that down, but he does trade out his trinket. Smoke bomb comes down. Houston drops the earthen wall totem, so that's going to make Crotto nice and durable in that totem. JT gets gripped into a triple fear. Great control here by Mercy as CHIBAKU TENSEI is getting insanely aggressive on JT. That lightning lasso paying dividends, and they might just take him down. JT's forced to trade out his trinket. He gets gripped down. He gets grounded. Beautifully done there by Crotto, just gripping him out of the sky and forcing out the Spirit of the Redeemer of JT.
Yeah, a little bit of a malfunction there on liftoff here for JT. Gonna have to refuel the aircraft here, and cheap shots coming out right now. Can they connect with the fear? It doesn't look like JT is even gonna go for it. They're going after Houston though. Good pressure coming in here. Doesn't have astral shift. Can they stay on target? Airdas is trying here with the Serenity to get something, to make something happen. They do force out the nature swiftness and the ascendance there, so good pressure, but it really is about those trinkets. It's about those stun breaks. It's about 100-0ing with triple CC and a stun lock. So Houston's still holding on to that nature swiftness, knowing he has a big heal in his bucket. And there it is, Erados, beautiful static field totem into the lightning lasso there by Houston, and that is going to be the touch of karma there back onto Houston. They're just tunneling Houston here, it looks like, and they're going to continue the pain train here. I feel like Houston has had that nature swiftness icon for about 20 years now, but finally will use it there to top himself off. And Crotto here still with the Icebound Fortitude available. He is getting cleaved down quite heavily though. There's a kick onto Houston. Do they have a paralyze here? It looks like it. Erados moves in, gets the paralyze here. Houston still with the trinket available. That is going to be the Icebound Fortitude here from Crotto, and they do have the blind to follow it up as well. They grip JT in. He deaths the fear. JT with insane plays throughout this tournament here, but still gets asphyxiated there. And things are looking pretty good so far for HOOLIBANG. They got a lot of pressure here, and they're swarming them. They're moving in. Can they connect with the fear? Anti-magic zone comes out here for Crotto as well, dropping dangerously low here, gripping Halton back just so he can connect with some death strikes. And it looks like they will stabilize on the side of CHIBAKU TENSEI, but it did cost them.
Ooh, lightning lasso here on Erados, but Houghton moves in. He gets the interrupt on Houston. Houston needs to be careful. If he gets caught into a stun, he could easily get dropped. And this strategy is just working out so much better for HOOLIBANG. Just play on top of the Shaman the entire game. And that way you involve all three members. You have a lot of cleave with that Windwalker monk. This is Serenity, but the Blinding Sleet will deny. Beautiful Chastise, beautiful Fear. JT trying to set up his team, and it nets him a Spirit Link Totem. And the Burrow. I can't believe he burrowed. Okay. Well, now Houston has absolutely nothing left. That's Healing Tide. There's no Astral Shift. He does have his Trinket at least, but there's no real responses for the next setup here on the Houston.
Yeah, I mean, you can trinket NS, but we've seen a lot. Oh, Erados right now getting swapped to, taking a huge amount of damage. But Hot, oh, the pre-cap by Houston right before he got stunned. He stuns Hawthorne. That's going to reduce the damage. It takes incredibly much, but is that going to be enough here? Houston just, I don't know. I don't think I've ever seen a Shaman do that. Houston also fake casting the interrupts here, getting a big heal and keeping himself in the fight. Now gripping in JT into the triple fear. Here comes the damage. Erados, instant touch of karma, lightning lasso coming out here onto Houston. Beautiful ring of peace by Erados into the leg sweep. Houston trading out the trinket here. Does have the aura mastery immunity effect there for just a second. Casting out the healing surge around the corner. Manages to top himself up. They're swapping to Crotto. Crotto also with some defense left here. 10 seconds left on that Icebound Fortitude. They get a full fear onto Houston. No trinket available. Crotto needs to stay alive here for a couple of more seconds. 3 more seconds on that Icebound Fortitude. Beautiful blinding sleep. Beautiful asphyxiate. And Crotto has bought enough time here. He doesn't want to use the Icebound Fortitude though, as it is a trinket effect, but he might have to use it for the damage reduction, and he will use it for the damage reduction. The smoke bomb gets dropped here onto Crotto. The touch of death comes in, and they will be able to tie this series up on the side of HOOLIBANG. Hoolibang, but that was extremely close. I feel like Croto, he hesitated there. He got a little greedy there when he got his Icebound up, and I think if he just instantly sent it, he might have been able to stay alive.
Yeah, it's definitely possible. But Hoolibang, I feel like their strategy for this one was way better. Like, just go after the Shaman the whole game, and what ends up happening when you do that and you go after the healer is the DK is there anyways. Like, he has to play on top of you, so all of a sudden you are getting full advantage of that Windwalker cleave. And I mean, that's one of the main benefits of the Windwalker monk right now. They're just damage machines. You look at the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, like Eridos is doing 80% of the damage of Croto and Mercy combined. So it's a lot of pressure that you have out, and if you can just force the entire fight on top of Houston, that's when all of a sudden you're getting the triple leg sweeps, the triple fists of fury. It's easy to make swaps on Croto. JT, when he gets gripped in, can just land fears. It's like the game becomes a lot more awkward. So I feel like Hoolibang, they played this one well. It was close. If you look at Eridos, he had no cooldowns left. He was the one that fell in that last game too. So it's definitely possible, if that had gone on a little bit longer, Hoolibang could have lost, and it just goes to show you how close this series really is. But I don't know. I kind of feel like if Hoolibang continues to play this out, they continue to play on top of the Shaman, that game looked a lot better from them.
Yeah, and I think that's it's a big thing. Go after the Shaman, and you're automatically going to force the melee to kind of stack, and that's going to enable Eridos to get the triple sweeps, get high value Ring of Peace, and just a lot of cleave damage as well. So it could work, right? But the biggest problem with that is, of course, well, what happens if the TSG starts tunneling your healer as well? I feel like they should be, advantageous in that position, but I'm not sure. We did see some close calls there onto JT when he got gripped down from his Divine Ascension. So there's definitely some responses. And I think for CHIBAKU TENSEI, it's mostly about the offense that they need to figure out. If Hoolibang are playing like this and they're just going to, prioritize going on the Shaman as much as possible, what are we doing to adapt to that? Are we trying to peel? Are we focusing the Rogue more, Windwalker more? Or should we just let Houston kind of deal with that and just trade his own cooldowns and go after the Priest? A lot of options. We're going to Dalaran Sewers here, so both teams seems to enjoy these smaller maps here. We have seen it in the past where both teams are just picking big maps, or both teams are just picking small maps, and kind of the map maybe doesn't matter that much in this matchup. I think it's just going to come down to who plays it cleaner and who can kind of respond better with those cooldowns, because it is hard to know how much damage you're going to take. Like when Croto died right there, he was like 40% or 30%, and he had Icebound. He's like, I could use Icebound right now for the passive damage reduction, and it probably will be enough for me to live. But if I live without using it, then I will have a trinket for the next stun, and that's going to allow us to play a longer game. And it's those split-second decisions that you have to do when you're on 20% health that ultimately decide, who is going to be victorious when the teams are playing at this level.
Yeah, gates are open. The winner of this series will be going up to play against the Move, and I feel like that's scary for the Move either way. Power Infusion comes in. Eridos getting aggressive here on Houston. Big Fist of Fury, but he gets stunned. Nice peels there by Croto. Double shockwave out of that. Double leg sweep to follow it up. Both these teams just throwing out their stuns like crazy here in this opener. Spirit of the Redeemer gets traded out by JT's in the Angel form, just powering out heals, keeping his team alive with the Divine Hymn. Croto in an Earthen Wall Totem right now should be more than fine, but this next setup is likely going to be on Houston here.
Yeah, let's see here. Houston, how are you going to respond to it? Beautiful Ring of Peace, knocking Houston away from the team. Trinket Burrow coming out here for Houston, but he's still very low HP. They could still stun him out of this. He gets a big Spirit Link Totem, realizing that, hey, if I get DR stun right now with no Trinket, I am just dead. So Houston makes the right call here. Trades out the Ascendance, trades out basically his entire spellbook, and they fear Houston. Hawthorne, though, in stealth right now, has to use the Vanish there and the Crimson Vial just to try to stay alive for a little bit here as they look for that next setup. Now, who's it going to be on? They gouge Houston. It breaks. Hawthorne gets stunned behind the pillar, but JT manages to get the grip there, barely sniping him back into line of sight, and Eridos actually getting knocked behind the pillar as well. Triple leg sweep, though. They're going after Houston. He trinkets the blinding sweep. They're going for the kill here onto Houston, but Houston not really taking too much damage there. Spirit Walker's Grace get interrupted there by the Paralyze, and it looks like Eridos is going to be forced to kite right now. Huge kiting coming out here for Eridos as he's trying to stay alive.
Yeah, Houghton activates the Shadow Blades, though. This next setup could be absolutely lethal, but Eridos has to survive. He's kiting away, but he gets gripped back into the fight, rolling once again, but they're just going for it here on Croto. Houston's got no trinket. He's in a cheap shot. Can they take him down? Do they have a follow-up fear? Doesn't look like they have crowd control. Eridos just going to be Fist of Furying Mercy. And somehow CHIBAKU Tensei, they managed to weather the storm, but did they? Mercy's forced to trinket and use the dive of the sword. The damage and swap opportunities here from HOOLIBANG are absolutely lethal, but now it's time for CHIBAKU Tensei to get aggressive here. But I feel like no one is really stable at this point of the game.
Yeah, and Serenity is still rolling here for Erados. We got a kidney shot here onto Fused, and they're trying to take down Mercy. Anti-magic zone comes out. Nice double fear, but it breaks from the Fist of Fury. A little bit of an overlap right there, offensively there from HOOLIBANG, and now they're trying to take Erados down here. How is he going to stay alive? Big kiting here while JT is sitting through that lightning lasso. Finally gets the touch of karma, but they just truck through it and manages to stabilize him somewhat here. Divine Him coming out for JT behind that pillar in angel form, doing what he can here to just stabilize his teammates. Trinket is back for Fused and no Spirit Link for another minute, so that's going to be a big turning point here. JT looking for the Fury. Trinket's actually Stone forms a silence there from the DK to Strangulate to get that, but Fuston is there with the pre-tremor, so he basically gets that for free. Really nicely done there by Fuston.
Ooh, Houston, is he going to get feared? He gets chastised, but unfortunately JT is just not there. He doesn't have it. Croto a little bit low, but they're just going to be going after JT, who may have ran out of time. Flies up into the air with that Divine Ascension, just making himself a non-target. Croto was not able to grip it. Full Paralyze comes in as Erados is still under fire. Fist of Fury just parrying all these incoming attacks, but now without that, Mercedes is going to pull the trigger on his Blade Storm, and JT may have ran out of time, but they don't want to completely abandon Fuston. Erados and Houghton, they're going after the Shaman. He does have Trinket, but with no real response, there's not much that he can do. Full kitty shot now into Fuston, double blinding sleeve. Do they have the triple shockwave? What are they going to be able to get done? That Asphyxiate comes in. Mercy and Croto are just ripping in with crowd control. Triple shockwave once again, and things are unraveling here for HOOLIBANG. Erados cannot get to his target. He has the Strike of the Windlord available. He's got some damage, but I don't know if he's going to be able to live. 1 second left on that Touch of Karma. Evasion trades out. Howden just trying to make it easy for JT to keep his team alive, but they are completely tapped on mana. It is do or die for HOOLIBANG.
Can they get the sap? Houghton wanted to, but something kept Fuston in combat right there. And unfortunately for Houghton, he's not going to be able to extend that CC chain, which they desperately needed. Croto still, though, with no trinkets. JT, Divine Ascension gets gripped back down. The Blade Storm comes out. Huge damage here. The Pyro Infusion gets active for JT, trying to counter pressure, trying to help his teammates kind of relieve some of that pressure. They get a paralyzed onto Croto. Cheap shots coming out here. They're swapping to Fuston. It looks like no. Just trying to crowd control him for a minute. Beautiful lightning lasso coming out there. And JT, how are you going to stay alive? The slappy hands are coming in. Finally, he gets the angel form. Divine Him here is going to be picking up his teammates here. They need to get something going on the side of HOOLIBANG. The game is slowly but surely slipping away from their grasp here. JT at 50% HP. Asphyxiate coming out. Croto dangerously low here. There's the Strangle. There's the Fear onto JT. He does have a trinket. He's holding onto it, though, for now. He gets the Guardian Angel there onto his team. I think they have one more setup left in them on the side of HOOLIBANG before CHIBAKU Tensei takes this game. They need to make it count.
Hey, look at Fuston still at 50% mana. Pre-burrows the setup, going in like a shark underwater, knocking JT up in the sky. And JT, I mean, he's a miracle worker at this point, but he's got no mana left whatsoever. I feel like HOOLIBANG, they've got one more setup in them, and this game is as good as over. They might not even get it. It's going to be a triple kill here for Croto and Mercy. They do manage to take down Erados. JT falls shortly after, and CHIBAKU Tensei, composition is looking good for them. A few close calls in that game. I mean, Fuston, I thought he panicked in the opener. I mean, he ended up using a lot. It was the Astral Shift, it was his Trinket, he used Burrow, and immediately out of the Burrow, Spirit Links. And I was like, okay, that's the overlap that HOOLIBANG needs. But no, CHIBAKU Tensei, they managed to stay alive. And it seems like they have a huge advantage in the late game. Like, if they can get to that point, Fuston's still chill. He was, what, 60% mana when JT was just completely tapped.
Yeah, the Shaman is going to have a massive mana advantage. I mean, look, you can see it right now, just 2 minutes in. JT is, slowly going whereas Fuston just has so much to work with. Here's the ending of the game. Fuston at still half mana. JT is completely out of everything. So that is the advantage, right? But they need to survive these big setups. They had, as you mentioned, a fantastic opener on the side of HOOLIBANG, but just good defensive plays coming out from CHIBAKU Tensei, rotating defense. defensives and just shutting down the ghosts as much as possible. And things like this is super crucial right there. The blinding sleet, as soon as Erados pops his Serenity, you just need to micro CC him as much as possible. Blinding sleet, just use a DR asphyxiate, grip him away from his target, do whatever you can to make sure that this man does not connect with too much of his damage. That's what they were able to do in this match, and eventually were able to ride that momentum from the fact that they are doing way more damage due to that sub rogue, of course, being on the other side, and also, of course, priests just going out of mana faster than a shaman. So CHIBAKU TENSEI playing that win condition of surviving and winning the late game very well. But now we're going to Tol'Vir. So HOOLIBANG opting here to swap it up completely to a large map. So what are they planning here? They're going to lock in the same thing. Maybe they just want more hit and go potential here? Or what do you think they lock in Tol'Vir?
Maybe Erados wants the opportunity to kite away, and maybe Houghton as well. They just want to be able to escape at times, but I'm not really sure. I don't know if map's going to matter that much. I will say, as a Windwalker Monk, it's really nice when you can kind of just roll across the map and portal behind a pillar, port back into the fight. And on that smaller map, it doesn't seem like they have that same kind of luxury, or it's a little bit more difficult to pull off. Maybe JT is realizing that he's going to need to find some drinks at some point in the game. I'm not exactly sure, but I feel like CHIBAKU TENSEI, they're looking good. Like, the one thing I'm noticing about this comp is they have so many AoE peels, right? Like, during a setup, they can use Blinding Sleet, they can use the Intimidating Shout, which is actually a relatively low cooldown. I think it's one of those things that's not talked about enough for Warriors, but their new PvP talent, Battlefield Commander, it reduces the cooldown of your Intimidating Shout by 15 seconds. And 15 seconds might not seem like a lot, but it's enough to kind of desync people's trinkets to their offensive cooldown.
Yeah.
So you just have the ability to disrupt a go completely by yourself. And the shockwave, like, there's a lot that CHIBAKU TENSEI can do to peel these setups that HOOLIBANG has.
Yeah, absolutely. And the more I think about it, the more I actually like Tol'Vir, because I feel like most of the DK's defense is just his self-healing, right? It's like he has Icebound, and he has, Anti-Magic Shell, and he has his Trinket. But Anti-Magic Shell gets weaker in dampening, and so does his Death Strike, which is, I think, his biggest defensive. So if they can make it, into dampening, where the DK basically loses half of his defensive kit, I think he's going to be a lot better target. So maybe that's what they're going for. But no, they're going to force Croat's Trinket, blind him, and now they're going after Houston here to try to get his Trinket. They don't have the damage, though, to make it, but still a nice attempt here in the opener. And they do force out the Earthen Wall Totem, and they get some of those Trinkets out of the way on Croto, at least. So not the worst here for HOOLIBANG, but now they need to survive the next go here. Actually paralyzed onto Houston, double leg sweep coming out here onto Croto. JT was thinking about pushing in for the fear there, but realized he wasn't going to make it in time. Gets gripped in instead into the Strangulate, and he's going to Divine Ascension. But since they gripped him in, they didn't have another grip there to grip him down. So JT is going to recover.
Yeah, and let's see what happens. Mercy getting on top of the Windwalker Monk once again. Lava Burst as well. Houston getting aggressive on that Shaman. And he's just going to pre-burrow. He just wants to stay out of line of sight. And it can be really annoying for the Rogue and the Windwalker Monk to actually get on target. Look at this. Once again, Houghton just cannot get there. Finally getting the Shadow Step out of the Fear. Nice Fear setup there by JT, allowing Houghton to get a bit of damage off, but really not that much. Now trying to connect here onto Croto, creating a little bit of split pressure, but it seems like Houston's able to deal with the situation quite easily. Healing Surge is going to come in. He gets paralyzed on it. Now getting a little bit low. Finally, the heal connects. It looks like CHIBAKU TENSEI will be stable. But yeah, Houston, I feel like, is feeling a lot more comfortable in the match, preemptively trading out burrows, and I think he knows what he needs to do to survive a lot better.
Yeah, he also pre-Astro shifted that last go, but this
might
one he
just
did not. He doesn't have it. Houston, be careful here. He's on 1% HP. He's not trading the Link. Finally, he trades it. He wanted to greet it there with the Ascendance. Honestly, a little bit lucky there that he didn't get Touch of Deft and just die right there. But Houston will stay alive, and so will CHIBAKU TENSEI. He still has his Trinket, so that was extremely greedy, the fact that he sat through that stun lock and didn't use his Trinket, but he has that for the next setup here, which could be right now. Houston trying to hold it. He doesn't think that they have enough damage. Is it going to cost him, though? He still has a little bit of time left here on the Ascendance. Beautiful Ring of Peace into the wall here, denying any cast here, so he's just forced to heal with Riptide spam. Houston still not out of the woods just yet. He gets blinded on low HP. They're going after Croto. Croto has a Trinket. Trinket's out of the stun immediately. Shockwave coming out here as well from Mercy. Mercy doing what he can here to just slow down the assault, and now they're going to connect onto Houston. Beautiful Thunderstorm, though, onto Hawthorne. He had to use his Shadow Step there to get there, so Houston buying himself a little bit of time during that stun lock where he won't take any damage. Really nicely done. done, and he's going to be able to stay alive here, and he has his trinket Astral Shift, so he should be able to even stay alive one more setup.
I mean, Houston right now just going to be continuing to line of sight, dropping down that Healing Tide Totem, defending it with a Lightning Lasso. Nicely done, but he gets caught into the stun. The Healing Tide Totem is down, maybe keeps him alive. Triple leg sweep by Eridos. Beautifully done on the Windwalker Monk. Jade Fire Stomp's going to be landing, bolstering up his damage in a Paralyze on Houston. So they want to make a swap here onto Crota. Anti-Magic Shell seems like it's going to be enough for Crota to hold on, but I like that setup coming in from HOOLIBANG. However, they are on borrowed time right now. JT has been burning through mana. Houston has a massive lead in that regard. They need to take down Houston. They need to do it quick, or they could just inevitably lose this game on mana. But Mercy is going to completely deny with the intimidating shout. Shockwave on Houghton, disarm, just taking full control of the game.
Yeah, and JT still here at 40% HP, just spam healing Houghton, trying to keep him offensive. They know they're on the clock. They know this is backs against the wall. If HOOLIBANG loses here, they're going to be out of the tournament here. No second chances here in this lower bracket game. JT trying to push in here, gets the Chastise onto Houston. They get the Fist of Fury here, looking to set up here onto Houston, but he still has his trinket. There's the triple leg sweep. He gets knocked. They don't have the follow-up damage. It looks like Houston is just going to walk out, going for the healing, for the heal. Did he get blinded on that right there by Houghton? He did. And they are going just full smork right now onto Houston, but Houston is completely fine. Didn't have to use his trinket. His Spirit Link is rotating back up, and I think CHIBAKU TENSEI has weathered the storm. I think Crota is the only one who can die right now on the side of CHIBAKU TENSEI, and if they can keep up this pressure onto Eridos, I think they might have this one in the bag.
Yeah, everything on the line. If HOOLIBANG loses this, they are eliminated from the tournament. CHIBAKU TENSEI, they want to earn that match against the move. Let's see if they're going to be able to do it. It is such a close call, very back and forth. Backs against the wall. HOOLIBANG, they need to try to take down Crota. Can they do it? Houston in the back line deflects it. Using Ancestral Guidance, a lot of healing available, but they might just kill him outright. He's got the Spirit Link Totem down, the Healing Tide Totem. Everything is available, and I think once again, HOOLIBANG is in a lot of trouble. JT is completely out of mana, and I think they're out of time as well. They're going to have a miracle setup here onto the Death Knight and just kill through Spirit Link if they want to win this game. This is not looking good for HOOLIBANG.
Yeah, things are not looking good right now. They're spiraling out of control, but Eridos, he has a one-hit wonder here. He trinkets out of the Stormbolt, trying to get aggressive with the Serenity. He gets instantly feared on his trinket, and you know this is the worst thing that can happen to you as a Windwalker. Getting fully CC'd on your Paralyze, and they're going after Houghton there. Lightning Lasso coming in. Disarm onto Mercy, disarm onto Houghton. Can they take him down? Eridos as well with the Touch of Karma here. They're buying time. Crota's dropping quite low, though. They get a kidney shot onto Houston. HOOLIBANG trying to turn it around here. JT with the Apotheosis in the backline, firing away with the damage. Gets a Chastised reset into the Paralyze. They're trying to take him down. Can they do it? Houston comes in with the Spirit Link in the nick of time. Barely holding on, but Crota is just on 1% HP. Activates the Icebound 40. Is going to be enough. This one to Mercy. Trinket die, but the sword coming out for Mercy. Houston working miracles right now, trying to keep him alive. Crota just kiting and kiting. Full blind is secured, and HOOLIBANG are turning it around. HOOLIBANG will be going to a game 5 here against CHIBAKU TENSEI. They are not done in the cross-region tournament.
Things were not looking good for HOOLIBANG, but they managed to battle it back. They didn't have much time left, but with a really clean final setup and an instant snipe on that Spirit Link Totem, they were able to secure a win. I really can't believe it. That game was looking like it was all CHIBAKU TENSEI near the end, but as dampening ramped up, and unfortunately Houston and Crota were just running out of cooldown, so they just were able to completely overwhelm their defense. So here's the full kidney shot on Houston, and this is when Crota starts getting low. He's already used his anti-magic shell. Mercy as well, I feel like, was really slow on the dive of the sword, and it caused Houston to maybe have to heal him up as well. So there's a Spirit Link Totem, dies instantly. They make a swap on Mercy, still hasn't used the dive of the sword, goes for the double shockwave, almost dies. Honestly, lucky that the Touch of Death didn't go through, but the fact that Houston had to use his Nature Swiftness on Mercy and not Crota is why I think this game went so poorly, and why CHIBAKU TENSEI fell behind. So I think the one thing that could have gone different there is Mercy just needed to trade out the dive of the sword earlier. I mean, they were just about to win the game. I think it's at that point you just have to deny the momentum of HOOLIBANG with your defensive cooldowns, and unfortunately he didn't. It caused Houston to panic. He had no healing left for Crota, and HOOLIBANG completely capitalized on the situation.
honestly, I'm just so happy that Hoolibang showed up this season, because they were kind of just like a team that just formed on a whim, didn't really practice much, with just like super solid players from Europe, and just watching this comp has been for sure my favorite thing about this season. Like the Windwalker Rogue, just the way that these guys are coordinating it, it's just amazing to watch. Houghton is there with the Shadow Step kick, he gets the kidney shot, he follows it up with the blind later on as well there during the kill, and meanwhile Eridos is just going absolutely berserk. JT's in the back line, just keeping them alive, rotating in a little bit of offense as well. Like even during the kill there, actually did more damage during the kill than Houghton did on that priest. So that is one thing that I really love about what they're doing. And the more I think about it, the more I think that they kind of threw by locking in a small map on the side of Hoolibang, because I do think that larger maps actually are better for them, because the DK there at the end, the dampening is like 25%. It's just so much to heal with that Mortal Strike as well on top of it. So it becomes really hard to like Death Strike and self-sustain with Anti-Magic Shell and things like that. So I do think that it has been a little bit of a mistake to not lock that in, but now we are going where, Venruki? I'll give you the honor.
Ruins of Lordaeron. I feel like we're going to Ruins of Lordaeron. Yeah. Interesting map choice here. It's 2-2.
Yeah, and game 5.
All tied
Nice.
up. Game 5. If you look at that, it's a cemetery. Can you believe that?
That's crazy. Yeah, it's a great map. One of the the oldest map in the game. Ruins and Nagrand and Blade's Edge, right?
Yeah, I think
The original 3.
Did they all come out at the same time? I'm trying to remember. Was Nagrand?
I think Nagrand was first, right?
I'm
not sure, actually.
Sure.
All I remember from season 1 in TBC is that you played Nagrand, and it would be a fitting final resting place, as it is a cemetery TM super tease.
It is a registered trademark. Yeah.
Coffin emoji. Nice. Shout out to super tease. But all I remember from that was the tornadoes, just bouncing everybody around into the middle of the map, and that you could talk to the opposite faction in /say, and what else do I remember?
This map has got.
You could swap gear.
I remember. I remember going back and actually playing in TBC. The tombstones aren't line of sight, so I would always stand over there and just get hit anyways, just forgetting. Yeah, but here we go. I mean, this is just such an intense match here for CHIBAKU TENSEI and HOOLIBANG. 2-2, all tied up. Winner of this will play against the move, and both of these teams are going to be a good opponent here for the move. Let's see what goes down. If CHIBAKU TENSEI can survive, I feel like they're ultimately going to win this one. HOOLIBANG needs to find those opportunities and overlaps to close it out.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask you which team you think is going to be harder for the move, but now we're in the game, so we're going to have to just see what happens here. Crota already with a dangerous opener, trading out very fast, though, with the Icebound Fortitude gripping JT in. He's in Angel form. They're going after Houston, and Hoolibang is looking like a well-oiled machine, and this opener knocking him out of the anti-magic zone. Can they push for the trinket? They need to get something. They get the Astral Shift at least. Not bad here onto Houston. Crota's still very low, so if they can get some... Oh, my God. What just happened there? JT got gripped in, flew up in the air, got gripped down, and now he's got a pain train tunneling him here. He's stuck there with Mercy and Crota on top of him. But can they set something up? They're setting up a double fear here onto the DPS. They're going for a healer swap. Earthen Wall Totem is down though, but that's a really nice way to kind of save JT and turn the pressure back onto Houston. The intervene comes out though from Mercy for just a second, and the healing is just insane here for Houston. He's going to be able to top himself with that Ascendance. Eridos forced to trade out his Touch of Karma as well as the Guardian there from JT. So a lot of defense being used here on both sides.
Yeah, that was a double Earthen Wall Totem, but now Houston really doesn't have any defense left. It's going to be a Ring of Peace that drops down. Houston just burrows underground. So no Astral Shift, no burrow, no anything at this point. Just a Spirit Link Totem. So we need to really be careful here for Houston, but he gets chastised potentially into a full fear. No, they don't have it available. Mercy's forced to trade out his trinket and the dive of the sword. Houston is falling behind. HOOLIBANG is playing a very aggressive game number 5. They've really put the pressure on Houston here, but I feel like so far he's navigated the situation well. He gets a nice knock there on Eridos as he rolls over to get some damage rolling in that kidney shot, but they might just take him down through it. Earthen Wall Totem drops down once again. Houston runs out of it, though, a little bit scary, projects it on top of himself, goes into the Touch of Death range, and is forced to drop out the Spirit Link. That is overlapped with Mercy's Rallying Cry. A really desperate situation here for Houston, and I am worried here for CHIBAKU TENSEI.
Yeah, absolutely. Here, Houston sitting through a blind into a chastise. They're going after Croto. Croto trading out his trinket here. He has Icebound Fortitude rotating back up, so he's not going to be in checkmate position. But right now, Mercy actually is in checkmate position. I think that they might have Smoke Bomb back up here as well, so they potentially could be something that they need to pay attention to on the side of CHIBAKU TENSEI. Mercy looking like a very spicy, swappable target here. Houston actually, Halton actually bleeding him up a little bit there as well, just to get a little bit of extra damage taking. But they are going after Croto right now. Beautiful static field totem coming out from Houston. Houston just trying to kite away here, away from Halton. Halton gets disarmed. Houston line of sights him, drops the root totem there as well. But now finally they do connect onto Houston. Surely this is got to be his trinket here. He's got nothing right now. Houston getting stunned into stun, gets gouged out of it as well. He actually sit through all of those because of that pre-earthen wall totem. Really nicely done. Mercy finally manages to come here and alleviate some of that pressure with the Stormbolt and the intervene. And CHIBAKU TENSEI slowly surviving this period where they don't have a lot of cooldowns is going to allow them to rotate back and basically become that brick wall that we've seen in the other games.
Ooh, nice shadow step kick there by Houghton, but Houston just kind of remained at 100% health. The stuns come in. This is where they could take him down. Beautiful thunderstorm there by Houston, but he might just get dropped, and that is going to be the burrow. He's 10% health. He's trying to get away. He gets chastised. He's almost at execute range. Can they get the touch of death? Mercy tries to save the day with the intervene stun on Houghton and grip away on Eridos. A really close call there for Houston.
That was absolutely incredible, and he still did not trinket. Is he just not playing with a PvP trinket? Is the UI bugged or something here? Houston, this man is very brave to say the least here, but now the pain train is connecting here. Once again, that's going to be an asphyxiate onto JT. They're trying to blade storm Eridos down here, but they are just making Houston take more damage from that touch of karma. They're going to Croto here, big swap, but that touch of karma could break the fear. Houston actually going to trinket it, spamming out the heals. He gets blinded on his trinket. DR Croto so low at HP. Can they get any follow-up? Beautiful shockwave onto Halton, stopping the stun, but there's a triple DR paralyzed. They continue to chain. Croto was so low HP, spamming out the Death Strike, spamming out the Chains of Ice. I think he might have recovered here through some absolutely amazing plays, but no, they kidney shot the Spirit Walker's Grace. Another cheap shot coming out here onto Croto. He gets cheap shot on his trinket as well. They're trying to go for the kill here. Halton looking for the gouge, but he gets disarmed. He can't get the gouge in time. JT with the Void Shift as well, keeping Halton nice and offensive. The Lightning Lasso coming out here onto Halton, and somehow, some way, CHIBAKU TENSEI and Houston has survived yet another sure death.
I mean, this is just such a close call, though. JT needs to be careful. He's gotten to a full stun. He's got his trinket. Is he going to use it? Here comes a double blinding sleep by Croto, just trying to slow down the game. He's gotten to a disarm, can't death strike, doesn't want to play during those moments, sorts out some crowd control of himself. And there's going to be a double stun that comes in onto Mercy, onto Croto. Croto could easily fall here. Houston, he's got the Spirit Link totem. Ascendant's up right now. Just bombing in the heals from downtown. He's got a good amount of mana, and JT has completely run out. HOOLIBANG is going to need another miracle setup here if they want to stay alive in the game. The Spirit Link totem drops, though. They kill it off immediately, just denying some of that damage here from HOOLIBANG, but this is such a scary moment. HOOLIBANG really has nothing left. JT's going to have to pull off a few more miracles if they want to win this game. He trinkets out of the asphyxiate, but Houghton looks like he's going to go down. A beautiful play by Crody, grips JT out of the sky into the intimidating shout. Unbelievable. CHIBAKU TENSEI with another win, and they will eliminate HOOLIBANG from the tournament.
Honestly, what an amazing performance here from both of these teams. HOOLIBANG, they may have gotten knocked out of the tournament, but let's be honest, who did they lose to? NA #1 and EU #1. Like they, and both games were game 5s. So honestly, HOOLIBANG coming in as 4th seed from Europe, playing a very unique composition, really not, kind of just sticking to their own meta and just trying to overcome with pure skill, has been amazing to watch. I think that they should be very proud with how they've performed throughout the season. But yeah, CHIBAKU TENSEI will stay alive here in the lower bracket. Just such a scary team, honestly. And Houston here, look at the ending of this game. This is a little bit before that. So here, look at Houston. So he tries to pre-link here because he doesn't have Trinket. He's the only one who can die. So he tries to pre-link the stun. And Halton is like, okay, well, we'll wait for that. We'll try to get him a little bit lower here, Eridos. Do your thing. Lightning Lasso coming out on Eridos. And look at that cooldown here. 3, 2, 1 for Houston right there. And as soon as it's up, he pops it because he knows. If I pre-link and then I Astral Shift, I'm going to have my trinket rotated back up for the next stun. So I am making myself immortal and stalling for 30 seconds by just throwing away my cooldowns. Kind of randomly, it might look, but it works out really well for them.
Look at this. I love this grip out of the sky. I mean, JT uses the Divine Ascension, and Croto just grips him so consistently, just snatches him out of the air. and says, "Get over here," and into that triple intimidating shout. That was a beautiful game-winning play there. I mean, that's got to go on like a highlight montage or something. That was really, really nice. So we're going to see it again here. JT trinkets out of the asphyxiate, I do think, or the strangulate. So he gets silenced, he trinkets out of that. So look at this. He gets flat up in the air, gripped out once again by Croto. There's the intimidating shout, and that's how they close out the game. So great teamwork there. That was a sick play.
Yeah, this is a scary team. Like the scary thing about the CHIBAKU Tensei is that they have yet to lose a series, I think, with their Shaman Destro as well. So they have all of these different comps. They have the melee casters. They got the cleaves. They got the wizards. They got everything they need here to make a really deep run in the tournament.
Yeah, they certainly do. It's kind of laid out in front of them now. I personally am a bit sad that that is the end of the line for HOOLIBANG. We did only have 2 cups leading into this. We have an entire rest of the season coming up here. And if we saw HOOLIBANG return, Zico, what in your mind could they do to kind of make up that difference to completely dominate?
I think for them, I mean, maybe a little bit of flexibility, like play their comp, to their its potential, but yeah, maybe just more flexibility. I don't think we saw JT play too many healers other than the Holy Priest. I think we saw him on disc as well, but I don't remember if we saw him on like Restored or anything like that. So maybe JT could pick up like an alt healer, and yeah, maybe they can just like pick up basically more comps. I think that's the one thing. But skill wise, they are definitely there, like with the best of them. That was they've played amazing this season.
Yeah, and you touched on it a bit too. They kind of came together sort of casually. JT said in his interview that they were sort of friends, and it kind of seems like they're like, oh, wait a minute, we kind of have something here, and they just kind of ramped up from there. So to be able to compete at this high of a level, coming in from the gauntlet, sort of, I don't want to say barely, but making it in here from the EU gauntlet is definitely an incredible feat in and of itself. But CHIBAKU Tensei, they are the victor, and now we're going to have an EU versus NA series coming up next here in the lower brackets. So either the Move, Ven, or CHIBAKU Tensei is going to be going home.
Yeah, I mean, would you look at that, though? The top 4, 2 teams from North America, 2 teams from Europe.
Oh, true.
Any thoughts, Zico?
Aren't we like? Is there a map guesser or like a break or something happening soon? Or, like, what's going on here? Where are we throwing?
There is, but I'm not going to call it yet because I'm going to watch you squirm.
All right, fair enough. Yeah, so the Move, yeah, they're up against CHIBAKU Tensei though, man. Like, let's just think here for a second. Who do you think got this? Who do you guys think? Yeah, I'm going to ask the questions now. We'll start with you, actually. Who wins, the Move or CHIBAKU Tensei?
Thank you so much for asking that question. I feel like it's the Move. They've been having an incredible season so far. They've been incredibly consistent. They had not great of a day yesterday, but they made up that difference. They came back even stronger, and they had a winning series. So they're staying in the lower bracket, and I think they're on a momentum.
Reasonable, very reasonable. Yeah. I think that for sure. And looking at their games today as well, winning the first game in like a minute, Move has looked hot. What do you think, Van?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a close series, Zico. I'm not sure. I think one of the difficulties for the Move is that they're going to be playing against CHIBAKU Tensei, which plays the composition Echo used to beat them 3-0 yesterday. So hopefully, they just had, an off series against Echo, and they're going to be leveled up here and more focused and more prepared, because yesterday it looked really, really tough for them. And I feel like CHIBAKU Tensei, they play that composition exceptionally well. They have the different cleave compositions, so Move is going to have to step up. I think winning that game number 1 is going to be super important for this series. But yeah, it's going to be a great one either way.
I completely agree with you. I think I like how I was just like looking at me. It's like, go ahead.
You want to bring us into the map? Bring us into the map. Doing your map segment. Oh, you want me to do it?
All right. Well,
you got this.
I think. Personally, I think that the map is definitely going to be something that can decide a lot of things in those upcoming games, and winning that blind pick is going to be very crucial. And of course, you got to know how to utilize the environment around you, and you got to be like water. Got to adapt to these situations, and the best way to do that is to close your eyes and listen to the music and figure out what map are we playing on, based on the movement of the players.
I do recommend you open your eyes for that, though.
I'm gonna go with Mugambot. No, I'm just kidding.
Runes
they're
Lordaeron.
flipping it.
Done. A Lordaeron. D, final answer.
That's lame. That's lame.
Yeah.
Okay, you know what?
I unfortunately
Told Vera Arena.
agree.
B.
I think it.
Lock it in.
Wait a minute.
I won. It's 100% runes. I'm sorry.
You think?
Yeah.
I've locked it in.
I'm
B.
gonna go hook point. I don't
Okay.
know.
We have one pillar that has
No, I
formed.
think-
Uh-oh,
what I'm
I
saying.
think I'm wrong,
Yeah,
actually.
yeah,
Oh,
There's
no,
kinda
it's a
some-
flipped hook point. It's a flipped hook point. What have I done? I was so confident, and now that it's... Oh, all right.
It's not ruins. You thought it was ruins based on the starting position. You thought you were doing something there because you saw them like just run from one side into the open.
This could be the card, though.
No.
Maybe it is. No,
I think
it's
it is.
not. It's like they're playing at a second pillar there. It just hasn't formed. Maybe? It's just going to be... Is it Nagran? Dalaran? Might be Dalaran, actually. Oh, it could be Dalaran. They ran in. Oh, it's a Dalaran
It
angle.
is
huh?
Dalaran. I think it is Dalaran.
It looks like a perfect square formed in the middle.
Yeah, it's a
Like,
perfect box.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. I
wow.
guessed too
Wait.
fast. It really looked like ruins. I don't think we've ever had that as an option.
Ruins?
Oh, we did yesterday, allegedly.
Allegedly.
This is definitely Dalaran.
Wow.
I
right.
was so confident and I was wrong. No.
You know what the best part is? You know something I've noticed is whoever guesses something first and sounds really confident, the chat just sends all
That
of their
tells you
votes.
confidence is very important.
It is very
Like,
important. It's very important in the competition as well.
Overwhelmingly, too. It's at 41%. The next highest is 25.
I'm sorry, chat. My bad.
Wow. That was, dang. Okay, well, am I good to take over, Zico, or you want to?
Yeah. You got this.
Okay. All right. Well, level up your gameplay by visiting archon.gg/wow, where you can find the most popular builds, optimize your gear, learn the meta, and even more. And if you'd like more of these movement maps, you can head over to Warcraft Yaks on Twitter. So thank you so much to Warcraft Logs for powering that segment. And that means that we will be heading to a break, and we're going to have the biggest series, arguably, of the day today. Both of these teams are ready to go. They've been putting a lot of work and thought into this upcoming match. It is Echo versus Team Liquid, some of the biggest top dogs in both NA and EU, and it's all coming to a head right here after this break. Stick around, and we'll be back in a jiff. Everybody, welcome back. It is the moment you all have been waiting for. It is Team Liquid versus Echo, EU versus NA, and this is a very much anticipated game. Maybe we can take a quick look at the predictions. I think I know that I predicted Team Liquid. Sid, you did too, right?
Yes.
Okay. You look uncomfortable. Are you okay? Or are you are you excited?
I'm feeling a little bit NA bias right now on this desk. What is this? 4 NA votes?
USA.
Technically, we can all still be right, I think,
And
right?
New Zealand.
Yeah.
The mover's still in it, and the
Yeah.
leader for Ven to possibly be right. Liquid
It's
have
true.
to win this for Ven to be right. Either one of them can win, and we could still both be right. All right, we got the game immediately. These guys are ready to go, and they're bringing in the main squad.
Sheesh.
Oh, man, the main dish right here in game number 1 between Echo and Liquid. It's a Shaman showdown between Sea-Doo and Lontar.
Oh, this is it, ladies and gentlemen. Do not move out of your seat. Tell your family, friends, dogs, relatives, everyone. Tell them to get in here. This is the main event. Echo versus Team Liquid, upper bracket. And we are going to see Mr. Raikou here making a little Demon Hunter swap from the mage that we typically see him on. Gets gouged here immediately. Trill already setting up the kill here. They got a blind onto Lontar into a full cyclone here from Sam I Am. Immediate nature swiftness being responded to here by Lontar. Nice static fill totem there from Lontar as well, as he does get cheap shot Cham. Now pushing in here, looking for some damage, looking for some crowd control. And it looks like it's going to be Trill just CCing Chanimal, going after Chanimal, and Raikou trying to take down Sam I Am here.
Okay, so the tactic here for Liquid, it looks like, is when Solar Beam is available, they're going to Solar Beam the Warlock so that Chanimal can't peel, and then they're going to use like a Gouge, a Kidney, or a Blind on Lontar, and then go on Raikou. But in between, what are they going to do? They attack Chanimal for a bit, but they're actually still just tunneling down Raikou. Sam I Am is chasing down Lontar. They get a cheap shot, setting up Sam for a clone, but Raikou dashes over and shuts down the Cyclone for enough time for Lontar to get around the pillar. Now Trill is swapping back to Chanimal, and I'm just monitoring that Solar Beam. I feel like that's where Sam and the team of Liquid are going to pivot around in terms of their crowd control and their burst. Sam needs to get full astral power before he tosses out that Solar Beam. He's pretty close to full astral power right now. Trill is sitting through a Hex. I wonder if no one's playing a D-Curse. It doesn't look like either Sea-Doo or Sam is playing a D-Curse, or maybe they D-Cursed like an Amp Curse from Chanimal because that full Hex sat. But here comes another cheap shot set up onto Raikou, bash onto Lontar. Where's the Solar Beam? There's the Solar Beam. They get the cross CC. Lontar has to trade out the Ascendants to recover in this position. Then they're going to clone up Chanimal out of the Solar Beam. It just prevents the Warlock from peeling during their setup. He can't counterspell any clones. He can't coil. He can't Shadow Fury. It takes him out of the fight, but unfortunately doesn't really net them any significant cooldowns on this setup.
Yeah, really good response there from Echo. They don't panic, and we'll see if these setups are going to be more deadly here in the future. Right now, Sam I Am forced to trade out his Barkskin. Raikus in a kidney shot, full blind onto Lontar. There's a DR stun, and that will be the Trinket Netherwalk there coming out from Raikou. He gets cloned on low HP. They get pressure onto Chanimal. This is Team Liquid doing what they do best. Another clone coming in onto Raikou. Can they stop Lontar from getting those heals, though? Doesn't look like it. Sam I Am, though, the precog king with another precog here available to him. Spamming out the Cyclone. Chanimal's going to Trinket out of it. They get the Lightning Lasso and static field combo there. Kidney
Solar
shot
beam.
onto Lontar to shut down, and there's the solar beam onto Chan. Sam I am looking for the kill here. Can it take down Raikou?
The link misses!
The Spirit Link misses! He misses the link, and he kills him! Unbelievable. Sea-Doo and the rest of Team Liquid on fire in game number 1.
Oh, this setup, I don't think they were expecting that. It's not typical that you use your solar beam on the DPS like that. But as a shaman, you have a talent called Spirit Walk, which is a 1 minute cooldown. It lines up with a 1 minute solar beam, so you can escape a root solar beam easily. Whereas Chanimal as an Orc Warlock, he's gonna have to sit through it every time and just watch his teammates die while he's in those solar beams. And I feel like that strategy was not expected. Usually you attack the Warlock and you try and put all your CC into the shaman, but just removing the Warlock meant they couldn't keep Raikou stable, and maybe they underestimated the amount of damage that was available at that moment in time, and due to that underestimation, they weren't able to connect the Spirit Link. Sam with these crazy clones at low HP. Lone Star now has to deal with 2 targets getting low health, which is really stressful. With the Rogue right nearby, could just grapple over and get a kick possibly onto him or a kidney shot at any moment, but he manages to top the team here. And then leading into the next setup, you'll see the solar beam that Sam puts onto Chan, and they get a kidney shot on Lone Star at the same time. Chanimal Shadow Fury is interrupted, everybody is CC'd, and Raikou gets blasted down in just a remainder of a kidney shot. Lone Star gets typhooned away from the link. Oh, it was a typhoon. It was a typhoon. A dirty typhoon knocked them out of range of it. They sniped the link. Oh my god. And Lone Star, and he tried to dispel dots. Raikou used Immolation Aura and it dispelled Stellar Flare. And when you dispel Stellar Flare, it triggers a Starburst on you, which does extra damage. So I'm wondering if that was like the killing blow or not on him, using the Immolation Aura or not, because you take a huge hit of damage when you dispel that dot in particular on this Incarnation go. So what could have possibly gone better for them here? Chanimal trinkets before the solar beam, I guess, is the only thing. Maybe Lone Star trinkets a kidney, but he doesn't want to get like DR bashed or something. And Raikou still has no trinket. Would he have lived if he didn't dispel here? It's so close that I don't know.
I think that the fact that we're in this situation already is not that good, because Raikou traded his trinket Netherwalk on this setup. And what led to this was they went on Raikou, blinded Lontar, and then half-cloned Lontar. And it's the same thing that they did in the opener. And I wonder if it's just better for Lontar to just trade out his trinket in that situation for the blind, because then he's going to line it up better. And also Raikou is going to be able to kind of trinket if he's overextended behind a pillar, or if things go south for him, he's going to have that to allow him. And yeah, like you mentioned, Starburst is what killed him. That's
112k,
insane.
yeah. So I'm wondering if he didn't press Immolation Aura right there, if he would have lived or not. It's
74k. The overkill damage is always the total is including the overkill damage.
I've never seen
But
that
yeah,
actually
still, I
be
mean,
the
70
killing blow. Because usually Starburst is
74k
not
though,
that,
it's a lot.
Yeah, I mean, usually I watch healers just spam Dispel Stellar Flare and it's not a problem, but when you're that low and you're the Demon Hunter dispelling it, it's pretty risky to gamble at that point. I feel like it was maybe just greed, because it was the Incarn. He maybe just didn't expect the knock. Chan trinkets right before the solar beam. It was like a whole bunch of things going wrong, like all at once.
Yep. Yeah, it was just everything kind of spiraling out of control, and now it's going to come down to the comps here. Like, what are they going to do? Because I do feel like if you're Echo, you're expecting Team Liquid to do the same thing, and if you're Team Liquid, you're expecting Echo to do the same thing. And we got a tweet: who we are up next in AWC, and how can we lose with this synergy? Come cheer us all on. Trill, Sea-Doo, Mez, Sam I Am, let's go Liquid. Look at those handsome individuals right there. Sea-Doo with the selfie cam and a big smile on his face, and I bet he's smiling even more now after that game.
The smile's just getting bigger with every game. I mean, a game 1 victory really important here. Best of 5 series, you get into the grand finals, you're guaranteed second place, especially with a performance like that. Like, that strategy just looked really consistent. So what it seems like to me is Echo have to deflect those setups and survive long enough to where their advantage of just doing more overall damage is likely going to net them a win. But maybe that won't even work, because Trill does so much damage on Outlaw Rogue. That might not even be enough. They might need to get more clean setups on their side.
Yeah, I feel like the offense really wasn't looking as good as it usually does here on Echo's side, but we are going to see the exact same compositions locked in going to Asherman. So as far as maps are concerned and as far as comps, I don't think we're going to be seeing too much changing here, and it's going to be all about those in-game adaptations, swapping gear, talents, and just strategies, who you're focusing, who you're CCing, etc. here. But I do got to say, so far today, Team Liquid has looked very, very polished. You can tell that this is a matchup that they've prepped for and that they've really thought about. But that first game was also a home advantage for Team Liquid, so this next game will be on Echo's kind of turf. And we'll see here what Echo can do, because if they lose this one...
exactly. That's what I'm thinking. That's what I'm thinking too. Like, if Liquid managed to win with ping disadvantage even a single time, you better believe there's going to be a tweet. There's 100% going to be a tweet if Liquid can win with a ping disadvantage.
Honestly, if they win even without winning with this ping disadvantage, there might be some tweets as well. So I'm looking forward to it. You know, it's all good and fun. Echo and Liquid, just as orgs as well, having a long-standing rivalry, you know, in the race to world first and just generally all aspects of the game. And look at that, Spirit Link insta-kill by Trill.
The knock. Sam does the knock. Trill kills it down. It's a shake and bake. It's a team effort. Knock the shaman out of the link. Trill takes down the totem. Score the goal. Straight past the finish line.
Sam I am holds, Trill punches. We love that.
Holding Lontar's arms up in the air. Trill's like, yeah. Oh my god, poor Lontar in that game one, man. Okay, here we go. It's a big map, which is going to give them more space from the Outlaw Rogue jumping around and getting kidney shots. They got more time to CCC. I actually think Chanimal should play maybe, I don't know, because if he goes Gnome Warlock to get out of the Solar Beams, they might just kill him, not being Orc. But I feel like him not being able to get a Solar Beam is actually a problem.
Yeah. Imagine Chanimal just goes Gnome.
I mean, he might have to.
I mean, then they might just tunnel him. I don't think he should. I doubt that we'll see that. But anyway, game number 2. It's the same opener there. Root Solar Beam. There's the blind, and there's the opener onto Raikou, and he gets Bash into a Cyclone potentially. No, they shut it down this time. So this time around, Lontar does not want to trade out his trinket on the blind, but Raikou also didn't have to trade out his trinket. So a lot better opener. Now they have about a minute here before that next Solar Beam is going to be back available for Samayam, where Echo can essentially just get their offense rolling.
All right, Sam getting blasted down. Observer is out. He's got to be careful. He goes into bear form. Frenzied regen. He can't cast any spells while Observer is down, or he takes a huge hit of damage. It looks like it's finally subsided. Double cap stun from Lontar, looking to clap back. Look at this pressure right now from Echo. Sam is getting absolutely demolished. Big heals come up from Sido. Sam gets a precognition. He's trying to go for the clone, but Raikou shadow melts the Cyclone. Is Sam going to get it? Is there eventual retreat? He lands the follow-up kick. He fakes Channel Mel's counter spell, but now they're swapping onto Raikou in the backline, punishing him for overextending, knocking him behind the pillar even further from Lontar into another cheap shot. Is he just going to go down? Sam fishing for interrupts here with his Cyclones, and he does manage to fake the wind shear. He gets the low clone, and Sam, even with a ping disadvantage, still the precog king.
Yeah, Sam I am getting these Cyclones time and time again, and now they're looking to get a setup here. The Solar Beam is active on Chanimal, but no crowd control onto Lontar. Trill still 15 seconds away on that blind. Sam I am actually forced to trade out his trinket there on a stun. Sidu now as well in a Chaos Nova. They don't have... Oh, they do have follow-up. Chanimal gets the fear. The Observer is blasting. They do blast the Observer. Sam I am ducking back into bear form here throughout that time where Sidu is in CC. Finally, it is fading, though, with that Cap Totem. The double Cap Totem Lontar tech that did actually net them a win yesterday. Sam I am getting spell-locked here by Chanimal. The portals are blasting, but now it looks like Team Liquid have swapped their strategy a little bit as well to try to focus Chanimal more in between those Solar Beams. The next beam is available in 5 seconds, and Sam I am is looking for the setup here.
He's got Incarnation in 9 seconds as well. There's no blur on Raikou, but they start the stun lock before that moment with the Cyclone. Maybe they're trying to bait something before the Solar Beam go, like they did last time with the blind. They got the Trinket Nether. I don't know if they have enough CC. A gouge for 1 more second. I don't think it's enough. Raikou should recover pretty easily. Raikou swapping to Sido with a stun, then hunting back onto Sam. A big connective damage with that Essence Break. Sam goes into bear form. He fakes another interrupt. He's looking for a clone. I think Lontar got the grounding on that one. He's going to have to kill off that grounding and fake another interrupt. He gets stunned up, though, by Lontar. He can't fake the kicks and the stun. Chanimal trying to find a fear. He gets shut down by Trill. Sam gets pulled away from Sidu out in the middle of the map. Raikou is all over him. Big death sweep. There's the Solar Beam. There's the kidney. Sam jumps over, but Lontar dodges the bash by moving to the right. But they commit the blind. They get the Trinket Nether. Observer is down from Chanimal. They get the clone low HP on the Nether Walk. Can they swap any CC to Lontar? A gouge. Literally, Lontar is scared. He just drops the link. He's not playing around with Sam I am Cyclones. Sam fakes another kick, going for a clone, gets that one onto Chanimal. Raikou potentially going to have to still use blur in this setup. It'd be devastating if he has to blur on top of everything else that's happened so far. Lontar gets a big Riptide. It looks like he's back in the fight. They're poking down Sam, but Liquid, despite the start of this game, they're starting to get their heels in.
Yeah, I really would have loved to see just Lontar trade his trinket, I think, on that blind, because now it costed a Spirit Link as well, but it might not matter. Sam I am dropping dangerously low here, does catch a couple of big heals there with the renewal and the bark skin there being used from Sam. Now Chanimal going to be the target here again. Trill just likes to hit Chanimal in between. Sam I am looking for the Cyclone, does find it out of the bash, but some fears are coming in here from Chan onto Sam I am, and beautifully done there as Raikou was about to become a sandwich right there. So Raikou is going to be able to stay alive through that cheap shot, and now he has 20 seconds where he basically has free reign to do damage, but still not feeling too confident here. Everybody's still low on the side of Echo. The Hunt comes in with Sam I am, big essence break, big damage coming in. There's the Depth Sweep as well. Sam I am is just dying here. The Observer's in the sky. It's blasting. Sam I am finally makes it back to the pillar. Chan gates in here, uses the unending result, I think, offensively, and trying to go for the Shadow Fury. Not able to find it though. Raikou landing another kick here. Echo is swarming Team Liquid right now, pushing for the win, Sid.
I think they're going to need to Spirit Link any second now. Sea-Doo needs to be so careful. Spirit Link comes down. They're all in it. Crimson Vial, they need to pop whatever heals they've got, but Chanimal is getting shredded. What is this damage right now on the Chanimal? Trill is tearing in. Lone Star is trying to pick him up. He gets kidney shot though. Raiku's coming out of the clone. Are they going to set up? He pre-blurs, anticipating a setup, but the coil peels him. Triple CC from Echo. They're starting to get back in this game. Sam has to bark skin. He gets knocked off the pillar with Sea-Doo. They're going to have to reposition. Here comes Metamorphosis. Sam needs to pray that Sea-Doo can heal through this, but he's in a stun with no trinket. Sam is getting cut down. Another I-beam fully channeled. Sam pulled into the open by Lone Star. Massive damage crashing in on Sam. Sea-Doo's got the Healing Tide totem down. He's going to snipe that behind the pillar so it doesn't die to Raikou. Here comes another kidney shot from Trill, peeling for Sam. Chanimal is spamming fears. He's activated Soul Rip. He reduces damage, but Sam fakes another kick, gets a clone onto Raiku's meta. He snipes down the Observer. Chanimal is now the target. Cheap shot into Hex from Sea-Doo on the backline onto Lone Tar, and Raikou and Chanimal could both be the target here. Chanimal's going to portal to safety. Sam fakes another kick, looking for more clones. They gouge Raikou out of it. I think they wanted to swap to him. He pre-vengeful retreats, anticipating a stun here. Another Cyclone coming through. He gets kicked on that one, but there's the kidney shot to protect them. Sam jumps over to Lone Tar, but he gets met with a cap stun. Insane cap stun from Lone Tar on Sam's wild charge there, denying his crowd control, but he gets kicked by Trill. Trill moves to Chanimal. He needs to help Sam. That's an essence break. It's too much damage. Chanimal is mounting the assault, and here comes the hunt. Is Sam going to survive? Can Sea-Doo block the kill? He blocks it with Nature's Swiftness, and Sam is restored back to full health, but they are losing on mana. Liquid need to close this game before Sea-Doo is totally tapped.
Yeah, Lontar sitting through a Cyclone. Here comes the Chaos Bolts, though. Raikou could be in trouble, though, throughout that CC chain. There's the Solar Beam as well onto Chanimal, but Chanimal does make it out of that one. Getting fierce here right now, trying to get control of the situation. Raikou still at 50% HP, gets Cycloned on low health right there. And it looked like a Spirit Link dropped there. No, it's an Earthen Wall that dropped there. Is that going to be enough defense? Lontar has the Spirit Link in his back pocket here as well. Spamming out the healing surges right now onto Chanimal. Manages to top him. And there's the Observer in the sky. Reflective damage onto Samayam. They have to kill it. They do manage to kill it off in time here. Samayam, though, still dropping dangerously low. Sea-Doo with 0 mana left. Lontar with a huge mana lead. Coil into full fear. Sea-Doo trinkets out, but he has no buttons to press outside of the trinket. The cap totem coming in. Can Lontar follow it up with the Hex? I don't think he's going to be able to find it. There's a blind coming in there. Raikou dangerously low here. What are they going to do? They stun Lontar. Careful, Raikou. But Samayam also dropping dangerously low. There's a Healing Tide in the backline, I think, for Sea-Doo. Spamming out heals. No, it's for Lontar. Now Sea-Doo has a Healing Tide as well to drop. There's the Nature Swiftness. Samayam recovers. Raikou 50% HP in a low Cyclone. This is still anybody's game, Sid.
Oh, Sam needs to get away from Raikou. Sea-Doo's trying to drink, but Raikou Metamorphosis on 2 players, massive damage. I don't think Sea-Doo can do this. He drops the Healing Tide totem. He has to make it work. He moves his totem away from Raikou in the backline. They Typhoon Raikou away from it, and they root him up away from that Healing Tide. Insane play to protect that Healing Tide totem. It's the only thing healing Sam. Sea-Doo has 0 mana, but the Tide is now down. Sea-Doo is crowd control. Trill is doing what he can. He stuns Raikou. Sam is on the run. They stun Lone Tar, but I think this is it for Sam as Raikou cuts over, and Sam will fall in game 2. But this was a close one.
Whew. Echo tie it up here in this upper bracket game against Team Liquid, but that was extremely close, like you mentioned. Close calls on both sides. It does come down to mana in the end. Lontar is going to be ahead in that situation because, he's not forced to heal just as much as Sea-Doo in this matchup, dealing, of course, with a Demon Hunter. Raikou sitting at 27 million damage, pink logs right now. And, we're gonna see here what happens in the upcoming games, but I think this is kind of, I kind of like this, Sid. We get to see both teams just playing their best comps and just trying to send it back and forth. And that was that setup right there onto Raikou a little bit earlier in the match that forced out his string. And look at Lontar here, respecting the situation, just dropping the Spirit Link right there into the Cyclone because it heals through Cyclone as long as you're in it. Did not want to take any chances there with Samayam and his Typhoons.
I wonder if they don't actually have to play Rogue Boomkin, because other teams into Echo's comps usually run like some sort of melee cleave, and they have melee cleaves. Will they take the Void GG route? Like, they could do double Demon Hunter. They could do Demon Hunter Ret. I know Mez has been playing Ret like a lot on his stream. They could do Demon Hunter Ret. They could do double Demon Hunter if they wanted to, right? Like, game 1 looked really good for them. So I'm imagining that they won't, right, on this game, next game. But if they lose the next game, then I think almost certainly they're going to be starting to consider some other options, because this game, as far as like late game, they weren't going to win. They have Trinket Darkness, Nether Walk, Unending Resolve, Spirit Link Totem, Shaman Wall, Shaman Trinket. Like, they can't win this long of a game. They have to win before this point. So if they can't win before this point on a small map, then I don't think they can rely on this comp for the series. They went to a big map?
Wonder what they're trying to set up here. Do you think that we're going to see the same comps? First of all, what do you think Echo is going to lock in? Because they have, you know, a lot of options. Like,
yeah, I wonder if they're afraid of a cleave.
They have a lot of,
and they won't lock that Demon Hunter Warlock or not. I think they're going to lock the same comp until Liquid shows they've got like a hard counter for it.
Yeah, I think we're going to see the same from Echo. From Liquid, I feel like we're going to see the same from both teams. And they're just going to rely on having like a larger map. But I'm not sure. I mean, on a large map, maybe the plan is to just drag Raikou around and you know, send him behind pillars. Do have extremely big pillars on this map, but I'm not sure here. We need more information from the players here, I feel like, before we can see what the reason for this map is. I wonder if Echo, if they're feeling the itch right now to lock in a wizard, because they have wizards.
I don't think so.
No, they got to lock in the same thing.
I don't think the wizards would work into an outlaw rogue. I think usually that's not a good idea. So if Liquid locked the same comp and they picked a big map and Echo picked a big map for an advantage, it makes you think like either they have to be thinking like, okay, we need to drink and we're going to pick a map. If we set up drinks, we can win. Because if Sidu gets mana back, then they can keep playing the game longer. But it didn't seem like they were able to really think about setting up a drink until it was too late. He's going to go Evoker?
Ooh. That is spicy.
What?
We usually see Team Liquid lock in the Evoker when they're playing against Resto Druid for the Fire Breath Purge. We saw it yesterday. Sidu doing basically half of the damage of Sam in almost every game. Sidu's Preservation Evoker, for the record, is just incredible. I think it's the best one in this tournament. But we'll see if it's going to work, because I feel like the Preservation Evoker is going to run out of mana extremely fast. So I think this is Team Liquid kind of trying to accelerate the pace of the game and adding in more damage onto their setups, onto Raikou.
It's 100% for more damage. I mean, they have a good win rate with it. They've actually played more games as this, surprisingly, with a sub-rogue. Is that right? With a sub-rogue on Preservation Evoker? Maybe that's from Season 1 or something. I feel like that's got to be. I feel like Trill's been almost exclusively playing Outlaw for this season. But obviously, Sidu is one of the best, probably the best Preservation Evoker currently playing in the game. I feel confident in saying that. So I'm not laughing at his ability to play Preservation Evoker. I'm just feeling like it's surprising because I know the limitations of the spec, which is mana. And if he was losing on mana as Shaman, then like you have to win fast. And maybe that's what they're saying, is like, we need something that can win faster than Shaman, because we're going to lose on mana on Shaman anyways. So we're going to lose on mana Evoker, but we can win faster with it. That has to be the logic.
Yeah, I think that is the logic. They saw those setups onto Raikou, and the fact that he's living on really low HP, especially in the opener, right? Like, they had a good opener on the side of Team Liquid. They got the beam, they got the blind, they got the go onto Raikou, but no one had to trinket, no one had to really use like a big defensive. So maybe they're thinking, okay, we need more damage in our stun locks. And also, I guess, just having a second kind of DPS that's like free casting damage, maybe it will just help Sam I Am as well kind of deal with the pressure that he has been forced to deal with so far.
I feel like healing a Boomkin as a Preservation Evoker when there's a Demon Hunter on the Moonkin, like I've played with Preservation Evoker, it's really hard to heal the Boomkin through Demon Hunter damage. I don't think this is any easier for him to heal. But the setups are going to be way more lethal, right? Like, you're going to have a Solar Beam on the Warlock. You could probably sleep the Warlock now out of the Solar Beam while Sam runs in and gets a CC out of the Kidney Shot. And then you're going to have, like, 2 or 3 Disintegrates of extra damage when you do that Solar Beam setup on Raikou.
Yeah, that's true. And also, I feel like the map actually does make a little bit of sense here with the Evoker, because it is a little bit more like you can do some hit and runs with the Evoker, so you can kind of rescue Sam and lift him away to safety, have a bigger map to kind of play around with those abilities. But yeah, we'll see, man, because this is a dangerous match to kind of switch things up on, right? Because this match will be played on Liquid's on their advantage, right? This is their map pick, this is their comp pick, this is their ping advantage, this is everything. So if they lose here, all of a sudden things are not going to be looking too good for the overall series. So Liquid, they need to win this to maintain that advantage if we start switching or if we start trading wins back and forth.
All right, an important game. They're risking it, changing their spec despite winning with Shaman in game 1 and having their advantage to keep the Shaman in game 2. They're going to switch specializations. They want to try and win faster. You got to go fast. North America is just the fast region, okay? They got to go fast. The move, they're trying to win things fast, and now Liquid are also trying to, speed things up here and mix it up to the European region that's, typically historically been playing for longer games and slower metas. So, and that seems to be historically kind of a distinct difference, I think, between North America and Europe is that, well, maybe not the Cloud9 era of North America, but other than the Cloud9 era of North America's been all about speed, zug, and playing a lot more aggressively. So I think this is going to play well into their traditions. It's just a matter of whether or not it's actually going to work. We got Sea-Doo sitting at a nice 69% on Resto Shaman win rate and a higher win rate on Evoker. So I don't think anybody should be scoffing at him coming in on the Evoker. It's just they've got to win fast because his mana bar is going to just be slurped up by Chanimal and Raiku's damage.
Yeah, I completely agree. Name of the game is full offense here for Team Liquid. Zug it out when in doubt. So we'll see here what they can do here, Sea-Doo, with the Preservation of Evoker. And I do think it's nice in one way, though, that they do get the they get the experience to actually play this out and see how it plays specifically into Echo, because this is, of course, an upper bracket match. So nobody is getting eliminated in this one just yet here. And the gates are about to open here on the sands of Tulvir. We'll see if the Preservation Evoker is going to be enough here for Team Liquid, or if Echo can take the swing match here. And for Lontar, I know this is definitely a big deal. He's managed to win against Absturge. Can he do it now against Sea-Doo, the two household names in North America when it comes to the Shaman? Bash coming in here onto Raikou, actually. It looks like okay, they're going to go offensive onto Raikou. And yeah, they don't get the Solar Beam there. So all of a sudden, really bad opener here for Team Liquid.
Yeah, he didn't Solar Beam right away. So Chanimal was able to get crowd control, and then Sam got CC'd. He wasn't able to get the root. So this is a very bad start for Liquid. And as a comp that needs to win fast, I don't know if you can afford such a bad opener with that Solar Beam getting zero value, because now they're going to play so aggressively on top of you. They're trying to pressure Raikou away. Insane damage. Nice Typhoon knocking Lontar out of line of sight. Whoa. Oh my god, the Typhoon almost wins game number 3. Raiku's still dead. Chaos Bolts are coming out from Chanimal. Insane damage onto Raikou. I thought that was over for him. He was being so greedy. They get away with it. They don't trade anything there aside from the blur, which is typically rotated at this time. Lontar into a Cyclone, though, from Sam, setting up damage and pressure onto Chanimal with a swap. He's going to Trink and Portal back out of line of sight. Lontar now into a cheap shot. Chanimal is still low health, but they're switching their attention to Raikou. Chanimal gets a double Mortal Coil and a Fear snuck in onto Sea-Doo, but Sam fakes another kick, looking for Cyclones. He's going to wild charge behind the pillar and try and line of sight, get a clone on Raikou. Chanimal's just dead. He has to Hellstone. Lontar isn't even CC'd right now, and he has to use a Hellstone, and that's thanks to Sea-Doo contributing 2 million damage at this point, about 50% of Trill's damage at this time. We see Solar Beam come down on the Fear, but Sam is stunned. He pre-bear forms it. Big Verdant Embrace. They need to kill that Observer. I think it's still up in the sky. Gets one shot on Sam right there with that blue laser. Another shot on Sam. They need to get rid of that Observer. A third shot. Sam finally taking it down with that Star Surge. And they're trying to reposition here. They're swapping on Raikou out of the Earthen Wall Totem. I like this swap on Raikou. Chanimal that gets a double Shadow Fury. Into Chaos Bolt, possibly. Sam doesn't have Shadow Melt. He's going to have to tank that one. They swap to Chanimal. They don't want him free casting Chaos Bolts. They're going to kick his Incinerate. They get Sam top. They clone Raikou, but they get a Hex on Trill into a Fear. Sea-Doo is just trying to do damage at this time while Raikou's in a Cyclone, so he's got a couple of seconds to do it. He also gets mana back, so he needs to get as many Disintegrates as he can, not only to contribute for the kill, but to also retain his mana to compete with Lontar's.
Yeah, but the thing about the preservation evoker is that you're going to have a lot more pressure as well onto Chanimal in these kind of in-between goes. But as I say, that Sam could be in trouble. Nice
Sam.
Imprisonment there onto Sea-Doo. Sam still dangerously low. The portals are blasting. Sam, what are you going to do here? Sea-Doo connects with a massive heal. They get the trinket nether walk from Raikou there as well. So Raikou now going to be an exposed target. They're swapping to Lontar. Lontar has the trinket as well. They get a solar beam onto Chanimal. Lontar does manage to get the astral shift there in time, but now there is a huge opening for that next solar beam. They are going to have no trinket on Lontar or Raikou. Either one of those targets could fall.
There's still no trinket on Sea-Doo, though. Sam has to trinket. He's kicked on his cast. Big damage on Sam. Sea-Doo rescues Sam back to the pillar so he can line of sight Chanimal. Trill into a capstun, into a fear. Doesn't look like Sea-Doo has a dispel. He's going to remove it now. They're trying to set up. There's the kidney shot. They need the clone, but Sam gets shut down by Lontar. Chanimal fears him for follow-up, and Raikou's just dead. He's just dying to damage. What is going on? It's unhealable damage! Liquid take it in game 3.
Whew. An insane amount of damage there. You can see the preservation of Oker, 4 million damage done. Sam sitting at 11 almost. So it is a significant amount of extra pump there, and we'll see it in the replay and on the death recap exactly how much damage Cedar was actually able to add in there to the mix. But I wonder, Raikou Trinket nether walked a little bit earlier in the match. I felt like that was like a little kind of like too offensive move there. I'm not sure how much he needed to do that because they had a lot of pressure there. I feel like whenever your team has pressure, I'd rather have the healer trade cooldowns than the DPS so that the DPS can stay offensive. But yeah, this is the moment where Raikou has nothing. And they force out Lontar's trinket here as well. So he astral shifts, he stays alive, the solar beam comes out, and now they're in that situation where if you just get a stun onto Raikou, you get something onto Lontar, you can win the game. Lontar not able to just out heal the damage. I don't think he was even in CC, right?
I don't think he was. That's why I don't understand what was going on. Look at Lontar, he's in the back, in the back, in the back. Sam jumps on him. They stop clone. They fear clone. He casts Healing Surge. It's literally unhealed. He gets one Healing Surge, then he lines the clone. They counterspell it. So maybe a miscommunication between Lontar repositioning to line of sight it and Chanimal interrupting it, because Lontar stopped his cast to line of sight Cyclone that Chanimal used his interrupt on. Or maybe he wasn't confident that they'd land it. I mean, it's not guaranteed they'd land the interrupt, right? And if he gets cloned there and he has no trinket, he's dead also. So it's probably just Raikou is too deep, I think, right? At this point. Either Lontar has to get, but if he gets closer with no trinket, he can't do anything. They probably just needed to be running away. I mean, he doesn't even have blur for a pre-blur right now either.
Yeah, the only thing he can do here is dark, but also didn't the stun on Raikou end here? I feel like he had darkness. Maybe he got restun. Oh yeah, he got a cheap shot. He got cheap shot. Right here, he can darkness. Right there.
He tried to blur. He tried to blur Vengeful Retreat, which would be a lot of damage reduction and an immunity for a couple seconds. I feel like he just overextended a little too soon.
Yeah, I think so. Maybe the map. I mean, that's the thing what we're talking about, right? The big map, like that is one of the things about it. You can drag Raikou into an unfavorable position like that and kind of separate him from the team. Then that is your CC. So the big map definitely doing a lot of work there as well. And it's those cyclones, right? Like you get Raikou into a cyclone, and then you like push into the rest of the team, and you force them to split, and that gives you the opportunity to actually go after Raikou and have him isolated like that. So really nice stuff here from Team Liquid, and they're going to continue with the preservation of Evoker here. They're going to lock it in, and we are going to Enigma Crucible, which is a map that we don't see too often. We've seen it a couple of times. I think it's the second time or third time maybe this season that we see it. So we'll see what Echo is planning here on this map.
It's got to be the same comp, unless they want to get a sub-rogue maybe. I think a sub-rogue into a preservation can be really nasty. Like sub-rogue arcane is like the hardest thing in the game as preservation evoker. If they want to do that.
Little Waz debut.
Yeah, I think. I mean,
put your dime.
From my experience and all the preservation evokers I see on the ladder at the highest level, they most hate subtlety rogue arcade mage, and it's really good in this matchup, I think. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, they have it. I don't know how much they probably don't have to do it. Has been opting to a sub rogue. They're not going to do it. They're sending the same thing. All right, it's match point. If they lose here on the ping advantage, Liquid just going to be moving through 3-1. into the grand finals to be taking a shot at the #1 position in this cross-region event. And Echo will go down to the lower side waiting for their opponent between CHIBAKU as well as the Move, which should be an insane series down there as well. It's just NA versus EU. Could be almost for the rest of the day, depending on how things go with the remaining teams left in the tournament. I know Echo are most certainly going to be putting up quite a fight here with this one, given now, obviously, the ping is now on their side. But I think that they may have had other comps that could be better in this matchup, but not safe enough to blind lock. And maybe that's one of those things. They want to make sure this comp can win overall because they're going to have to blind lock in the 5th game anyways.
Yeah, I think that's the thinking here, and I feel like they have won with this comp, so we'll see. I think if it's just going to come down to who can play this one out better, and we'll see which team that is going to be. I will say I am very impressed so far with the setups that we've seen from Team Liquid, and you can see Raiku's win rate here on his Arcane Mage. About the same as my solo shuffle win rate currently.
I thought you were going to say that too after this morning where you lost. I knew
this
you were
morning
going to say that.
This morning I had some interesting rounds for sure, but yeah, Raikou, that does make me feel a little bit better. Raikou was actually watching some of those games, but on the Demon Hunter, it's been going a lot better for him, of course. On that Demon Hunter's just been super powerful for this tournament. It's been just a real beast to have on your roster, and we have seen a lot of the European squads favoring that composition. So we'll see here what these players decide to do here. We got some more stats. Trill, 0% win rate Demon Hunter.
What game did he play
72% on the Rogue. I think he played one game, right?
It's gotta be. There's no way Trill overall through multiple seasons is 0% win rate on Demon Hunter. It's just from this season.
I think it's one game this season.
I mean, obviously we need to buff Demon Hunter, right? Obviously we should buff Demon Hunter. The 0% here for Trill. But he's 100% play rate. He's critical to the team here. He's always flexing onto whatever melee DPS that his team needs him to be on. And he's always outperforming, even despite, maybe not being his main spec for a given patch. He's always top damage no matter what he's playing when he has to reroll in those situations where maybe Windwalker isn't the most favorable choice as we know him traditionally on. So he is a phenomenal player. He's getting really good setups. Like typically what we see from players who do top damage is they're generally not as flashy or as aggressive, right? They fall into the trap of playing safe and just maximizing damage. But I feel like Trill doesn't fall into that trap. He's got a nice blend of both where he's able to do top damage and get this flashy plays when he needs to.
Yeah, I think that's the thing about Trill. He's just a very unique player in that sense. He, raids in the Race to World first, played in the MTI, won the AWC. He's done everything that you can do. He's even played in classic tournaments. So Trill, he plays this game a lot, and he puts in the work for his team. And I think it's a very large reason to why Team Liquid lately has been looking so good. I think it is because you've had more ways to incorporate Sam into the team by allowing or by having Trill on the Rogue, because now all of a sudden you can play Rogue Mage, you can play Rogue Boomkin, you can play all of these comps where Sam can actually play the game. We've seen him on Warlock in the past, Shadow Priest. It just gives him a lot more potential, I mean, that's why they've been looking so good. In the past, it's been all about Mez and Trill and their cleaves, the double DH and the Windwalker DK and stuff like that. But this season, Mez has not really.
He got one game.
Mez has been chill. He's been chilling on the bench quite a bit. And yeah, I think this is the game where Trill played Demon Hunter. So that's the one game he got to play.
Feels Mez, man. He's going to get his time, okay? Death Knights are going to get their time, and when they do, Lord Mez is going to be back with a fiery vengeance, okay? We got stats, I think, from other seasons. Okay, this is total Dragonflight stats. So, Ret Paladin, unfortunately, outperforming his Death Knight as well, although his Frost Death Knight, I think it was back when he was playing his Devastation Evoker Frost DK comp in Season 1.
Yeah.
That comp
when
could be gnarly
cleave.
next expansion with the hero talents I've seen for Evoke. I actually wonder if maybe we'll see that resurgence of that, depending on how many of those hero talents go out as the way that they are. But that could be scary in the future. But poor Mez, man, he's gonna get the patch. I know one day it's gonna be a DK patch, and he's gonna get his time to shine. It's just right now. No, I mean, I guess Croto got some wins with Death Knight, right? He got through, or no, yeah, it was on Mercy's team, right? I'm not mixing up teams now. He got some wins on DK. It's possible. It can be done. It's just situationally, And he also lived at like 1%, I think, in that last game where he almost died. But
That's right.
it could situationally be a good pick here. Just not. I don't think in this specific matchup we're unlikely going to be able to see Mez be utilized, unfortunately. But I'm sure that he's adding in support for the team as well. You know, monitoring talents, trying to make sure that their strategies are good given the circumstances. Right. The fourth player is very important to have. And then Lontar finally here coming in as, you know, the fill-in for Meh, as Meh was the previous healer. He decided to retire. He thought it was too easy. He's retiring, didn't want to compete. Lontar is now trying to fill those shoes, and this is his first big opportunity, considering the 2 cups didn't go as would be expected for Echo, considering they win pretty much every event. So I feel like this is an important tournament for Lontar on the team to really show that he can fill those shoes.
It has been, a really important season for Lontar because he's joined, the best team in Europe. He's surrounded by legends. I mean, he is a legend as well, not to take anything away from him, of course. But it is big shoes to fill, right? Stepping into a team where Meh played and they basically won everything, and having to prove yourself to a lot of people who maybe don't know who you are. But so far, I think he's been playing a great tournament. They're still in the upper bracket. And he is going toe-to-toe right now with Sidu, who is, he's playing his preservation right now, but, on Shaman as well. And he did play against Absturge as well. So I think for Lontar, this has been a great tournament so far. But, of course, for Team Echo, they want to go all the way. They are the team that typically wins these international events. But Liquid right now kind of running away a little bit with the series. They got him on match point here to knock them down to that lower bracket where CHIBAKU, TENSEI, and the Move are patiently waiting. And we'll see here if Echo can tie this up and take us to game number 5, or if Liquid is going to knock them out, or knock them down. Sorry, they don't get out, they get knocked down. If Team Liquid is going to be able to knock them down to that lower bracket.
All right, they're in stealth here, trying to dodge the spectral side of the Demon Hunter around this pillar. Raikou ducks around the corner, gets sapped. This could be a scary opener. They get the blind. Where's the solar beam? He needs to get a clean solar beam here. Oh, he got the infernal stun before the solar beam. Chan gets out of the solar beam with his trinket. That's actually a pretty value trade right now for Liquid, getting the Warlock trinket. Now he can't trinket the next beam. They're swapping to Lontar. They're really risking it right now here by going onto the healer early on, trying to make Lontar panic. He doesn't panic. Now they're developing the pressure on Sam. They need to land these kicks on this Cyclone that Sam is casting right now. He's faking multiple times. Raikou secures one interrupt. They need to shut down the next Cyclone. He's just going to be spamming them with that increased haste. He gets sheared by Lontar. They're on top of the interrupts. They get a stun on Raikou. Sam, is he going to jump over for CC, or is he going to stay defensive? He jumps away from Lontar. He's trying to play a safer game, but he's been interrupted multiple times. If he can get any of these Cyclones out, they'd be in a much better position. They do at least have counter pressure. Lontar's team finally getting topped off. Another swap, Fire Breath swap from Sidu onto Lontar. Sidu is owning Lontar. Insane pressure. Sidu was soloing him. Sam was just feared in the corner, and Sidu's like, don't worry, guys, I got this. Forces the trinket and the Spirit Link Totem.
That is absolutely massive now. Chanimal with no trinket, Lontar with no trinket. Lontar is actually a good KO target. Unless they can get Raikou's trinket right now, they're trying to push for it. Cheap Shot's coming out, but Lontar not in crowd control, coming out with the healing surges here, and he will stabilize the Raikou here. And it really will be a game of, if Lontar can get his trinket back before Raikou has the trinket, then things are okay for Echo. But if they force Lontar's trinket in the next if they force Raikou's trinket in the next 20, 30 seconds, this game, it could be over here for Echo. What are they going to do here? Lightning Lasso coming out here onto Trill. Big swap here from Raikou, trying to take him down, but Trill does recover. Spirit Bloom there in the back line for Sidu. Nullifying Shroud actually getting spell locked there by Chanimal. They want to go for some CC here. Raikou's pushing in, and this is typically when they go after him. He pre-blurs this time to stay offensive, but he gets Cyclone on the pre-blur, expertly done here by Sam I Am, and Sidu is going to be able to top him in the backline, and now Raikou has no blur. This is an insane punish, actually, from Team Liquid.
Pressure on Chanimal still. Trill is just crushing him. Trill's actually doing higher damage than Raikou, which is a bit unexpected, but since they're focusing him, he's much more worried about dying. But if they can control his damage, then Sidu's not going to lose on mana. Sam is pushing in. There's the full blind. There's the kick on Chanimal into the sleepwalk. Sidu is setting up for the win. Oh, pressing Roar, Fire Breath. Solar Beam comes down into the kidney shot. It is match point, and Lontar is getting crushed. He gets knocked out of the darkness. Coils come through from Chanimal. Lontar ducks into the darkness just in time, and now Sam I Am's on the back foot, but he fakes a Cyclone. There's an observer they have to be careful of. They snipe it away. Lontar survives the swap. I thought for sure that was over with the knockout of the darkness, but Lontar blocks it.
Whew, the oppressing roar stuns, man. We saw Team Liquid do a 6-second cheap shot with that yesterday, taking down a healer, and almost doing the same now to Lontar with the kidney shot, but Lontar has stayed alive. Raikou has his trinket, Lontar has his trinket, and Trill does not have a trinket. He's stunned in the backline, full fear on Sidu into another stun, and that will be it. All of a sudden, Echo turns up the heat here. We are going to game number 5. Did you think we weren't going to game 5? Of course we're going to game 5. This is Liquid and Echo.
Now, do you play the Evoker again? I feel like you have to. I feel like offensively, like he was 1 second away from Cloak. Like, what could they have? We're gonna see in the replay. Is there anything they could have done differently to be like closer to each other, get any sort of global off? Because Trill literally just needs one global and he lives there. He gets the Cloak, but Chanimal carried this game, I think. I think Chanimal is also the main reason that Lontar survived during that darkness knock. He got like a double coil into something else. Chanimal really stepped up this game, doing a lot of damage when he was being left open. There's that knock, and I think Chanimal just before this point got a coil, and he pre-observered this go on the darkness. So that observer did an insane amount of damage on Sam that Sidu had to rewind and time dilate, I think. So that Observer forced defensive cooldowns from Sidu onto Sam, so that he didn't have those defensives for Trill. And then what happened to Trill? So Trill just chases the Warlock? Is that what happens? He steps over to the Warlock. He gets feared into the corner.
He gets feared.
Oh, he gets feared so far. Raku's like, yep, I'm going on that. I see that. I see that rogue over there getting feared into the corner. And he just gets caught with the fear from Chanimal. That was a Chanimal game for sure.
That was a pop-off right there. But, I mean, it was the entirety of Echo. Let's watch it again. I mean, that was amazing. So Lontar survives this super insane kill attempt from Liquid. But then what happens here is, they're swapping to Raikou, and Raikou is, surviving here. And then look at Chanimal here. This guy is just all over the place. So Chanimal, he fake casts the kick first. He drops out on his portals. Drops 3 portals. Pressures Samayam away. Fake casts Trill's Shadow Step kick. Gets a fear on Trill. And look at this. As soon as Trill gets feared there, they all turn on him. And what does Chanimal do? Fear Sidu, look at Samayam, bashes, poop, insta-wazzed on his clone, and then Raiku's there with the follow-up fell eruption, so Trill cannot press any cooldowns, because he had an evasion right there, and he was maybe getting a cloak as well. And Echo just, they find that glitch in the matrix, that one miracle moment, and they 100-0 Trill. But now we are going to the sewers, and who is going to take it here? What is Team Liquid gonna do? What is Echo gonna do actually as well on this map? Who is locking in what here?
Oh,
So
this
what do you
Mez
think?
coming
You think
out, dude. We're just talking. He wants that 0% win rate to go up a little bit. This Mez coming out here for Game 5, North America versus Europe. Echo have to be considering, like, wait, why did they do the small map? They picked the big map last time. Like, are they doing something weird here? Like, do they have a secret tech for us if we lock Demon Hunter DK or Demon Hunter Warlocks? Like, this is... If I was Echo, I'd be a bit worried. Like, this is completely different than what's been going on so far. Like, and there are cleave comps that can stomp the comp that Echo is playing. So if Liquid have that prepared, it might be Demon Hunter Outlaw Rogue. What if it's Demon Hunter Outlaw Rogue and they just kill the Shaman?
I mean, didn't Echo
I think
win
Echo
against
played
CHIBAKU
Druid.
Tensei with that?
I think Echo should play a Druid. I think it should be Demon Hunter Warlock Druid.
What if they lock in the preservation again? If he locks in Druid?
Oh god, dude, he loses either way, bro. He loses either way. You don't get the win, bro.
Lunter's just scratching his head right now. He's like, what should I do, guys?
If you play Shaman, you're
I
gonna get
don't know.
trained down by Outlaw Demon Hunter. If you pick Druid, you're gonna get Fire Breath purged the entire game. They have to be thinking that it's like a cleave. They have to be 100%. They're going in
They
the
have
same
to lock
comp.
in the same thing. They have to.
I think Mez.
Now, what did you think, Mez?
I think Mez comes off the bench.
What cleave?
Demon
You think
Hunter
we're gonna
Rogue.
see DH Rogue.
Demon Hunter Rogue.
DH
I think you just train the Shaman.
Yeah, I mean, it's possible. It is possible. We've seen it in the past, so it's most definitely possible here. But it could also just be the same thing.
It could be the same thing, and then, like, we're overhyping this a lot. But in the other series, like CHIBAKU, right? They wanted to play the cleave in this matchup, and Liquid have similar comps, so they could just flip a different comp in here, get the cleave map, the cleave matchup, and just train the Shaman. This would be the biggest test for Lontar right now. They're not. Are you kidding me, man? I feel like that was the biggest bait right there. I was like, for sure they're going to be playing Mez. Like, for sure, right? It's going to be Outlaw, Demon Hunter, and they're going to train I thought for sure, dude. There was no way. Okay, well, small map at least guarantees that Trill doesn't get feared out of range, hopefully, of Sidu, because he was channeling Communion, but he was out of range in the fear, so it didn't connect. So the closer map means that Trill's going to be able to get around to multiple targets easier. They won't range the heals of Sidu as much, because that's the problem with Evoker, is that you're such short range. If you play on a big map, you got to cross a big distance, and if you get feared away from it, it can be tough to get back into the game. But they're just going to stick to the main compositions, Game 5 between North America and Europe. Who's going to be the first region to get into the finals?
That is the question that we are about to answer here, and I don't know, man. It's too hard to call it, right? Because Echo on their wins, they're looking amazing. On Liquid, on their wins, it looks like Raikou can't do anything. But I don't know. It's gonna be a tough one here, and I wonder, what are they gonna do here? Are they gonna switch it up on the side of Echo? Are they just gonna tunnel Sam all game? Are they gonna maybe look for some Sea-Doo swaps? Are they gonna try to get Trill swaps again? What are they actually going to do here? You got to make the right decisions. This is your last chance here in this upper bracket. And looking at the lower bracket, where second seed NA is, first seed EU is, I don't know. I think I'd rather just stay up here and just wait for them to duke it out down there if I'm either one of these teams. So we'll see here if they what they decide to do. Echo. Definitely with their backs against the wall, though. They're going to have to play on Liquid's advantage. And Liquid definitely happy with their first seed in the season, getting them that advantage.
Okay, let's see if they can hold it here, because, I don't know, small map with Demon Hunter cleaving multiple targets could be scary as well. At least, like, Portal is not as effective on this map. It can be actually hard to get, like, gateways that are super effective on Dalaran. I actually say that this is like a pretty unfair. I think it's a really good map from Liquid. They can stack up multiple fire breaths. It's not great for Warlock mobility, like it used to be, like in Wrath of the Lich King when you used to have no ramps on the side. But in this version of the game, I don't think it's super Warlock friendly. I'm only really worried is I feel like the crowd control on Chanimal is getting maybe a little bit sloppier with every game. Like the first games was just clean. He's locked in Solar Beam, he gets cloned, and they chain it together. Sometimes the Solar Beam's landing, but the root isn't there because Chanimal sneaks in an Infernal Stun in between. So I do want them to like clean up their opening CC more to guarantee that Chanimal doesn't get those gaps or any sort of opportunity to assist.
Yeah, that's the thing. You got to make sure that Chanimal can't get those coils out or those Infernal Stuns out, because if he does, then it means Raikou won't have to use his Trinket during the stun lock. And that's essentially their win condition so far from what we've seen on Team Liquid. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 5, Echo versus Team Liquid. Winner goes directly to the grand finals, $100,000 on the line. And of course, the pride of being the cross-region champion. Sea-Doo charging in right now with the stacks already good to go here with the nullified shroud. Instant beam, but he gets the Infernal. Chanimal is just insane. He gets it. He gets the Fierce onto Samayam, and he's already peeling his opener.
Another anyway.
Raikou had to trinket Netherwalk anyway, so a good opener here from Team Liquid as they decide to swap over to Lontar, but not getting his trinket there. Samayam now under some pressure.
Swap to Sea-Doo! He had the Trinket there. They got Sea-Doo's Trinket, static field down. Raiku's getting pressure out. Chanimal also Trinketed the Solar Beam to Infernal Stun. So that's 2 Trinkets down on one setup, whereas only 1 Trinket. Actually, 2 Trinkets down on the opposite side. They're stacked. They're getting cleaved. Chanimal's casting Chaos Bolts. And Sam is getting destroyed right now. Oh my god. Almost going down. Time Dilation comes through for Sea-Doo. They managed to hold on. Triple Fire Breath hits the whole team. Lontar's trying to recover from that one. Nature Swiftness with Ascendance. And Ascendance should allow him to recover. Sam needs to run. They need to get away from Raikou. They cannot stack on that box. They're going to get cleaved down. Here comes the hunt, and Sam doesn't have Shadow Meld. Chanimal's just dying to Trill. What is going on with Trill? Trill is just soloing Chanimal. Lontar can't deal with it. Massive damage. He's into the kidney shot. He pre-walls. He doesn't want to trinket, but he's going to die. He's into the cheap shot. It's match point, and Lontar trinket links at the last possible second, but they are in shambles right now. Darkness came down from Raikou as well. Yep. Raiku's going in. He's going to die. He's overextended into the cheap shot on match point. Chanimal, what are you going to do to save him? He manages to duck back to the pillar. And now that is pretty much every single cooldown, but Sea-Doo's into a Fear, Sam into a stun, the Lightning Lasso. Is it enough to take down Sam? He survives it with the bark skin, he fakes the kick, he gets the clone on Raikou. Sea-Doo manages to recover, and we can all finally take a breath here for a moment, as the fight is going to stall for a little bit. But when these DRs come up, man, Lontar's team have basically nothing.
Yeah, this is looking like Team Liquid is just rolling all over Echo right now. Full blind onto the Lontar. Do they have the follow-up? There's the bash. Raikou, though, manages to come out of the stun. There's the Mortal Coils coming out from Chanimal. He's spamming out the Fierce, trying to stabilize his team. And they will actually stay alive there. Beautifully done. But that was Raiku's pre-blur, actually, that kept him alive. But now pressure onto Samayam. Fake casting gets the precog. Once again, looking for the Cyclones. Chanimal now to 50% HP. Gets fully Cyclone there. Sea-Doo with every cooldown left still. Has the rewind, has the trinket, has everything he needs to keep his his team offensive. And right now it is going to be Chanimal under heavy fire. There's the unending resolve. Ooh, the kidney shot almost actually griefing Samayam there with his Typhoon a little bit, but Samayam under heavy fire. Once again, lightning lasso coming out there. Sidu is there with the rescue though. Had to trade his trinket. Samayam dangerously low. Barkskin comes out. Here comes the blast onto Lontar. Huge swap here. Lontar with nothing left. Can they stay alive? Lontar ducks around the corner and manages to stay alive here with the defense of the earthen wall. Now another swap here onto Chanimal. Is he going to be able to deflect it? He does trade out the Dark Pact, and he does get the Mortal Coils out, and it looks like Echo will survive yet another assault.
Okay, full fear on Sidu though into the corner. Sam actually reflects a clone on himself while Sidu is feared, so he immunes himself to damage. Now he's going to jump off to the side away from Raikou as Raikou gets rooted. Lontar into a kidney shot, setting up damage on Chanimal. No unending resolve. Star Surge flies through. Cheap shot on Chanimal, setting up damage. It's match point. Lontar is so pressured. He has no cooldowns. He has to just deal with this damage, but he's in a gouge. Does he trinket a gouge? They break the gouge because Chanimal ports on top of Lontar, and Starfire cleaves it and breaks it off. That portal breaks Lontar out of CC, but Raikou's overextending. He has trinket Netherwalk, but he might get stunned on his trinket. Solar Beam, double Solar Beam from Sam. He fakes the kick even on the high ping, or he doesn't have the high ping, sorry here. Clone onto Raikou, low HP. Insane clone. Kidney shot. Can he jump over and swap it? He gets feared away by Chanimal. He can't jump swap it. Soul Rip is providing damage reduction now from Chanimal. He's going to get cloned. Lontar is actually almost out of mana. His Link comes up in 25. He's got Trinket. Raikou has Trinket Nether. They shouldn't die in this position so long as they're not greedy with their trades, and Sam is in trouble. He gets pulled away, but from Sidu, he pre-rescues the stun. Trill gets imprisoned. They want to push in. If they can get on top of Sam and Sidu, they can close the game, but there's an Observer. Sam needs to be so careful. That Observer's right on top of him. It's doing a lot of damage, but he's just ignoring it and going onto Raikou. They get the Netherwalk from Raikou with that push, even despite the Observer. They clone the Netherwalk now from Raikou. They're switching their damage back onto Chanimal, but a double coil comes through onto Sidu. He can't fear him though. He's coiled behind the box. He gets stunned up by Raikou. Sam jumps back. Big damage from Chanimal onto Sam. I-Beam is connecting. It's match point, and Lontar comes in for possibly the game-winning Lightning Lasso, but Sidu, ungodly heals, keeps Sam alive on that push. Now they're back onto Raikou with the kidney shot. Sidu gets shut down by the counterspell from Chanimal. Chanimal wants this, man. They're trying to turn it around. They're running out of time. There's almost no mana left. Gouge onto Lontar, clone onto Raikou. Been surprised to see him clone here. I thought they were going with the Solar Beam. It's going to at least pause the game for Sidu to make sure they're stable. They've got Incarnation, but here's Metamorphosis. Raikou is leading the charge once again, and how is Sidu going to block it this time? He's got a couple of options. Oh, Pressing Roar, Kidney Shot on Lontar. Insane swap onto Lontar. They drop the Darkness. They knock him out of the Darkness. Star Surges are connected. Chanimal's doing whatever he can. He fears Sidu away, and Lontar survives. He gets the Spirit Link down. He tops his team with the Ascendants, and now they're turning up the pressure, turning up the heat, and going after Sam. Double stun from Raikou. He has to land the kick. Eventual retreat immunes the clone. He has to stop the clone. Grounding Totem from Lontar stops it. They have to stop every Cyclone right now. Sam gets a fake. He fakes it. They knock Raikou off the side. Insane knockoff from Sidu. Lontar gets cloned. Sam gets the fake, and Raikou jumps back up into the Earthen Wall Totem. He's bunkering down with Chanimal. Lontar needs to connect a huge heal, but he's in a cheap shot. Is he going to lose this game in a cheap shot? He comes out of it in one more second. Raikou Vengeful retreats in. He's still playing aggressive, even though Lontar has nothing. Raikou is still playing aggressively.
Oh, Raikou right now going behind the pillar. He's cleaving the entire team of Team Liquid. Can he stay alive right now? He's swapping to Sidu right now. He does have double Obsidian Scale. The Hunt gets channeled in. There's the Emerald Communion. Sidu has a lot of healing to do. 27% dampening right now. Samuel getting blasted by the Observer. Chanimal summoning the portals here, looking for the Fear. He gets Solar Beamed on the cast. There's a full back onto Lontar. Raikou could fall. Sam could fall. Who's going to fall first? Oh, it's a race to the finish. Chanimal trying to get the damage out here, but he gets caught up by the Chief Shot. Trill randomly getting cleaved here. There's a triple kill right now for Echo. Sidu, how are you going to keep them alive? He deep breaths back to the pillar, trying to heal. He immunes no, the coil connects. Sidu on Trill on 1% HP. He trinkets out of the coil. Can he stay alive? Trill trying to kite. Raikou gets cloned on 1%, but Trill is on 1% HP. Trill still trying to hold on, but I don't think Sidu has enough healing. Miraculous heal coming out from Sidu. There's the Dream Breath. Trill staying alive, and all of a sudden it's going to be Raikou actually on the back foot, but he's hunting down Trill behind that pillar. Sam and the rest of Team Liquid trying to reconvene. They get the Spirit Bloom. No, he gets imprisoned on the Spirit Bloom. Beautiful stun around the corner, blind onto Raikou. Trill has recovered. Team Liquid are staying in it.
He's actually done it. They're alive right now. This is mob flashbacks for Sidu, and Lontar is totally out of mana. Double Solar Beam comes down. They're going for the kill onto Raikou on match point. Do they have enough damage to take him down? Sam's forced to run away. Chanimal is free casting. Chaos Bolts are flying, and Raikou's 3 seconds away from his Netherwalk, 2 seconds away, 1 second away. Netherwalk's off cooldown. He's jumping into the fight and trying to stay aggressive, but he might might regret it. He's
Hunt.
so low right now. He's going for the kill at sub 10%. He has to bail out on the Game of Chicken and trade Netherwalk, but Lontar has 0 mana at this point. He drops Earthen Wall. Raikou is going for the kill despite Lontar. No, he has to come back. He has to stay in the Earthen Wall totem. They fear Trill, and now suddenly Echo backs against the wall. Nothing left on match point, and Sea-Doo is going in for the kill. If he gets a Disintegrate right now, it's going to kill Raikou. He doesn't want to get kicked on it. Bash on Lontar. No trinket available. Lontar knocks them away. A retreat cheap shot from Trill.
Ascendance.
And they are so... No way he lives. He's at Lontar. If he gets a couple Riptides here, they're actually living. And Sam can go down. He trades out the renewal. He fakes the kick. He gets the clone on Raikou. And Sea-Doo, man, you're almost out of mana. Lontar now does the impossible. He pulls his team back into the game. Lava Bursts are flying. And Trill. How is he alive? Again, Sea-Doo saves Trill at that moment. Lava Bursts for flying in. Sea-Doo saves him. Now he's into the full fear. He has to trinket out. He stops the cast, but now he's Chaos Bolting. And Trill's got nothing. Evasion up in 1 second. He evasions right away. Darkness comes down for Raikou. It doesn't get any closer than this.
It can't get closer to this. Sam I am with the precog right now. Gets the Cyclone onto Raikou. Trill once again recovering. Both of these healers working on fumes. Sea-Doo and Lontar. What a matchup right now. Sam I am in the stun. Raikou's in the stun. Who's gonna fall? There's no darkness. There's nothing. The hunt comes in. The Spirit Link totem gets dropped. Sam I am. Echo pushing for the win here. There's the imprisonment onto Sea-Doo. He's got Communion in 15 seconds, but I don't think he's got 15 seconds. Full Fear Connect. Shanimal blasting with the portals around the corner. And Echo are going to the grand finals.
Oh my God, that is a highlight
That's a game
right there. That is a, oh my God. I mean, Trill's obviously going to want to play this out here, but I think it's really unlikely that he can take this down by him. If he does, it's insane. I mean, it just makes this game absolutely insane if he actually manages to kill it. He's doing it. There's no way. There's no way. He does it!
No way!
Trill is insane! Trill is insane! There is no way! Shanimal is at nothing! He's got an S! He's got no mana!
It's
he
over!
Can't use it. It's over! It's
That's
over!
it!
What?
It's done!
Liquid NA! In a 2v3! The coil? Wait. I don't... Come on, man. He's 0. There's no way, right? There's no way. Trill is so close to... Dude. I am speechless, man. He's dead! Liquid are doing 2v3! 2v3! Liquid to the grand finals!
Oh my God! What? How? What did we just watch?
End of the stream! It doesn't get better than that! End the stream! Oh, it's over!
See you tomorrow! What?
Reschedule the rest of the games! It doesn't get better than that! What?
Oh my God, I need to have a shower. I'm so sweaty. What did we just watch?
What? I'm crying, bro. My eyes are
not saying
watering up.
anything.
I can't see the screen.
I'm literally shaking.
What?
How did they do that? We need more casters. Van, come in here. We need somebody to break this down. What? First of all,
how?
I mean, it's just what was even this game? Do you remember, like 20 minutes ago, what felt like an hour ago into this game, when you were like, "Oh my God, if he doesn't port and break the gouge, Shan is dead," and it's like, bro, what? That was nothing. What was this game, dude?
Oh my God, dude, what?
My favorite part was when Sea-Doo punched the chair again.
Oh my God.
I don't know, man. Sam was right there next to me. I had to punch something, man. I'm glad he chose the chair right there. See-Doo.
Jesus.
What?
That was incredible. We got to break this down, though. What? Okay, so here is the first kill. So Sam is dead. Everything, both.
You're thinking they're through. You're announcing their victory.
Yeah, now, I'm just like, Echo going to the grand finals, insane. Sea-Doo drops the Communion while he's in that Hex, and I mean, look at this. Trill has the Adrenaline Rush to connect with the Kidney. Lontar can't do anything. He's at no button. Look, he's just standing there. He's just like, is there any mana in the
That Kidney looks fun. I can't do it.
He's like, well, I guess I'll just get myself a beach chair and just watch here and just enjoy this. And then, I mean, at that point, you got the Shaman Lock versus the Evoker and Rogue. But, of course, Lontar no mana. Trill has Sea-Doo has a little bit of mana. And in general, this is typically a matchup that will favor the Rogue. Echo Liquid just ride that momentum, win the 2v2 as well. And all of a sudden, they're in the grand finals after what might be the most insane game I've seen seen this season, and this is a season that already had a 2v3 into a 1v2 in it. So yeah, it's this is peak World of Warcraft right now.
What could have Raikou done? Is there anything he could have done here? Like, they kill Sam, and maybe they should like think about drinking and just play safe and drink. Like, they got double stunned. They're thinking the game is over. Sidhu's got no trinket, right? Like, they got to be thinking like he's fear spamming. Like, they fear Trill. I think he gets a full fear on Sidhu, doesn't he? At this point, oh, Communion. He gets hexed. And they're all at full HP. They're thinking there's no way they can die. But Trill just got too much damage, bro. He got too much damage. And the fire breath. Sidhu does a fire breath right there before he gets feared. And he cloaks so he can't get peeled. Oh my god.
That's actually a really good point. What is going on with Trill's damage? Like, is every rogue just bad?
Yeah.
Or like, why is,
Oh my
you
God.
remember
Demon
the
Hunter
part?
damage. He's doing Demon Hunter damage.
You can't just say
you
that,
remember the
Zico.
part? And I mean, compared to Trill right now, what is going on? There was a point in this game where Trill, he's just 1v2 behind the pillar, killing Lontar and Chan, like just solo 1v2. Like, what, I've never even seen that before. Like, Trill is a machine. And the other thing is, how on earth did Sidhu outmana Lontar with a Prez Evoker? Because that's what happened. I'm like, what? What's going on?
Oh my god, dude.
I desperately need a replay of that, of those final moments with Sidhu. The camera.
Punching the chair and rolling on the floor.
Please, God,
Dying
I need it.
IRL. Like, there's no
What a
way.
game.
They were all at full HP when they killed Sam. They were not thinking at all that that was going to be possible.
Wow.
Yeah, they were celebrating. I think they got overconfident. They were just celebrating. And
It's happened
Yeah.
before. Oh, here it is.
We got the
Here it
Sidhu
is.
replay
Okay,
of the moment.
okay.
This is reminding me of like when Swapsy punched the desk and unplugged his webcam, you know?
Goes. You
wondering if that
can't
was
stand
gonna
up quite yet. He's got to finish it off.
Sam
we
is,
go.
screaming.
Are you
Sam is
gets
dead on
up?
the floor while his
We're
team waits
celebrating.
screaming
We're
behind him.
Here we go. Boom!
Oh my god, is the
That was
chair
a
okay,
crit.
bro?
That was a
chair,
crit for
that
sure.
chair got knocked out harder than Echo. Like, what? Is that chair okay?
that
He
was a
missed the
crit
pillow when he falls down,
multi-strike.
Oh, that was a headshot, dude.
Somebody put the pillow, like, Sidhu, if you're going to think about falling down, fall on the pillow.
Also, where are your shoes, man? Let's put some socks on. Come on. Woof. All right. Okay, guys.
Oh my
everyone,
gosh.
guys. We're gonna breathe in through the nose. Out. You got to do it with me. Do it with me. I can see you. Your wife is literally wiping off tears and fanning himself right now. Goose fraba. In through the nose.
Can we skip going to Cam? Can we do like a map
Out through the
editor guess
mouth.
or something? I don't want to go to Cam.
We are going to a map guesser.
All my
do
makeup
we
is
wanna go
ruined,
to
dude.
that?
I'm just crying. All my makeup's ruined.
Let's just have a yoga session right now and just
Yes.
meditate for a little bit. I feel like I don't know. I need to calm down a little bit after that.
Oh
Like,
my god.
jeez.
We're good.
I'm thinking this is the best game we've ever seen. There's no way it can get better. 2 seconds later.
and then it does.
hold my beer, Trill says. I'll make this game better.
Wow.
And you guys know what's crazy? We're
What?
only halfway.
You might
through the
see it
day.
again.
We still got more games, and we might see it
so
again.
Right. You're so right. That is a very good point. We are going to the lower semifinals after this, the Move versus CHIBAKU Tensei, but there's a strong possibility that Echo fight their way out of the lower bracket and make it back up to the grand finals, and then we get to see a rematch of those two teams. But let's not get into that too deep. We're going to head to an arena movement map segment. It is powered by Warcraft logs. Let's check it out.
Okay. Ooh, they open fast here. Ruins of Lordaeron locking it in. Final answer. There it is.
I don't think so. Maybe? Is that
I don't
yellow
think so
player
either.
playing on the tomb on the stop? You see the yellow ones playing on the tomb, and then they're playing at the entrance of the room?
Yeah.
Lordaeron. Wait, what did you say, Zico?
He said Lord
I locked it in already.
Dang it.
I started talking Swedish
There's
with you.
no
I was
way
like,
it's
too
Tiger's
bad, which
Peak,
means
'cause they're
like
only
too
playing-
bad.
Oh.
What else could it be? I don't think it's Dal.
Brain
right?
stopped
We've like
working,
gone
it's
up and
defaulted
down on the
to
far side.
native language.
It has to be runes, right?
Yeah.
Unless this is some weird editing magic, and it's not. But it has to be runes. Like
Big
someone
Moran
just drew a
tweeted
box
something
around
really
the tomb
funny,
in
a
the middle.
screenshot of these. And he said, my cat at 3 a.m. Accurate.
This is just
Actually,
AI generated
true.
art.
Zoomies.
No, this was Sea-Doo. This was Sea-Doo and Sam after the match.
Ah, I called it. I called it insta. Actually,
You did.
My God,
Well
I'm
done.
on fire today.
Wow.
We still have 3 more series.
I know.
I'm just realizing that.
We're gonna make it? Do we need to go for a walk?
Dude, I'm gonna die.
Can the casters
of a heart
have a delay
attack if
timer?
every series is like that.
Can the casters have a delay timer, please? These guys need
I
to
feel-
reset a little bit.
The move versus Chibaku could be as insane as that, I swear. And then the next one of the winner of that against Echo could be, and then the winner of that.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. Well, very, very well done to both Echo and Liquid. I didn't think we were going to see a game closer than Gum's 2v3 moment, 1v3 moment, a couple cups back, but I think that Trill may have just bested that with that match right there. So Team Liquid, they're up there in the finals. They are waiting for an opponent. It could be the Move versus Chibaku Tensei up next, and then they're going to head up against Echo, and we'll determine who's going to make it back up there to the grand finals from the lower bracket. Find out next. We're going to head to a break and then head into the lower semifinals. We'll see you in a bit.
Wait, I can't hear Aya.
Hi.
We are.
Sorry.
Welcome back.
I was just so excited.
Did
I
punch your mic?
Yes, he did. He did. He punched the mute button. How dare you, Chuck? All right, well, it is the move versus CHIBAKU Tensei, and I don't think this game is going to be quite as intense as that last one, but I know that it is going to be good. It's going to be high stakes as well because both of these teams have elimination on the line here. The move, number 2 seed coming out of North America versus number 1 seed then coming out of EU in the form of CHIBAKU Tensei.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. I feel like the move, they had a really slow start to this tournament. Not a great performance against Echo, going down to the lower bracket right away, 0-3. But it seems like they've been slowly gathering their footing and looking better and better every series that goes by. So I think they're kind of fully leveled up now, and they should be a really good match here for CHIBAKU Tensei. But unfortunately for them, CHIBAKU Tensei, they have the exact same composition that Echo ended up playing and beating them with. So the move, they're going to have to make some adaptations. I'm curious to see what they do go with the blind pick. But for either one of these teams, it is a long journey to make it to the finals and win this thing. I mean, they got to go through each other, then they have to go through Echo, and then they have to go through Liquid. So it's going to be quite the rest of the day.
It certainly is. I mean, it's going to be just crazy intense match after crazy intense match here. And you can bet that these teams are really ramping up as we get closer to the grand finals, and they can taste just getting back up there to face off with the chance of facing off against Team Liquid. But you kind of already said it. Whichever team does end up winning this Super Tees has to face off against Echo. Do you feel like in your mind one of these teams is better prepared for Echo?
I mean, I think they both. The move have lost, I think, right in the upper bracket already. But maybe they've polished some things up. So I think, if I'm being 100% honest, I think CHIBAKU probably stands a higher percent chance of beating Echo.
They both lost already.
They technically both lost. Yeah. It's going to be rough for either one of them, man. I mean, nobody wants to fight Echo. Nobody wants to fight Echo. So it's going to be rough either way. In this series in particular, I'm wondering what comps we're going to see. If CHIBAKU's going to play some type of cleave, and if the move are going to be able to navigate around that. Because, I mean, they just beat the last team, Lava Lava, but that was with a Druid healer. This time it's likely going to be Houston on a Shaman.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what they do end up going with. I mean, both these teams just so high caliber, and this is one I'm definitely looking forward to. I feel like the move in particular, with their kind of specialized Shadow Priest, them going head-to-head with Europe, and some of their best players is always very interesting to me, because I feel like the move, they've played this composition so unique to them for such a long time that maybe CHIBAKU doesn't have a lot of practice against this composition. It's something we say a lot, but they are going to be leading with their cleave, bringing in Mercy on the Warrior. He was looking really good in their last series, and the move, of course, I don't think they're going to be switching off this for the remainder of the tournament. It's
the same matchup, except Houston's a Shaman, so we get to see if the move can deal with this comp a second time. He gets the Hex, insane opener from the move right now. They get the double fear. Mercy's trying to turn it around with a fear of his own, as Houston is now into a cheap shot, but Mercy is still at 50% health, just charging recklessly in. He has to trade die by the sword. They imprison the rogue, slowing down the assault. They're swapping onto Absterge, it looks like, for a moment, but Mercy is just dying to damage at the moment. He comes through with the Blade Storm. Houston gets grappled in. They swap onto Limps with the kidney shot into a cheap shot, trying to maximize their diminishing returns while they can, and then they swap to Mercy at the tail end. But here comes the hunt, and they are racing down the Shaman. Absterge is going to be tested. It's been NA versus EU. It's now Absterge versus Houston. Who is going to reign supreme? This looks so tough for Absterge right now, though. His Earthen Wall's about to fade, and he needs to get out of there. He gets a Thunderstorm, and then line of sights the charge, so he can't be reconnected to by the Warrior, but the Demon Hunter's owning him enough by himself. Limps is cutting in. Absterge is really struggling to deal with this. He unleashed shields. He gets knocked out of his unleashed shield from Houston and then grappled off the pillar, so he can't line of sight the Warrior. Peekaboo dismantles the Warrior, slowing down his attack, then moving towards Houston to get CC on him, but he gets rooted. Houston gets a root on Peekaboo around the corner, and Absterge is just basically left alone. Whiskey's trying to help, but it's not doing a lot. He stuns, but he fakes the kick. He faked the kick. He got the Void Shift, and he fakes the kick. Now he's looking for a Hex. Limps Vengeful Retreat immunes the Hex. Static Field the Warrior away, but with every passing second that they get uptime on Absterge, it just looks more and more dangerous for the move.
I do worry too. Maybe Absurge built his character to just heal WizK as much as possible. Mercy, can he survive though? A beautiful offensive push here by the move. They get the Spirit Link Totem from Houston. A really good play, but it's once again Absurge on the back foot. Mercy getting some big heals here, but a full blind on Houston. Mercy could easily fall. Darkness is available, but Limps is not using it. He's opting not to use the darkness, and the dive of the sword is going to be enough for him to live. But that was a great play, and it's not over yet. The fear on Houston. Is there any follow-up crowd control? The silence into a hex. Still, darkness being held by Limps.
He needs to link. He needs a link. He can't get to it. Link comes down at the last possible second. If Houston's lasso was a millisecond, he's just dying through it anyways. They killed the Link. Absurge is just getting destroyed. His Ascendance, with that, he procced Ascendance exactly when he needed it. Static Field, he runs around the corner, but he gets rooted by Houston. Cheap shots coming through from Peekaboo. It's all hands on deck to protect Absurge right now. They're buying time. He's got Earthen Wall. I think he double reset an Earthen Wall totem here, but he's still trying to get away from the Demon Hunter. He gets back into the double Earthen Wall. He knocks the Demon Hunter away. He's dying through double Earthen Wall totem right now. He moves his Healing Tide a little bit away, but not too far enough. Mercy just smacks that one time. His Healing Tide totem is now dead. He has basically nothing for 15 more seconds. Absurge needs to get away from them as soon as possible. Limps gets crowd controlled for a moment, but now he's back on target. Absurge is trying to fake the kicks, but here comes the hunt. He unleashed shields the hunt, but there's a shockwave. Mercy is disarmed, and Absurge is static field by Houston, and Absurge, he procs another Ascendance. He gets the NS. Oh my god, he gets gripped back into the middle of the map, but into a full fear, and he's dying in the fear right now to Mercy as Limps is ducking over to close this game out. He's got wall. He's being super greedy, not walling right now. He gets pummeled, and that will be it. CHIBAKU take game one.
Oh my goodness, that looked a lot more threatening. Just going after Absurge consistently in the match, getting crowd control on Peekaboo and WizK. I just felt like Absurge was never really safe in this game. This strategy coming in from CHIBAKU, it looked really solid. And like I said, I can't help but feel like I want to actually take a look and see, and I will in a little bit here, if Absurge kind of built his character for maximum throughput, you know, giving up some defensive options potentially, as they didn't really expect to go after him.
It's crazy how much more stable this looks with a Shaman healer than a Druid, though, because this was literally the same matchup before, and it just felt like Lava couldn't, like, stay aggressive. Whereas this time around with Houston healing on Shaman, there's just rampaging Absurge the entire game, just basically topped almost the whole time outside of a few moments onto the Warrior. So being able to multi-class is super important in this tournament. Absurge had like this scary moment here where he fakes a kick and they void shift. I almost wonder if maybe they could have got away without void shifting just because he faked the kick, and maybe he would have it a little bit later.
Close call. I mean, yeah.
And then they get Link, I think, on this push. I love what Houston is doing. He's just static fielding Absurge, pulling him back to his melee. If he's not doing that, Absurge gets way more opportunities. This is where Link comes down and he almost dies through it. Peekaboo's not in it. He's rooted by Houston. He was rooted 1 millimeter out of that Link. And he almost, like, if he has a little bit of extra health there, maybe he's not as low when this happens, where he procs an Ascendance. Like, Absurge is getting some pretty good RNG, and he's still dying. And then he tries to greet it here, I think, because he's already used so much already, right? And it's not Essence Break yet, is maybe what he's thinking. Does he just press Essence Break and kill him with it anyways? Yeah, he does. I don't think he wants to wall like outside of Essence Break because he probably just dies later, but
I mean, he might not have seen that it came back off cooldown, something like that. I don't know exactly what happened, but what I will say is there's this really interesting thing that happens right now where sometimes just going after the healer, I've noticed it a lot in Solo Shuffle as well. Sometimes just training the healer is the safest option in the game. Like if Mercy and Limps just decided to hit WizK, all of a sudden, all these really annoying CCs, they aren't sitting as much on Peekaboo, they aren't sitting as much on WizK, and they're able to get out a lot more damage. But it seems like the game is actually quite stable for them. They're just putting interrupts on WizK, grounding totems on WizK, the double intimidating shouts are coming in with a stun on Absurge. Peekaboo and WizK are sitting a ton of crowd control in these games, and Absurge has a really difficult time backing him up because he's being stunned, he's trying to line of sight, he's trying to get away, but every single time he runs behind the pillar and he's avoiding the DPS, he also can't really back up his team, so it's a really difficult spot to navigate for Absurge.
You know, they could go to bigger maps where it's, you know, static field earth grab on the melee might be a bit more effective, but like the winning strategy why it's just killing the warrior and catching him in a kidney one time where he doesn't have trinket and the shaman doesn't have trinket with like a gouged kidney or a blind or something. It seems like their win conditions are much more limited with this option with Houston on a shaman, whereas before it was like you might be able to kill the demon hunter. Yeah, I think they killed a different target every single game actually. They killed the druid the first game, killed the demon hunter the second, then killed the other one on that one. But CHIBAKU actually changed their comp in the blind lock. What could they possibly be afraid of?
Nothing.
to change like that.
I don't. I honestly don't think the move will change to anything else. The whole series. I think they're going to play, or the whole tournament. I would be absolutely blown away if the move plays anything but RPS. So yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe they just feel like this.
Maybe Absterge plays a druid. Maybe that's slightly better.
I'm not sure.
I think a druid would be better than a shaman with Shadow Priest Rogue in that specific scenario with the double melee. I could see that, but not enough that I think they should change their comp. Or maybe they just want to know if this works.
It could also, like, it could also be possible that we're going to the move's home field advantage. So it might
they
be
don't want
that
to play melee with high ping. Yeah,
or just Crota might. Maybe he lives in Eastern Europe. I'm not sure where he's from, but maybe Mercy just has better latency, the North American servers. So it might be like a strategy change there as well.
Okay.
But yeah, we'll definitely have to wait and see. I don't think that this is a bad composition.
I don't think it's a bad matchup either.
Yeah, so like I think either way they're kind of chilling, but the cleave just seems so good. Like it seems like they could just sit on Absterge. There wasn't really too much that he could do about it. Peekaboo and WizK were just being denied damage and setups, and there's only a few scary moments in the match for CHIBAKU.
All right, we got the comps locked in. We know where we're going. We're going to Ashmane's Fall, big map. Can the move keep up their momentum from the last season? Or from the last series? Houston is playing a really good game. I feel like he's taking really good control of Peekaboo in that last round. He's paying attention to his melee and making sure that Absterge is on top of them as much as possible. He's thunderstorming Absterge out of his Unleashed shields. Like, Houston's not a main shaman. Like, I feel like he's coming into this season, and this is like the first time we're really seeing him as like the dedicated healer for his team, and now taking games off of Absterge, who is the dedicated shamans. Houston has leveled up an insane amount over these few years as a pro player in the AWC scene. It's been very impressive to see his journey and how they've built themselves up as a team. They were able to beat Echo in the second cup, utilizing this Demon Hunter, Destro, Resto Shaman comp. They've been very threatening and menacing, obviously, throughout this cross-region tournament as well. And now they're in the lead against the move, and the move really can't afford to lose on their picks and lose with their advantage in a series like this.
Yeah, definitely not. So we'll see what ends up going down. But yeah, that was a really good game number one for CHIBAKU TENSEI. But we'll see. The move, their backs are totally against the wall. Losing their first series, being in the lower bracket, every single series that they played so far since then has been an elimination series, and they're slowly finding their footing and getting back into the tournament. But I don't know, CHIBAKU, they're a really solid team. This team it has impressed me quite a bit. I mean, obviously some really big name players on the roster, but the way they're able to put it all together and perform, they've been looking really solid, just even since the cup stages. Really, really impressive. So I think this is going to be a really difficult matchup for the move.
All right, let's see what they can do. They might have hit their kryptonite here. Can they manage to overcome adversity when they're backed into a corner with the Shadow Priest, Rogue, and Shaman, their staple for all their fans at home? It looked rough for Absterge. I think this game might be a little bit easier on Absterge particularly, but it's going to be harder on WizK. He got destroyed by Raikou on that upper side with this composition, so he's got to be on his toes with that Demon Hunter going after him. Peekaboo just needs to keep trying to do what he's been doing throughout the entire day, getting the crowd control where he needs to, when he needs it, on DR as frequently as possible, so they can maximize their pressure, keep their opportunities open, and hopefully start taking some games against CHIBAKU. Otherwise, it's just going to be Liquid as the last hope for North America, and we'll see CHIBAKU versus Echo to see who is worthy of going up against Liquid in that grand final.
Yeah, it's a long road for all of these teams, and it's been a long road so far. I mean, the cup stages, I mean, I don't know how you feel about it, Sid, but this year has been absolutely insane. Like, I was talking a little bit to Raikou. He was saying that, like, the competition is the most difficult ever. Like, every single team is just, SS tier, doing really, really good, looking amazing. So, yeah, I'm really curious to see how it all does play out. But it seems like year after year, there's more teams that are better, that are more well-rounded, and it's really hard to call who's exactly going to win. And also, it seems like teams in general are putting in a lot more work to win, a lot more practice, being super consistent. So it's getting more and more crazy, and that's why we see matchups like the one we just saw that last series.
Yeah, every season, every year here, ramping up over time. This has got to be one of the most crazy tournaments we've ever had. I thought that the what was it, like a tiebreaker we had between Gum's team and Draco Cleave, where it was like a 2v3 was going to be the most insane moment. And then we get this last series with Trill doing that off. The best teams against each other, the most insane comeback moments I've ever seen. They've got 0 mana on either side, and you're just like, how did they come back from this? Like 6 or 7 times in a row, how do they come back from this? Like, this has got to be the craziest tournament of the year, and hopefully the move here are going to put on a show here and show what they've got. Although it does seem like the deck is going to be stacked against them a bit as far as matchup is concerned. But if they can't beat CHIBAKU with this comp, then they're not going to beat Echo, right? Like they have to be able to beat this comp, because it's just going to be what they're going to be seeing pretty much for the rest of the day.
Yeah, it's really tough. I wonder if there's any world where Peekaboo changes his spec. Like, assassination is 0. I feel like there's almost 0 chance.
No chance.
That's not gonna happen. Is subtlety rogue? Could subtlety rogue be good here? I kind of feel like no. Like,
I think it's the snap locked a couple times and won a couple games into a Demon Hunter, but then slowly it started not working. It got a couple wins where you weren't expecting it, and then it stopped working and people stopped doing it.
Yeah, so I just think that in terms of adaptation for the move, there's not really many places they can go. I guess for maps, they can go to these bigger maps. I think, what did it say? We're going to Ashamane's Fall for this one?
Yeah, Ashamane's Fall.
Yeah, so we're going to Ashamane's Fall, a little bit of a bigger map, potentially giving Upsurge more room to kite around, but a bit of a surprise compositional swap too. And maybe this is one of those situations where for the blind pick, they wanted to try to catch them off guard. And now they're just not allowing them to get comfortable. It's like, okay, game number 2, maybe they're going to be a little bit better into the cleave, but they just opt to go back to the Destro Warlock Demon Hunter for game number 2 and just really keep the move guessing in terms of what they want to run.
We got the win rates here. WizKid play rate 100%, 57% win rate on the Shadow Priest. The only player to play Shadow Priest this competitive season. Nobody else picking it up. Peekaboo in as well with the Outlaw Rogue, with 98% play rate overall, but only playing the Outlaw Rogue. And Absterge has been flexing on to multiple healers, which I think could be important in this series. I think if they do fight a cleave, that a Druid would actually be better. You can just fully hot up the Priest. He's going to be really tanky, and it buys them way more time. But in the meantime, they need to deal with this threat first, which is the Demon Hunter Destro Warlock. One of the most meta comps you can play right now at the moment. Limps is chasing down Peekaboo. He goes in the back line. They deny the Spectral Sight. He gets a fully channeled Void Torn. He's going to get full Mind Trauma stacks. It's a decent start for WizK. They get the cheap shot on Limps. He's loading dots. Nether Ward from Mercy to reflect the Vampiric Touch, trying to slow WizK down, but they get the blind on Fuston anyways into a gouge. WizK gets intercepted with the double stun from Limps. He's stacked up with Absurge. They're going to get cleaved a bit. Static Field doesn't pull anyone there. Limps gets feared away on his Metamorphosis. Really good Fear Silence cover to deny the burst of Limps in the opener, but here comes that Metamorphosis Essence Break. It's a big crit of damage onto WizK. He ducks into the Earthen Wall Totem of Absterge. Absterge is going to respect this cooldown and trade his Trinket, break free of crowd control, make sure that his heals can go. They get a gouge on a Fuston. Really good pressure onto Mercy. This damage is crazy from Peekaboo. He gets coiled, though, out in the middle of the map, and Fuston does enable Mercy to recover, actually because of the Hellstone of Mercy. He's likely only going to see one of those in the game. Observer is down. WizK, he's taking tons of damage from that. He's trying to trade out the Devouring Plagues. Mercy fakes a kick. He's trying to get a cast off here. Absurge into a lasso, into a full fear. Insane combo of CC between Fuston and Mercy. That's putting WizK further behind. Another fear from Mercy. Peekaboo's disrupting them with cheap shots, but WizK is still very low health if Limps can get there. He ducks over with the Fell Rush, reapplying the Throw Glaive. They're trying to get pressure, but Fuston's Hex. Is Mercy going to go down? Is WizK going to go down? It's really tight on both sides.
Oh, sap on Fuston, game-winning sap. He saps the Trinket into a cheap shot, into a silence. Mercy could easily fall, but Fuston blocks it. Spirit Link, Life Swap comes in from WizK at the same time. So back and forth. That was such a nice setup there by the move. They net basically every defensive that Mercy and Fuston have available. But in the meantime, Limps was able to create quite a panic and gets a lot of cooldowns out of WizK also. So this is still anyone's game at this point, but I would say the move is ahead right now here, Sid.
Well, let's see if they can close it out. Getting ahead is one thing, but winning the game is another. Observer is getting insane value on WizK. They finally kill it, but everybody is dead. Absurge goes for a Hex. It's not on Fuston, though. They silence him at the end of the blind. They need damage right now. They need damage so desperately onto Mercy. WizK's ducking around the corner. They're abandoning the push as Mercy ports away. Peekaboo's in a 1v2 against Fuston and Mercy. Limps is in a 1v2, losing against WizK and Absurge at the moment. He's limping away from both of them at the moment, but then he ducks in for a double stun. They might swap to Peekaboo behind the pillar. He's really overextended. Peekaboo is so deep right now. He's stunned an enemy enemy territory. Abster just trying to get there. Chaos Bolt flies through, gets grounded. I think right there, it was just immune. There's no grounding totem down for Abster. I can't believe that Chaos Bolt didn't close it out there on a peekaboo. He trades evasion, he recovers, but Houston's trinket's coming up. They have to win the game on this CC chain. They need the perfect CC chain, a gouge, kidney, fear. They need every CC. They get the gouge into the lightning lasso. They need the fear. Can they connect the fear onto Houston? They get the silence. It doesn't look like they have fear, actually. It's 10 seconds away. I don't think silence is long enough. Mercy fakes the kick. He's spam fearing peekaboo out of the match. Mercy will recover. And now Houston has his medallion available to trade for the next crowd control chain. Limps is going to play more aggressively, stacking up on Whiskey and Absturge. Big cleave. Double fear from Whiskey. Insane double fear. Actually gets the trinket from Houston. Nice. He gets the Dark Ascension off. He's got big damage incoming on Mercy here. He gets pulled into the middle of the map. Void Torrent. He gets shut down, though, by the spell lock of Mercy. And now there's an Observer. He does get knocked behind the pillar, but they got to be worried of that Observer. Peekaboo kills it off with a pistol shot. Mercy is still just dying. Double Infernal into double Shadow Fury. Mercy ports on top of Whiskey. This is really risky to make that maneuver. He's taking so much damage. Houston crashes in with a healing surge right before the full blind. Mercy gates away from Peekaboo in the imprison into a stun. Limps is peeling perfectly. Whiskey with no dispersion. And I think CHIBAKU, they're in a great position now to turn this game around.
Maybe not. Lightning lasso into fear onto Houston. Mercy is still in a lot of trouble, but in the meantime, WizKid is getting blasted. Mercy portals away. He's just so far from Houston. Houston's having a really difficult time actually connecting keels. Can he land it? Riptide comes in. Earth Shield as well. But is it enough? Earthen Wall Totem might deflect the attack, but he just does not have the healing. WizKid's in so much trouble. Mercy could also fall. We could get a cross kill here. Full kidney shot onto Houston. The darkness comes down by Limps, backing up Mercy, and now it's WizKid who has to retreat.
Static. They pull Mercy out of the darkness. He ports back on top of Absturge. He's trying to fake the kicking Nether Wards, but he gets thunderstormed. Insane thunderstorm. Nether Ward would immune the wind shear, so Absturge had to use a knockback instead, and he reacted quickly enough to stop that fear. He's got no trinket. Whiskey has no dispersion. Really good thunderstorm there from Absturge, but now they're stacked up. They're going to stun Limps. Maybe a swap to the Demon Hunter? Does Peekaboo have a restun? Can they actually drop Limps? He gets another walk off in between the stuns. Now there's a full fear on Houston. Whiskey gets the Dark Ascension off. They're going for the kill. They need to swap to Limps. They cheap shot him DR. Can they drop him in time? Whiskey is so low at the moment. Hex onto Houston, insane Hex, but Whiskey could die. Dispersion in 12 more seconds. He goes for the Void Torrent. He fakes the kick. He's flash healing. He manages to stabilize, and he's 6 seconds away from dispersion. Absturge has Trinket Link. The move are in a great commanding position in terms of defense and Limps. He doesn't have much left here, but a full fear on Absturge forces his Trinket. He's going to drop a grounding totem down on the Nether Ward Refear, but he gets stunned anyways, and Mercy might get CC. No, he gets put into the kidney shot. Whiskey greater fades, tosses out a defensive fear with a full blind onto Houston, setting up damage, but they're going on Mercy, and Mercy has cooldowns. He's going to Dark Pack. They're going to have to power through it. Can they actually power through it? On any resolve? Is it enough? He's out of line of sight. Houston is stunned by Absturge, and the move! The link is not close enough, and the move come back 1-1.
I think it was a game-winning static field totem from Absurge once again. He ripped Limps and Houston away from Mercy. They were not able to connect that Spirit Link totem. I'm really looking forward to seeing this replay because I think it was just a positional thing. And these players in this tournament so far are using the static field totems, seeing Samayam use Typhoon. They're doing such a good job with their spatial awareness and creating space and distance and making it awkward to get the Spirit Link totem off. It's a really good heads-up play, but that was such a close game, too.
Oh, my God, dude. I think we're going the distance. I think we're going to the distance again here. Imagine it's a Game 5, NAEU, and another 2v3 happens. What if a 1v3?
How close this is. Oh, my goodness.
Every single moment of this game is just a heart attack waiting to happen. Absturge is lava bursting at this moment. Whiskey gets the fake cast on this kick here. Absturge grounds a Refear. I think just in a moment from now, Whiskey needs to buy like 5 more seconds. He's just getting destroyed. He survives that storm, but gets enough time. He's supporting with the off heals with the flash heals this whole time. Like, just as a Demon Hunter knocking on his door right there, like The Shining. Like, here's Johnny on his doorstep, breaking down the door, and Whiskey just is panicking in the corner, pressing flash heal. He survives, and then the game-winning moves here from Absturge in those final seconds, where he static fields Houston behind the corner, out of range of the link, and he takes Limps out of the game, and he stuns him, and the link comes down. Like, he's just got to toss it, right? He's like, got to hope that he can get into it, and then knocks him away.
Absturge is crazy.
We see you, Absturge.
I saw that.
We see you.
The static field totem projection into the root, into the lightning lasso, into the knock. I've had the misfortune of playing into Absturge and like solo shuffle. He is so abusive on the shaman. I just not enjoy myself, and I'm sure during those moments that is really, really tough to deal with. But I mean, that was close, right? Chibaku Tensei, that was the home field advantage for the move, and they made that extremely close.
Okay, now I'm thinking small map cleave time.
Yeah,
Map
probably.
cleave time, and what are you going to do with that? I actually think maybe I should try sub in a cleave.
Really?
I don't know. I feel like it would be like a nice little curveball. Just something, just one game of it. I don't think it's something you play
Assassination.
consistently. Why though?
Big damn.
I mean,
It's not going to happen.
it's not. Gonna,
Pikachu's not going to change off Ella.
Insta lock. There's no discussion of it. Just insta lock. Same thing. Chibaku are 100% going Warrior DH.
You think so?
Yep. It's time to
There you
train
go.
Absturge, guys. It's like, if Houston wants revenge, like, yeah, that static field on me, buddy. You're not doing that this time. I got my melee buddies here to train you down.
Very, very interesting. But it also makes me wonder why they didn't play this comp. I just realized Mercy is the Warlock as well as the Warrior. So it makes me wonder why he didn't play Warrior in game number 2. Maybe it was just an experiment. Maybe they really were trying to throw the move off their gameplay. Like I'm not exactly sure, but I wonder if Chibaku does end up winning this, they kind of just stick with the cleave composition, because it definitely seems super convincing in game number 1.
I mean, I think we're about to see even more how convincing it is here. Maybe they're throwing the move above. It's probably like you said with the ping, right? Like with melee DPS, I think higher ping is probably more difficult, especially if melee range kick. So like in a matchup like this, where landing kicks could be important. So it could be when they're paying ping disadvantage, they want to play less melee, and also a big map. Maybe there's a problem with a big map where the move may have more opportunities, and like the Demon Hunter Destro can win. I mean, how close was it for them to win anyways? But I think the small map,
true.
when you got the ping and it's a small map and you can just train the shaman, then there shouldn't be really much debate for them, and that's why they just almost immediately locked this one in.
Yeah, and this is really tough for Absturge. Having a Warrior and a Demon Hunter just kind of train you down. It's one of those things, right, where Absturge, you do have to kite, you do have to run away, or you're inevitably going to die, but you really have to pick those moments to still be in line of sight of Peekaboo, to dispel him out of roots, and assist Wiz K as well, and maybe deny Houston hexes that he's landing or whatever. So it's a tough one for Absturge. I'm curious to see what they do end up doing. Maybe put a little bit more focus on the DPS, or maybe I feel like the move, they might even just want to go after Houston. Like, what do you think about that? Like, just way more pressure on the shaman. Maybe allow Peekaboo to fall back and peel occasionally on Mercy and Limps, and allow Wiz K to come back and peel occasionally, but kind of just make it a little bit of a healer race. Do you think there's any shot that the Shadow Priest Rogue could win that race?
I mean, double fear, double roots, double static. I think they've got more CC to peel them away. They could turn it into a healer race. I'm not totally against it. I think training the shaman right now in the current state, if you can, is not a bad option. They could definitely try it. I wouldn't be against them trying it. They got to do something a little weird, I think, at least on one of these, if they're going to come back in the series and try and get the advantage for the rest of it.
Whew, this has been such an amazing day. Like, this whole tournament has just been so awesome, and obviously for these competitors, I mean, it's got to be super stressful. Every single team you're playing against is just such phenomenal players, such phenomenal rosters, bringing in the best compositions in the game. I feel like the move is in kind of a difficult spot because they really only do have that one composition, and everybody knows what they're going to be running. The main advantage is they play the comp so incredibly well, but Chibaku Tensei, they have a lot more answers, which you could argue is a pretty big advantage here.
Yeah, definitely. I think especially if Houston couldn't play a shaman though, if he's like a druid, then obviously the move, like they just took out Lava in the same matchup. It's that big of a difference having Houston on a shaman as opposed to.
What do you think about
Jackson
Houston on shaman?
Druid.
Maybe
I
we
think
can talk
he's
about
insane on Resto Shaman.
Yeah, so do I.
I think you could easily compare him right now to like any other shaman.
Yep.
And we're gonna it's a chance for him to prove that comparison as well. If he wins the series against Absturge, and then he has to go against Lone Tar, and if he somehow beats Lone Tar, and then he's going up against Sea-Doo and somehow beats Sea-Doo, then we know who's the top shaman.
Yep. And Houston, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure like when he debuted himself, he was a Windwalker monk. Like I'm pretty sure he was mostly like a cleave player. Like he played the Windwalker monk, he played the Demon Hunter. When I was checking the Soul Shuffle ladder, he is still really high rated on his Windwalker monk, I do believe. So it is nice. I feel like shaman in general, their toolkit lends itself really nicely to kind of damage-oriented players, right? Like, sure, he's playing a healer, but you have so many offensive tools right now with the lightning lasso and the static field and the capacitor totems, and big lava burst where you really can assist your team offensively. And having that offensive mindset on the Shaman seems to be really important.
It definitely is. I love playing my Shaman because of that. Static field is like the most fun ability in the game. All the knockbacks, all the ways you can disrupt people and reposition them. There's insane things you can do as the Shaman to control the end of a game and the flow of a match. So there's always little opportunities you can take over. It's actually starting to win my heart as far as my favorite healer. I felt like Disc was. Obviously, Disc is not super strong in the meta right now, but just the way it plays, I've always enjoyed. But I think Shaman might actually be taking that spot for my favorite healer at the moment, just because it can contribute damage like Disc, and it's got all these little repositional tools that make it super fun. You just feel like a playmaker the whole time. It's got great mana, obviously. I think it's the best mana of any healer, except maybe if you're going against Sea-Doo, because you can somehow out-mana a Shaman on an Invoker. It's really well-rounded, super fun to play. A nice balance of aggression and defense at the moment, but here we are into hook point. It's game number 3. Can the move steal the swing match away from CHIBAKU? They need to find a way to flip this map in their advantage, because game 1, Absterge was getting totally destroyed, and it's even harder on this map to be trained down as a Shaman.
Here we go. What are they going to be able to do? Absterge, he is going to get trained from start to finish if it's anything like game number 1. He could be moving forward right now, getting caught into a root immediately, but that's going to get dispelled off from Absterge. His position very far away. Looks like WizK is going to be caught into an intimidating shout. That breaks, and now it's Limps, who's taking quite a beating here in the midfield as they're struggling to get on target. But once they get to Absterge, I think they're never going to get off. It is unrelenting. Big hunt. Absterge might just fall here in the opener. Void Shift comes in, overlapped with Astral Shift, and that is not good for the move.
Okay, they're down some of their biggest cooldowns in less than 30 seconds right now. Absterge is casting Lava Burst at the pillar right now. They're going to swap to him at any moment. As soon as Mercy's out of this kidney shot, I would imagine they're just going to duck over and stun lock him again. Probably forces Trinket Link. Here's the Storm Bolt. Here's a Fear as well on a Peekaboo. What is WizKid? Does he have a life grip maybe? Blade Storm is ramping up Mercy's damage to a huge level. He's going to pre-die by the sword to just stay aggressive. They're popping defensive cooldowns so they don't need to retreat. Nice Healing Tide replacement by Absterge. He puts it on that fence line so that Healing Tide isn't going to get killed by the melee DPS as he roots them. Really good positioning with the double Fear, actually a triple Fear cheap shot. This is insane right now from the move. If there was a chance, this is the chance they need, and they actually get Darkness from Limps. If Absterge can give his team maybe 3 minutes of opportunities, I could see them pulling this off.
Yeah, oh, static field totem, but unfortunately for Absterge, Houston matches it, and now he's just in the middle of the map, taking a lot of damage, retreating back to the pillar, trying to get to some line of sight, but once again, a beautiful, intimidating shout coming in from Mercy. It's been absolutely menacing in this match, and Absterge, once again, is on the rope. He's in so much trouble. Spirit Link Totem is one of the only answers left, but he's opting to greet it. Double Earthen Wall Totem.
Oh, that Imprison.
No! Imprison on his Aura Mastery. Absterge, he needs the healing. He's in so much trouble. His whole team is falling apart. Spirit Link might not do anything. It doesn't redistribute much health whatsoever. Everybody's 20% health. Absterge needs to find some healing. He needs to find it now, but I don't know if he's going to be able to. Peel's coming in from Peekaboo in desperation, throwing a full blind on Houston, going aggressive here onto Mercy, but I don't know if the move's going to be able to recover.
Absterge is trying to run away, and Ghost Wolf Limps is chasing him down. Peekaboo's in a shockwave. Mercy's going after Peekaboo. Mercy might just slap him out of game number 3. Mercy trinkets for the kill. Insane pressure on a Peekaboo. They proc his Chi Death. And Absterge, what can you do? You need to buy your team at least 2 more minutes. You've got absolutely nothing left at this point. Peekaboo, does he have DRs? Absterge is getting KO'd. They're all over the move right now. They're getting crushed by the executes of Mercy, and that lasso from Houston is insult to injury. Double kill to CHIBAKU.
I mean, this was just CHIBAKU TENSEI from start to finish. The move that managed to deny them for about the first 20 seconds of the game, but once CHIBAKU TENSEI was able to stay on target, just some really clean plays. That imprisonment on the Aura Mastery was definitely a game winner, like just completely slowing down the heals of Absterge when he needed them the most. The static fields matching coming in from Houston, so anytime Absterge would get a static field on Limps and Mercy, Houston would say, you're going nowhere, and just bring him back in. Here it is, that imprisonment. And I mean, if you're a shaman and you've been in that situation, it's a nightmare. I mean, you're basically just spamming out Riptides and Earth Shields, and you have a few moments where you have big heals with that Aura Mastery getting imprisoned. Absolute nightmare. Spirit Link Totem really not doing anything as well. He's hoping for Ascendance procs. He's got the Nature Swiftness, but it's just not enough healing. And CHIBAKU TENSEI, they just played this one really well.
I feel like they need more burst damage on the side of the move. I feel like Houston is just not pressured enough in this type of situation. The Shadow
Priest,
Priest,
overall damage is super low too.
They need more. This is not going to be enough, at least on the small maps. Maybe it depends on what the big map, if they lock that Destro Warlock because they're able to win, but it could even just close out on a big map right now. I really think CHIBAKU should just send the melee cleave as a blind lock.
I think so too. I think there's absolutely no reason to. Like, sure, the map size matters a little bit, but I feel like as this cleave and with their strategy, any map is just as big as them training Absterge, right? Like, I don't think he's really going to be able to get away. So to me, it makes sense for them to just lock in the cleave once again. Game number 1, game number 3 have been super convincing in favor of CHIBAKU TENSEI. And for the move, I'm definitely worried for them here. And I do wonder what kind of adaptations they can make, because this is looking like a really tough matchup.
What can they do, man? Peekaboo, like, he's got a bunch of alts, right? Like, we got Peekaboo Warrior. Does that do anything? Instead of Rogue, he intervenes and the disarms. Does that slow down the damage for Absterge? Double shockwaves. WizKid can maybe chase down the healer with Stun Fear. Is Warrior any better? Demon Hunter? Maybe WizKid plays a lock. I feel like you just don't want to be a shaman in this matchup. I feel like if Absterge is a druid, it actually might just be way better.
You think so?
That's what we saw with Lontar in a series in the upper bracket, I think. He played a druid, and it was just like night and day. Healing a cleave as a druid compared to a shaman, or healing against a cleave compared to a druid.
I really wonder if they will make any changes. Like, my prediction for them was that they're just going to play the same comp the entire way through.
I think Absterge should play a druid right now.
You think so? You think he will, though? Like, you think he should, but will he? You think there's any
It's
chance
a decent map to drink. It's not like terribly... I think he should play a druid in the cleave matchup. And he's put so much work into all these other healers too, and I think in this situation it's going to be better. You just keep full hots on druid, on yourself and on the priest, and the rogue he's kind of just okay to do whatever he wants, right? And as long as you only have to worry about healing 2 targets, druid is really strong.
You don't think that they would maybe have mana issues? Like, would he realistically be able to sneak away and drink?
Well, he could also clone more too. Maybe he gets clones on the DPS. They can go fused in. I don't think he wants to be a shaman, man. There's no way. There's no chance. You can't be a paladin. You can't be a shaman. Evoker might be okay. Maybe, but I haven't seen Absterge play that, so that's probably not an option. This priest is not good enough, I think, to play at this level. Okay. They're taking the move. They're taking Liquid's comp.
WizK Balance Druid. All right. Here we go. It's something we have seen before, but I really don't know how much they've practiced this.
I just wonder. I mean, it's got to be better, right? Like, the Cyclones on the DPS when you're training the Shaman. I feel like you can't just ignore the Boomkin. He can get clones off DR as opposed to waiting for the Fear CD, which is, I think, about twice the diminishing return time. So you can get twice as much CC on Fuston. You get to soak interrupts more too, because clone is more important to kick, right? You can just ignore VT and ignore the Shadow Priest for the most part, and you don't have to put any kicks, so you can just put them all into Absterge. Now you have to put kicks into the Boomkin. I think I like this. I think they had to change something, and I think this is definitely better than running the Shadow Priest.
Yeah, I think I would agree with that. I just wonder, how much practice do they have with it offensively? I think if WizK is left alone, that's when he's going to be able to, do a lot. So maybe CHIBAKU TENSEI, they actually change up their strategy as well and just don't go after Absterge as much, go after the Balance Druid, and then it comes down to, fake casting. On the Druid, if you're able to fake cast Cyclones and actually land those Cyclones, you can be a total, playmaker like we've seen from Sam I Am. If you're consistently being interrupted, you're locked into bear form, that's when the game just really spirals out of control and when people can struggle on that Balance Druid quite a bit.
Okay. The move, they're bringing in WizK on Boomkin. It's got to be enough or they're out of the tournament. If they lose any game from this point, they will be out in 4th place, I believe. They're battling for a chance at 2nd and 3rd and a chance at the grand finals. They had to reverse sweep with the Boomkin, and we saw Liquid do it. It's possible, but it's brutal. It's possible, but it's brutal. And we even saw Sidu switch from Shaman in that matchup earlier. So is Shaman going to be enough here for Absterge? Is WizK on Boomkin going to be enough? Do they have enough reps on this comp? Because they're fighting CHIBAKU, who have been playing these comps the entire time. Did they put the Boomkin on the back burner too much, Like, I feel like I've watched WizK when Absterge is streaming. He's a lot of time on lock. So I'm hoping they've got this up to speed, because like Sam said, if you're not playing the Moonkin at the absolute pinnacle, this could still be really difficult for them.
Yeah. And I mean, it's not an easy matchup either. Warrior, Demon Hunter, Resto Shaman, if you're being trained down by that, like, it's it can definitely be tough. I think Peekaboo's going to have to set him up quite a bit, and I think he will. So I definitely wouldn't count the move out just yet, but they are finally being forced off of their RPS, and I can't blame them. They really had to make a change. I think there's almost no shot they were going to win that if they weren't playing with the Druid. Like if they continue to just play the Shadow Priest, that was going to be a really tough call. But a lot on the line for this game. If the move loses this, they are eliminated from the tournament, and it will be CHIBAKU TENSEI getting a rematch here with Echo. The winner of that obviously going to be playing against Liquid in the finals. So for both these teams, still quite a long journey. But for the move, this game is so important for them.
North America, you know, life is on the line right here. One of the few remaining teams. It'll only be 2 European teams and 1 North American team for the rest of the tournament if they're knocked out here and now. The Moonkin needs to be enough from WizK. Do they copy the tech? I think that's the most important thing. I feel like people don't copy Trill's build, and Trill's build is the best. You should copy Trill. Trill is the homework you should be copying. Not that you should cheat. Don't cheat. But you should copy Peekaboo's, or copy Trill's build. If he doesn't have that, what's it called?
Cut to the chase?
Cut to the chase where you get extra haste. WizK's not going to be able to fake cast. That's why Sam can fake cast, is because Trill is playing a talent that gives him more haste. So if Peekaboo doesn't remember to change his build, and WizK's just getting spam kicked the whole game, this could be really bad.
Yeah, we'll see. I'm going to keep an eye on it and see what he does end up playing. But Limps moving in here with Mercy. Mercy getting stopped here in the middle of the map with a kidney shot on full blind on Houston. So Peekaboo wanting to get that early momentum and aggression. Imprisonment comes out though. Gouge on the Houston. He still can't get the heals here onto Mercy, who's in a little trouble, popping the dive by the sword, and they are still just going after Absurge. But look at that. A Cyclone lands, and this is why you bring in the Balance Druid. All of a sudden, Absurge is going to be feeling a lot more safe with that control from the Balance Druid.
It's also, I feel like, more consistent burst. It's not like the highest peak burst that Shadow can achieve, but you can do burst more often. So it's going to be more threatening. Nice Cyclone so far on the Warrior. Now rotating it onto the Demon Hunter. Absurge is looking way more safe with the Moonkin pick. They stun WizK. Limps doesn't care, man. This is full Zug. He's just chasing Absurge. I-beam while he's rooted. Mercy is charging in. I mean, they got room to breathe, right? They can be reckless. Even if they lose this game, they still have a game 5. So this is going to be a lot of pressure for Absurge because CHIBAKU basically have nothing to lose. They can play as reckless as they want to, and it's up to the move. They have to punish this recklessness and find a window of opportunity to slip through the cracks. Healing Tide Totem gets sniped. They Thunderstorm the Warrior. He leaps over. Root Beam. I don't think Houston changed his talents. I think he was stuck in that Root Beam. They clone him into a Gouge, and if he didn't switch to Spirit Walk and he's stuck in full Root Beams, if he actually didn't, this could be critical. They're actually swapping to Houston with a Kidney Shot possibly into a cheap shot, maybe a clone. No, they're going to clone the Warrior, static field the Warrior and the Demon Hunter away into a Root. Insane setup on Houston. I love the way the move are playing this right now. They've got so much CC for the melee DPS that training the healer could actually be easier for them, but Mercy with another insane fear. Absurge is dying to dots while he's in the fear at the moment. But it looks like he got a precog proc. What was that interrupt that came through? Absurge wasn't even casting there. It was a bit of a premature wind share from Houston. Maybe he sheared the wrong target. Maybe meant for it's a sheer WizK, but that gave him precognition, so they couldn't stun him out of the fear. Absurge is still just dying. He needs a little bit of support here, but WizK is stunned and can't give it to him. Here comes the hunt. It's match point. And the clones are good. They come through on a Mercy, and Mercy's actually not trinketing. I think Mercy realized, like, if I trinket aggressively, I might die in a kidney setup, so he doesn't want to trinket anything other than a kidney go on himself.
Yeah, and Absurge now under fire. Limps and Mercy just on target. Root Solar Beam comes in, but Houston's able to get out of it. Needs a lot of healing here, though. Limps and Mercy are in trouble. But the Healing Tide Totem is down for Houston. He's looking to stabilize his team. Beautiful static field totem from Absurge once again, but he is under fire. 50% health. The full stun lands. He's forced to trade out his trinket, and there's no Void Shift, so keep that in mind. That's one of those really important abilities from the Shadow Priest that Absurge is not going to have the luxury of having, but the Cyclones are just denying. Full Cyclone here on the Houston, and it's Mercy on the back foot. It gets dismantled, but he is throwing caution to the wind. He does not care. They are making this push on Absurge. They want to get the Spirit Link Totem. They want to close out this game. The move. This is their last chance. Beautiful fear coming in. Lightning lasso from Houston, and that's it. Nicely done there by CHIBAKU TENSEI. They are looking on fire.
Oh my god, the Boomkin swap not going to be enough. Absurge is going to drop, and CHIBAKU with this melee cleave. I actually wonder if this is a comp that they could play with the rest of the tournament. Like, maybe like a mage lock? Oh my god, it's going to be such an insane mind game in the blind pick against Echo, because I bet they won't like a double caster into this. But if they lock a non-double caster into it, they're going to lose. Oh my god, the blind pick could be absolutely nutty here for the next series against Echo. The move tried to put up a fight. They tried to make a comp swap, but it is not enough in the end. CHIBAKU are now moving into the second, third opportunity position and looking to try and steal away Echo's chance at a rematch in the grand finals. You were thinking there's a chance here, you know, with Incarnation coming out from WizK. Houston hides his Healing Tide Totem in the corner. You see it right there. And WizK tries to snipe it, but it already got value. Houston procs Ascendance and easily recovers from it. So what could they have possibly have done here? Peekaboo has a trinket. They clone Limps. Absurge casts the heal. He tops himself. What could they have possibly done? Whiskey gets imprisoned, no trinket. Peekaboo gets shockwaved. They pop Essence Break. And he doesn't really have any cooldowns for Essence Break. All he could really do is Link now, is all I'm thinking. Because then
he gets Unleash Shield. It's actually a good Unleash Shield, but it just doesn't end up mattering.
They get triple feared, and he can't Tremor because it's not breaking.
He's dying in fear. Oh.
Peekaboo could have trinketed.
Yeah.
I don't know if he had any CC, but he could have trinketed. Is the only thing.
Insane. I can't believe
he could have trinket kicked the lasso, right? And then he can get the Link? Or did he Aura Mastery it?
Well, he's out of line of sight, so I mean, we can.
How close was he to Fusing? Like trinket cloak so you don't get re-CC'd and then kick. Could he have done it? Let's see where Peekaboo is next to Fusing. He's already put Fusing on DR. I don't think he has DRs. I think everybody's been stunned and everybody's been disarmed. So I don't think Peekaboo has any CC. The only thing he has is kick. He can't stun anybody. He can't disarm anybody. And I think they're all on clone DR. All he can do is kick. So where does Fusing go and where does Peekaboo go? Because the lasso is why he died. If they could stop the lasso, they don't have Solar Beam. He's behind the pillar. Peekaboo is sort of close to him right now. He gets feared. He doesn't want to trinket because he's thinking he'll be able to Tremor, right? He gets static fielded away from him. So at this point, if he trinketed now, there's no way. I mean, maybe. If he trinket cloak, step kicks, I think he could. If it would have been like instant trinket cloak, step kick or something.
The intimidating shouts are so nice. I mean, Mercy is using this ability incredibly well. Like the triple fears on Absurge, they're kind of just letting it sit, letting him rot down, getting the stuns out of it. There was a change as well to fear, so there's a higher threshold on all fears in the game before they break to damage. So there's a little bit more leniency there, right? If you are going to fear up Absurge and he does have some Demon Hunter bleeds on him, you've got some Warrior bleeds on him, it's not going to break right away. So I think the patience we're seeing with those intimidating shouts has been really crucial to some of the success we're seeing from CHIBAKU.
Yeah, I mean, every fear we've seen from Mercy just seems so strong. Gets so much value. Like, what was that stun lock? If you count the fear into the lasso, it was like almost a 10-second stun lock between both abilities. So, really impressive showing from CHIBAKU. Fuson's going to get a chance to show what he's got on the Restoration Shaman as they take out the move in the lower bracket. They advance against Echo, and they get is it a rematch from the upper side?
It is.
It's a rematch. So, and this is a series where compositions matter a lot. Like this blind pig, I'm wondering what kind of wild stuff we're going to see from the blind pig between these guys.
Didn't Echo actually end up winning a mirror? Sorry.
No.
I think they won a mirror against CHIBAKU Tensei, didn't they? Brought in Raikou and the Demon Hunter and actually,
the series yesterday?
Yeah, I think so.
I think it ended in a mirror, yeah. Mercy, I remember Channel gating on top of him and using all his cooldowns to kill him, basically. Like walling on top of him and killing him. So maybe it just ends up, I don't think they lock mirror. I think it's some weird cleave variant in game one from both teams. Because I don't think they want to play the cleave or play the lock into the cleave. So I think they'll play some weird cleave variant from both teams. We'll likely see Waz for the first time. I feel like this is not... When was the last time we saw Waz? Have we seen Waz yet? Waz is not typically on the bench for this.
No, we saw him
time.
cleave. No. They played Outlaw Demon Hunter at some point.
Yeah, so I think we'll see that. I think we're going to see Waz.
Okay. All right. Well, let us know what you guys want to see them play if you are in chat. But we can take a look here at the bracket. That is the end of the move, unfortunately. They made it quite a long ways, though, in the lower bracket, but CHIBAKU Tensei just was too much of a challenge for them. I mean, you guys touched on it a bit. I like that they kind of tried a different composition. You know, the last time we even saw WizK on balance was last season. So they switched things up, weren't able to make it happen, and that is going to be the end of the road for them. So I am very excited for this matchup. Blind pick definitely going to be super important. So we can talk about that later when we get back from the break and actually get to that series. Of course, though, we are going to go to another movement movement guesser segment powered by Warcraft logs. So let's take a look here at this one.
All right, what do we got?
All right.
Did she just pull a Zico?
Nagrand.
Hook point.
No, I don't choose that.
I'm doing it. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna try, see how it works.
I'm thinking, well, interesting. 1 sec, let me just think real quick. I'm going to hook point. Hook point.
What?
Final answer.
I'm going... Yeah, I think hook point is right, but I have to say Nagrand just because you guessed it, right? Like, I have to go with something different.
No, because
I don't know.
I guessed it. I guessed Negrin. I mean, you can.
Oh, I can't go
copy me if you
Negrin
want.
either.
You are
Empyrean.
the one that
I'm
suggests
YOLOing
copying
it.
homework.
Empyrean.
All right.
YOLO.
Right.
Empyrean.
YOLO. Maybe they're only playing on one pillar. I don't know.
You're right. That's a good thing.
Oh, we're all wrong.
Wait,
We are all wrong.
No.
We're all fired. That's it. Sorry, guys.
Oh boy.
Show's
oh
cut.
boy.
I'm getting worse and worse at this. Every round that goes by, I've gotten worse. Like, it's insane. Over the course of like a couple of weeks, I've gotten completely washed at this game. Like,
So you're supposed to like know when you're on top and retire when you're on top. Don't.
I don't think that was an option. Like,
We have to keep guessing. We need to rely on the chat. We need to be like, what does the chat think, and then go
then wait for
give us
2
the
minutes
answer.
and then it's a good idea. All right. Well,
Yeah.
hopefully chat did a little better than us. They did not. They went with my answer, which is always a mistake. 43% voting for New Grand Arena. All right, well, if you want to level up your gameplay, you can go head over to archon.gg/wow, and you can check out a lot of the handy information that is over there. So thank you so much for Warcraft Logs for that segment. Super, super fun. So speaking of fun, for us, maybe not so much for the players, because this is definitely going to be a tough one. We have got couple of matches left in the day. Of course, we have got Liquid waiting up there in the grand finals, waiting for a competitor coming from this next up series. Is it going to be Echo or is it going to be CHIBAKU TENSEI getting up to the grand finals? Find out next after this break. See you in a bit. Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We have more exciting gameplay coming up. It is Echo versus CHIBAKU Tensei. We are really getting down to the wire of finding who our champion of the midseason clash is going to be. There's a lot on the line as well, not only bragging rights, but a significant prize pool. And even the loser of this match, no matter how it does end, Zico, they're going to be taking home, quite a bit.
Absolutely. I mean, right now you are just battling. You are the final 3 teams left in the tournament. You are battling to try to get as many points as possible, or to try to get as far as possible. Sorry, there's been a lot of points in the past, but there's no points here. There is money on the line, though. However, if you win this match, you essentially earn $8,000 difference between the 3rd place and 2nd place. And if you can, and you still have the chance, of course, to go for that lion's share $40,000 first place. So each one of these games is really going to start doubling the prize pool, so it is very, very important. Even if you end up in 2nd place, it happens. It's
happens.
Still a
decent
chunk of money. Yeah, it does.
Yeah, those turn into expensive losses if you kind of think about it like that. But yeah, like we said, pressure is on quite a bit on the line. And also, it's becoming an EU and NA. I'm glad that we have both regions still representing here. Of course, Team Liquid up in the grand finals waiting for a competitor. So no matter how this does end, I think it's going to make for a very exciting rest of the day, and it's still going to be EU versus NA in the grand finals no matter who does take this one home. And also the interesting thing to note here, Echo actually seed number 3 going into this, and it's CHIBAKU Tensei that has been dominating the EU region for the first couple of cups leading into this weekend. So the big question, Supatis, is Echo going to return to their former first place all of the time, every single tournament glory, or is CHIBAKU Tensei going to keep forging their path of being number 1 in EU?
I mean, Echo did beat them 3-1 already in the upper bracket, and they were as close as you can come to just beating Liquid in that last series and just being in the spot over there. The only thing I'm really drawing into question for them is whether or not they're maybe fatigued, because going up against Liquid, whereas CHIBAKU is kind of trained down Absterge for a few games. I feel like it was not as stressful as Echo versus Liquid.
You're hitting the nail on its head there. I don't know if you've, because I was on break, so I was quickly checking, to see what the players are saying. And on Twitter, I saw multiple tweets from the Echo boys, like Lontar, saying, can I just go to bed right now? I feel so drained after that series that they had against Liquid. So, but this is the time to be a champion, right? This is the time to rise up. You just had a gruesome defeat. You had the finals in your sight. You held it in your hand, and then you just let it slip away. You dropped it. So now is the time to either sulk and end it in 3rd place, or rise up and become a champion.
I think Lontar tweeted.
This is the test.
I think Lontar tweeted, "I want to go to bed."
Yeah, he did.
So, I mean, hopefully...
I can't blame him. It was like that game that they played against Liquid was just the most amazing game I've ever seen. So
I want to go to bed.
Losing that, I can relate.
Yeah. You can relate? Is that what you said?
Yeah, no, I mean, as a spectator. Right. Not relate fully, but, I can imagine how he feels in that situation.
Yeah. Well,
I haven't gotten 2v3 on my way into the finals, but yeah.
Hey, you still
doesn't
could.
sound fun.
No, definitely don't envy any of these players, because these matches just continue to get tougher and tougher, and really every single team has been completely relentless. I haven't seen anybody really not at the top of their game this weekend from any of these teams in any of these matches, and I just feel like that goes to show, Sid, how tough this competition is and how much these players want it.
Yeah, I mean, they have to give CHIBAKU as much respect as Liquid, because it's a very similar caliber level of team, right? They're number 1 seed from Europe, so they have to come in with some more energy. They got to get some David Goggins quotes. They got to start stealing some souls right now if they're gonna come back, because that was a crazy 5-game series in that upper side, and they got to keep their energy level high, not only for this, and then they got to do it again against Liquid in a best of 7, man. The stamina is being tested right now for their team. This is going to be a marathon for them to be able to make it back into this grand final. And CHIBAKU, I feel like they're warmed up. They got a couple games of training the Shaman. We're feeling pretty good. So what is Echo going to throw in here? Is Lontar going to start as a Druid if it's a cleave matchup? What's going to happen? He is. Oh, they got what they wanted. They got the Druid into the cleave. Ooh. I think Echo got what they wanted here. If CHIBAKU locked in Demon Hunter and Warlock, I actually wonder how good it would have been for them. But I think Druid is favored in the cleave. This is what I would have liked to have seen from Absterge, was the Druid pick as well. I think it's going to be a lot tougher for this melee cleave.
Yeah, this is going to be a spicy one here. Lontar coming in here on his Restoration Druid, and we'll see here. Typically, what we're expecting to see right now is, of course, Tunnel Fuston. But Fuston is playing Burrow, and we have seen him kind of deal with these cleaves in the past, but already Mercy in a Cyclone, Limps in a cheap shot. They do get the root there out of the cheap shot. Look at that. Look at Lontar and Fuston already in a 2v1 situation. They're behind the pillar with the DPS. Forced to trade out the Trinket and Burrow. Fantastic opener here for Echo.
All right, let's see if they can keep it going here. They're just tunneling down Fuston on that shot. He's got Healing Tide Totem. He's got to move it. They snipe it. Double Fear defensively comes in from Mercy. Now Waz is the target. Bladestorm's coming through. Nice lasso by Fuston that gets the Trinket Cloak of Shadows. They do have an opportunity, but Rogue is not generally the best target. They did get Raiku's Trinket earlier on, but look at Lontar. He's just chilling in tree form while Fuston is sweating. It's like that meme where the one guy is just like sweating profusely and the other guy is just chilling in the back singing songs. Lontar in that tree form. Lontar is going to be chilling in that tree form. Fuston is struggling. Now they're putting the pressure onto Lontar, but he's got that bear form. He's bolstered up. He stuns the warrior. Actually comes out of bear form for a moment. He's taking a lot of damage from Lynn, so here comes another full stun on Fuston. Mercy intervenes back to Fuston, redirecting attacks. They imprison Raikou, and Mercy has this tough decision of needing to come back to help, but also wanting to stay aggressive on the Druid, and he can't be in two places at once, so they're going to swap to Raikou in this stun lock. Fuston gets a couple casted heals. They imprison him, but it's a little bit too late. Massive swap on Waz in the Shockwave. His evasion just faded, and Lontar is struggling. Ironbark has to come out, and they are cleaving down Waz and Raikou heavily here. Tossing out the lasso. It's on DR, but they're still just trying to clutch it through. A stun onto Lontar. Can they finish Raikou? He's got answers, but if he gets stunned, he's got no trinket. He is fortunately, I think, on full DR. Fuston into a cheap shot, no trinket. They're setting up for the kill. Waz off the bench and into the fight here. Looking to close game one, and Fuston has to drop his Spirit Link Totem. One of his last lines of defense. Limps needs to be ready for that darkness in the very near future. Otherwise, Fuston is going to be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, and they need pressure right now, and they got it here onto Raikou, forcing out his darkness here. Oh, they drag him out of the darkness behind the pillar. Can they take him down? No, he's going to activate the Nether Walk there, running back into the darkness, and here comes the other darkness from Limps there on that cheap shot onto Fuston. Now, Fuston has no cooldowns left. He has 10 seconds left on that Burrow, so he could top himself here. Shouldn't have any issues with that. He's going to have a Nature Swiftness if he comes out of another stun lock, but we're going to have to hold that for a second here. Waz right now could be in trouble.
Into another stun.
Lightning Lasso into a stun. He gets dispelled, though, nicely done there by Lontar. That's going to allow him to access that evasion, and that's going to allow Waz to sustain here. But Fuston right now has some troubles ahead here. Actually, they're swapping to Mercy. It looks like they're going to try to take down Mercy, but Raikou gets imprisoned, and the cheap shot Cyclone attempt is nice, but even nicer peels there onto Raikou.
Oh, stop. Triple CC by CHIBAKU. They're swapping to Lontar. Is he going to choke it? They're going after him. He gets a huge heal. He jumps to Waz. He's trying to escape. He's in bear form with that Stampeding Roar. Raiku's waiting for the root. They're looking for the next stun. Here comes the Essence Break. Big damage onto Fuston. He's in his Earthen Wall Totem. He's trying to fake interrupts. Big pressure on Raikou. Shockwave comes through. They have to Ironbark him. He's going for the hunt onto Fuston into his wall. So that wall getting big value from Fuston right there. They get a stun. Waz is there. Nice clones on the warrior here. Can he swap the clone? He roots Limps. Really good control from Lontar on the melee attackers so that Fuston is isolated. He's going to trade out the Spirit Walkers potentially in the near future here. He's got Ancestral Guidance. Static Field. He's trying to retreat with that Static Field. They pull Raikou into the corner, but Waz lands a kick. Waz is going for the kill. Raikou is there to back him up. He's got Blur coming up in 2 more seconds, and Fuston gets gouged on his aura. Can they stop the next aura? Oh, he blinds the aura, and Fuston! He's probably going to have to burrow. He burrows. He needs to get as much distance as possible from Waz. How far can he get? Waz is still chasing him down. He procs an Ascendance with the Riptide, but he gets cloned low. And if Lontar can switch that clone, he's trying to. He gets Storm Bolted on it. He can't switch the clone. Oh, man, Fuston, he's ahead on mana. If Fuston can somehow survive, like maybe another minute, I think they can win on mana against Lontar.
Yeah, Fuston sitting through the stun right now, not using his trinket. It could be greedy, but he needs to try to make some of these greedy decisions. Look at Lontar in Rukin form right now, flapping away here, going for the Cyclones onto Limps, forcing out his trinket. Nicely done. Yeah, there's a Healing Tide Totem right there. They do, I think, managed to snipe it off, and Fuston right now has nothing left. 15 seconds left on that Astral Shift. The next big cooldown, he procs an Ascendance, trying to heal himself back up, but the Intervene coming out. He has NS coming up in 1 second. NS is available. I think Fuston has done it. There it is, big Lontar's NS coming out. He has a Healing Tide as well. Lontar has no no mana left whatsoever. Lightning Lasso coming out. There's the Healing Tide as well, topping him during that lasso. Excellently down by Houston. He's bought enough time here for his Astral Shift, and he has a Trinket. Houston is not going to go down in the next 2-3 stunts here. So this is all CHIBAKU Tensei. They need to just shut down Lontar from drinking, continue the damage here onto Raikou and Waz, and they got this one in the bag, say.
Earthen Wall's down. Fusion just needs to not be greedy here. It's a lot of damage. I-Beam from Raikou. He's trying to line of sight it, but he wants to maybe get in for a purge on Waz right now with how Umi is. They get Send Ward on Waz. You need to swap to Raikou off that Send Ward. Maybe you can just kill him through it. Houston's going to pre-wall here, anticipating a stun lock. He's casting heals. Oh no, he gets kicked by Waz. They drop Darkness down for Raikou so that he can stay aggressive here. Here comes the hunt. Massive damage, but Lontar is totally out of mana. Link comes down for Houston. It is an absolute down-to-the-wire moment. Is Raikou going to drop? He does! He doesn't trade, and CHIBAKU do it in game number 1. Despite the Druid deficit, Houston survives the pain train. Oh my god, Houston, dude. He's getting a huge chance right now to show that he's the best showman.
Houston, this man is a legend right now, surviving a lot of these setups. Even Carl Absturge died to these setups, but Houston able to stay alive. Well, also, having darkness and things like that helps, but still a really excellent performance here in game number 1 from CHIBAKU Tensei. And this was the comp that Echo actually wanted to face here. This is kind of what they wanted to play into, I think. So CHIBAKU Tensei kind of somewhat losing the blind pick, but still managing to overcome in a matchup that was a little bit tricky for them in the past when they faced earlier in the tournament. So really nice adaptations here from CHIBAKU Tensei, realizing, hey, we might get Echo in a rematch. We need to be prepared for that. How are we going to beat this? Just great cooldown rotations, good intervenes, good control. And I do want to say, you played Druid as well, Sid. Do you think that Lontar should have went for a drink at some point during this game? Because they had pressure up until the point, and then he just kind of ran So I feel like
I don't know what they
maybe
were
during one of their setups.
So he leaps over here and stops a drink and shockwaves him, so he can't drink. And he's in Tree, so he's thinking, I can heal you guys. I got Tree of Life. When you get Omen of Clarity, you can use Regrowth for free, and it's instant in Tree. So maybe he's thinking, I can save you. And then Raikou must have made a call, like, I'm going to Dark and go for the kill. But I think that's a mistake, because he got a Shaman with Wall and Link. So popping the Dark and going for the kill, Houston has cooldowns that can trade for it. So he's not going to die on this push. Meanwhile, your Druid, is he trying to drink? I think he's scared. He's scared of Raikou dying. I think he should have just drank and Raikou uses Netherwalk. This whole time this is happening. I think you trade Dark and Netherwalk to get some mana.
I feel like you should have drank before this point, though.
Probably.
Because there was moments here, there was moments, right, where both DPS are in a root and in a cyclone, and the healer is just 2v1 behind the pillar with your DPS. I feel like in one of those moments, if they can set it up to try to just make that a drink, and then, make sure that Raikou and Waz are aware that, they're not going to have any heals, so they just kind of play it defensively a little bit during that go. If they do that, I feel like they could have got a lot of mana, actually, earlier in the match. So they had a lot of pressure, but of course that mana bar is going to be an issue.
You think
so
like you can't
plan for that.
You think that you can't drink because like your team's going to die, but they also need to stop your drink, which makes them stop doing damage. So you don't even have to heal, right? Like as long as you have a cooldown that you can sit back on and know that you can trade when you go for the drink. But they're actually just locking the mirror, which is real. Isn't this hilarious? Because they wanted the cleave into the shaman this comp, and then they don't pick it when they can guarantee it. Yep. They're not doing any sort of cleave shenanigans. They want to win mirror, but I don't think CHIBAKU will mirror them in the reverse scenario.
Well, they did mirror before, and Echo won it, but they've only played one mirror, so. And that was close. Actually, did they win 2 mirror games? I can't remember.
I just remember it was.
I remember them winning at
CHIBAKU
least.
Lost.
I remember a game on Ashamane that Echo won. So I guess they played 2 mirrors then. But yeah, Echo in the mirror did look a little bit stronger, but still, you're down a game, lower bracket final. You lose here, you're out in 3rd. You win here, you have a chance to win the entire thing still. And you were so close against Team Liquid. I know Echo just want that rematch so bad against Team Liquid. Yeah, they're going to bank on this mirror. And I feel like CHIBAKU Tensei, they don't have to kind of play into that.
They can cleave them.
Locking their cleaves.
I think, yeah.
Like, okay, great. It's a 50-50 if we win now and just go 2-0. And if it's a 1-1 and you lock it in again, well, we have infinite cleave possibilities. I feel like Kroto is somebody we haven't really mentioned on CHIBAKU Tensei, but he's been really important in this tournament. You know, bringing in his DK and his red cleaves has allowed them to have, you know, the entire like cake of compositions that you want at these tournaments.
Yeah, definitely. The whole team has been very important for their success so far throughout the day. I think in this type of matchup, the team that can play more aggressive ends up winning. I think whichever Warlock starts having to like port back too much and the Demon Hunter's cleaving Shaman and Warlock, you just start to lose. You just kind of have to take the Demon Hunter damage and heal through it and be the aggressor. So the last time around, I think Echo were getting the upper hand. The channel was gating in offensively. They were aggressing, and Mercy was playing like a safe, conservative game, which makes sense. Right? Like, I'm just going to play safe, but I don't think it works. I think you have to do the opposite and be aggressive in this mirror.
Yep, that's what ended up winning them the game earlier. They got that big fear in that Mulder-X's game in the mirror. But we'll see here what they decide to do right now. Of course, the Warlocks are both going to be the targets. We got a fear onto Houston. Lontar with the Lightning Lasso. Now Lontar is going to get feared as well by the Demon Hunter here. And here comes the pressure. Observers in the sky here from Mercy blasting Chanimal. Can they take it down? I think they do manage to kill it. And now here comes the Zugfest. Both Demon Hunters on each Warlock. Earthen Wall Totems are down, and it's going to come down to who can get the CC. It's going to be a Lontar fear, actually. So Chanimal will port to safety and come back here into midfield.
So Lontar's playing on Houston's pillar, so when Chanimal ports, he's not going to be with Lontar, but he's also not going to be stacked. So I'm wondering if that will be important. Lontar is really aggressive right now on Houston's pillar and nowhere near Chanimal's ports. So let's see what happens here. Like, Lontar could just root Raikou when Chanimal ports. So I actually think I like this positioning so they don't stack, but they should just drop Darkness to stay aggressive. This is what I'm talking about with Echo. They're just using cooldown to stay aggressive, but nice Imprison from Limps stops the lasso into a fear. Nice fear from Mercy with that Nether Ward. Now he's looking for Chaos Bolts, but Chan ports. And look where he ports. He ports far away from Lontar. But they can't really. Oh, actually, they got back to him. He's in trouble right now in game number 2.
Whoa.
Or CHIBAKU just taking us to a game 3. Oh my God! It's every cooldown. It's a Hellstone on any resolve and a Link. And CHIBAKU are playing with confidence here. They're going to drop Darkness to stay aggressive themselves. Mercy is getting a lot of damage thrown his way. There's an Observer. They got to kill that. They kill it off. Static Field Mercy out of that, but they're still in the back foot, man. Lontar, he doesn't want to use Ascendance right now because he's used everything else. But now he gets caught in a fear. And, I mean, this could be it for Chanimal. If Lontar doesn't trigger Ascendance and S, he ports back behind the pillar, Dark Pact. He moves the Earthen Wall. Chaos Bolt flies in. Big Chaos Bolt from Mercy. And, man, Lontar is struggling at the moment. He manages to get his team back in the game, but they're still behind.
Yeah, let's see here. There's not a lot of cooldowns left here on the side of Echo. They need to push in and get aggressive here. They need to try to force out that entire spellbook from Houston. If they can do that, then they're still in this one. But right now, it's going to be another double Chaos Nova into a full fear. Lontar, actually, I think it broke there. I'm not sure if... yeah, I think it just broke there from the I-Beam. Raikou in a full Hex here. Animal going to teleport back to safety, knowing that he's playing 3v2 right now. And Limps going for the Imprisonment. I think also into the Sigil there. No, not having it available just yet. Chanimal still at 50% HP, though. Huge damage coming in here. There's the coils. The counter coil there by Chanimal actually back onto Mercy. Chanimal playing this very smart here with his positioning. Dragon Mercy really, really far, but he's going to port back here to Houston, but still at 50% HP. The damage here that they're doing is really remarkable on the side of Echo. It might be enough to buy them that time to get some of those cooldowns back. Lontar still 2 minutes away from that Spirit Link, though, so it is going to be an uphill battle.
Sigil of Fear, another word from Chanimal. Observer is down. They need to snipe that as soon as possible. Is immediately dead, but Houston's in a fear. Mercy ports back away from the fight, but Raikou is chasing him. He fears him. He needs to fear the Dispel. He's trying to go for it again. He doesn't want to get kicked. Does he have a Gateway? It looks like he does have Gateway available. No debuff. He's taking a lot of damage and just tanking. And he drops a double. He drops an Infernal. He tries to get the fear. Raikou shuts it down with the Fell Eruption. Now they're going to stun Raikou, and Mercy is chasing down Lontar. He wants this fear on Lontar. He kills the Grounding Totem. Lontar is trying to get back to a pillar, but Chanimal is getting destroyed. It is so much damage onto Chanimal right now. He drops a double Infernal, trying to turn it around. Lontar gets the Earthen Wall Totem, but Limps is right on top of him. This is what I was talking about. When you're the team with the Demon Hunter cleaving the Lock and the Shaman, you're in such a hard spot. Houston is out of range of all CC, just chilling in the back line, keeping his team offensive, and they're going to lose like this. Lontar gets stunned up. They both could die. Mercy gates in offensively. CHIBAKU have confidence and have the lead. Houston needs to get there for a Link if they need to, but they should just really clamp their feet in right now in the sand and just push for the win.
Yeah, Mercy right now smelling the blood in the water. He wants to go to the grand finals here, but right now it's Raikou actually getting decent pressure here onto Mercy. Houston's in the backline spamming out the heals, tied on mana between him and
Mercy's
Lontar.
taking too much
Mercy dropping
observer
very
damage.
low. Nice imprisonment into a Hex.
Oh,
He
the
trinket
knock!
shot the Spirit Link. Oh my
God.
The knock was so good, but it wasn't good enough to actually stop that Spirit Link. Nice try though, coming in there from Lontar, and now they are back in the game here. Lontar has his Spirit Link. Houston does not. Mercy has nothing. No anything result for another 10 seconds. They get a CC here onto Houston. If they can shut down these heals, they could win here. Chanimal summoning the portals. Mercy has to port out of there. Chaos Bolt's coming in. Both Warlocks trading blows right now in midfield. Full fear secured onto
Observer.
Lontar. It's got to be Mercy who gets offensive here. There's the Observer in the sky as well onto Chanimal, and that is going to be the Darkness dropped
Essence
by
break.
Raikou to keep him alive, but now Limps is going to have that Darkness advantage still compared to the Spirit Link advantage. Double Chaos Nova coming out there from Raikou in the back line, and now Raikou's going to be that Demon Hunter who's cleaving both members, but Chanimal forced to teleport back here to Lontar because of that pressure. Imprisonment coming out here
Chaos
onto
Bolt
Houston.
and
Can he
Raikou.
stop that lightning
No trinket!
lasso? If they can get Chaos Bolts, Raikou, Spirit Link drops there for Lontar, but Raikou almost dying anyway. And that's going to be the Nether Walk there from Raikou as well. Now Echo with nothing left. Great swap.
Back and forth, full fear on Limps out of the game. Here comes the hunt onto Mercy. Chanimal Netherwards fears Limps out into the distance. They have a root for him maybe out there. He doesn't look like it. Mercy's in trouble. He's got Dark Pack, but he needs to get to full health to get the full value. He's tossing out a couple of rifts. Did his pet die? It looked like he tried to res his pet right there. He might not have spell lock currently. Chanimal ports back behind the pillar. Limps is chasing him down. He stuns Lontar. He's pushing him for the win, but Chanimal, he gets spell locked. It is on fire. He can still use Unending Resolve. He still has Soul Rip as well. He's going to Soul Rip right now. A bit prematurely to reduce the damage of the hunt. That's actually really big value on that Soul Rip. Now Lontar's into the Imprison. Maybe he just dies through it. He has to Unending Resolve. Lontar's running really low on mana. No Nature Swiftness for 7 more seconds. He gets an Ascendance proc with that Riptide, and he's trying to power through and keep his team aggressive because look at Mercy. He's struggling to stay alive. Houston's going for a Hex on Raikou. Raikou ducks over and imprisons it. Now there's an Observer down. Chan ports away from the Observer. Mercy is in trouble. Here comes the Essence Break. Mercy ports away from it. Raikou gets rooted. He can't chase him. He's trying to go after Mercy behind the pillar, but he's met with a Mortal Coil, and now Limps is going for the kill by himself. It's a Demon Hunter 1v2ing a Shaman and a Warlock on opposite sides of the map, and Limps, he glimpses out there for a moment to avoid the Chaos Ball, but here comes an Essence Break, and Limps might just solo Chanimal. He gets feared. I think Houston tremored him. He's actually just going all in right now to kill Chanimal, and Lontar needs to respect it. He trinket grounds, but Chanimal's just dead. Infernal connects, and Chanimal is so close to death right now. He ports Imprison onto Lontar. It's going to break to the AoE of the Infernal. Maybe that's just enough to save Chanimal. Now Mercy is on the back foot. Huge damage coming through. NS is available for Houston, but it's so much damage. Mercy ports away. Houston could die. Mercy's dying to the Rift. Chanimal's Rift is just owning Mercy. In other words, Chanimal, both locks could die. I think both locks are going down.
Way.
He's at 1%. Limps is going for it. He gates at 1%. Limps wants this kill, but he gets stunned by Lontar. Limps pops the hunt. Is Chanimal actually going to fall 1 second away from Nature Swiftness? He's got it. He's got an S. Pop an S. He NS's him at 10%, and Limps is going to... How is he not dead? How is Limps not dead? Chanimal, oh my god, the link comes down. Double stun. Double stun. Is Chanimal going down right now? Lontar doesn't have any cooldowns, but Limps is CC'd. He can't get there. And the Riptide ticks are looking good and more good as time goes on. He gets the coil into the bolt, and that's it for Limps. Oh, he melded the Chaos Bolt. He nether walked it.
Limps Nether walks it. He's still playing this one out, but finally Lontar manages to top Chanimal. But this time around, there's no mana again for Lontar. Lontar, we've seen this movie before. What are you guys gonna do here on the side of Echo?
Chan's like,
this
nope,
time,
I'm out.
They are.
Look at him. He's like, I'm out. Nope.
Nah. Not again. We are out. We are. He's like, guys, please, like, leave. You know?
Just leave. You lose. I don't want to do this again.
He's like, come on, guys, we won. Like, let's just leave when somebody dies, okay? Like normal. Limps, he's like, I don't know. Trill did it. Maybe I can pull it off, but no, it's gonna get shut down. Raikou will take him down there with the lightning lasso, and it is gonna be Echo tying it up 1-1 apiece here in the mirror match. But my goodness, was that close? I don't think it gets much closer than that, Sid.
Oh my god, dude. Echo, this is not a free series for Echo. And normally, I mean, Echo win everything typically, whether it's Race to World First, whether it's MDI, whether it's AWC. They're normally winning everything, and they are sweating. This is just drenched in sweat right now. The channel is so close to death. Here we're thinking Raikou's dead. They catch him overextended. Lontar barely sweeps in with the link. Just rooted like 1 centimeter out of range. I think Lontar got a thunderstorm earlier that was like 1 second away from knocking somebody out of a link or something like that. What a crazy... Mercy is like almost dead here. He wants to go for the game. He gets a Chaos Bolt. Who goes for a Chaos Bolt at 5% health. He goes for the Chaos Bullet at 5. He's like, I'm going to die anyway, bro. I'm taking you with me. Goes for the Chaos Bullet 5%. It's almost enough to kill him. And then Lontar just keeps him alive. NS, 1 second. Oh my god.
There.
Dark Pack.
Just if he gets one big crit there, man, right before that, it was just over. Look how low he is, man. Right now as well. I can't believe he lived this. It was that triple DR Nova, actually, from Raikou that saved Chanimal here. Raikou dropped that triple DR Chaos Nova into a Fear onto Limps. And that bought Chan enough time to actually get his own Fear here onto Houston and to survive that. That was... But that's the thing, man. Like, maybe Echo needed a lesson like that against Team Liquid to just... Don't get carried away. When one player, like, the game is not over until you see the victory screen. It's not over until it's over. So, you know, I've done that as well, you know, where you're celebrating the win a little bit prematurely, and then all of a sudden, somebody in the team dies, and you're like, and it's just the worst feeling ever. And I can't even imagine, like, in you know, on your way to the grand finals, that happening. But it is good to see Echo shaking it off, bringing their A game here once again, tying it up against CHIBAKU TENSEI, who has had their number a little bit this season. And we'll see here now, what is Echo going to do? What are they blind locking? Looks like it's gonna be, yeah, it's gonna be a cleave.
So Houston, I think they'll play a Ret Paladin cleave, maybe.
They won against the Ret Paladin cleave.
Did they?
Isn't that what,
I feel
what
like
happened last time?
Ret Shaman should be.
They killed the Ret in the end on hook point.
I mean, what else?
They were going on the Shaman the entire game, and then
they need a
bubbled
Prezivoker,
the Shaman,
bro.
and then they killed.
They need Houston Prezivoker.
They need Sea-Doo.
They need Sea-Doo for this game right here. Can Houston play anything other than a Shaman? Because now this is what we saw happen to Lava Lava. If he could play Druid and Shaman, he'd be in a great spot. Now CHIBAKU are in a spot where I don't think Shaman is enough.
I mean, I can't speak to how many healers he can play, but he can definitely play more things than Shaman. Houston, he's out there. He's out there. He plays a lot of things, but yeah, I don't know actually about healers, if he has been practicing other healers or if he's just gone all in on the Shaman. I guess we'll find out here because that is their win condition on the side of Echo. Of course, they want to have a Shaman comp on the other team and tunnel it down. And I do think we're gonna see the Ret Paladin. No, we're gonna see the Warrior. Okay, it's gonna be the Warrior Demon Hunter.
I mean, it was close. I mean, they technically won. Wait, what am I saying? They did technically win because they won the first game with this matchup.
Yeah, they did win.
But it's a smaller map. Houston doesn't get that burrow and cross pillars on hook point. It's more like you're just dead. What can they do here? They can swap Lontar more, but I feel like it's not a Lontar game. I think you poke him a couple times when you have cooldowns just to make him switch hots or something, and maybe you can kill him. Maybe under responds, but I liked what they were doing where the Warrior could just help the Shaman with intervene and pressure the DPS.
Yeah, that's a good thing about the Warrior. And also, a lot of these Warriors are stacking a lot of versatility, so they're not that easy to take down in these stun locks. So it is going to be mostly about just tunneling Houston, and maybe occasionally we'll see a swap to Limps. But yeah, that's going to be the game plan here for both of these teams. And Echo, I feel like they're not out of it yet, man. Like, it's so hard because, like, who do you cheer for if you're like a European fan? Like,
who has the best shot?
Who has the best shot of these teams to beat Liquid? I mean, the Echo versus Liquid series, I feel like if you play that like 100 times, it just ends like 50-50, you know? It was so close. It's just like one team might win the other, like 51, 49. But the CHIBAKU TENSEI, they haven't fought Liquid yet in this tournament, right? And they are the #1 EU seed. So if they were to face Liquid, it would be a coin toss because there is no standings advantage. So maybe that's something to consider as well. Yeah, I don't know actually which one would be. All I know is that either one of these teams would be an insane match to watch against Team Liquid.
I don't think you're unhappy either way, as far as like entertainment. Yeah. And it's too close, I think, to call as far as like who would be able to win against Liquid if you're somebody who wants you to win, like who has a higher chance. Like Echo, I think off experience maybe, but they're also super fatigued. CHIBAKU's only really gotten like this series, I think, is like going to be very fatiguing for them, whereas Echo would be down 2 series. I kind of want a rematch of Echo Liquid just because that series was so insane, but I also am curious, like what could CHIBAKU have? Like what could they pull out that could be different that makes that series even more weird possibly because we haven't got to see them, right? As far as curiosity, I want CHIBAKU to win because I want to see every team against as many teams as possible. But I also want I want the rematch. I want to see this cross killed down to the final moment. 6 saves that should just never happen from both Lontar and Sea-Doo. And like, this is, I don't know. I'm both happy with either result and unhappy with either result.
We just want more games. We're just gonna need to make these like best of 50s, so we can get our fix here. I don't think the players
are gonna do that.
Yeah, I don't think the players are gonna sign up for that. It's like it's already getting a little late here in Europe. So I don't think they're down to play for like a week straight, but. It would be fun. Anyway, swing match time between CHIBAKU Tensei and Echo, 1-1 apiece here. So whoever wins this series is going to have a pretty significant advantage moving forward here. And this is, of course, CHIBAKU Tensei's game to win. So if Echo can steal this one, their tournament hopes are going to look a lot better. Kick coming in here onto Houston, already getting the Cyclone, already getting the Paralyzed there as well onto Limbs. Kidney shot onto Houston, cheap shot to follow it up, but the Shockwave connects, the Intervene connects, the Heals connect. No trinkets are being used here on the side of CHIBAKU Tensei, which is exactly what they want in this opener.
This is a healer test between Houston and Lontar. Who can deal with this Zug fest on hook point better is going to be able to come out ahead in this series, and Houston is already getting beat. But Raikou! Oh my god, he's so greedy! Why is he so greedy? He blurs at sub 50%. I thought for sure that was another walk. I thought it was over for him right there, and that CHIBAKU would be moving to match point, but they survive. Now Houston needs to get ready. Here comes the killing spree from Waz. A lot of damage that Lontar's forced away in bear form. Mercy is chasing after him. Houston's actually chasing after the Druid a little bit, getting a bit aggressive maybe with the purges possibly, trying to force him out of bear form. Limps jumps over onto Lontar and lands a kick into an I-beam. Lontar has no bark skin, no iron bark. If he can maintain uptime on Lontar, here comes the Essence Break. There's the Sun. Can Mercy get here? Mercy, he's just going after Raikou. They're splitting their DPS, which is good against the Druid. It's going to tax a lot of his mana, but they're not going to be able to close the game with that split damage right now. Let's see what they can do. Onto Waz. Kidney shot onto Limps. Disarm on Waz for the kidney shot from Mercy, but here comes the Essence Break. Waz actually uses his trinket. Oh, I think swapping to Waz could be really good if he comes behind the pillar with a lasso.
Yeah, we'll see. He's behind the pillar right now. They could try to sand it. It looks like they might be going for it. He tries a killing spree right now. Waz still on target. Houston actually forced.
Oh, they're doing it on Waz.
A lot of cooldowns, and there's the swap. There's the swap. Beautifully
done
though by Raikou. Denying the darkness. Denying the kill with the darkness, but they knock him out of the darkness. And they knock him out of the shadow step. God. Beautiful lasso right there as well. Waz though, I think Lontar, what is he doing in the backline right now? Where's the heals? Finally connecting some of them here onto Waz, and Raikou also dropping quite low here. Beautiful roots coming in from Houston, and honestly Houston has been dealing with this onslaught from this cleave amazingly, still holding on to his trinket, still holding on to most of his major defensives.
Yeah, if they can keep this up here. Lontar is actually really far behind on mana. He's in Tree of Life, though. Kidney shot on Houston. Pre-Earthen Walls, pre-Ghost Wolf. So if Houston's playing a talent where if he's in Ghost Wolf, he'll stack up damage reduction over time. So he wants to be in Ghost Wolf right before every stun. It's basically like bark skinning the stun. Insane damage on Waz and Raikou. Oh my god, I think they're just dead. Lontar can't handle it. Waz is just falling over. He has to grapple away from Houston. Houston has room to breathe. They managed to somehow get Waz. Maybe not. A shockwave on Lontar. He's still dying through Send Ward at the moment. He's going to pop Shadow Dance. They're swapping to the Warrior with no trinket. Cheap shot on Houston. Big swap by Echo. Can they drop Mercy? Huge death sweep damage. Houston manages to power through. NS with Ancestral Guidance, but now they're both getting cleaved, and Limps is going for the kill on Lontar. Limps has to give up that chase. He's immediately coming back. They force Burrow from Houston, static fielding Raikou into the corner, but Waz is still right on top of him. Raikou ducks over and gets onto him as well. This is easily a trinket link, I think, on the next time. They drop the Darkness down preemptively from Limps on the kidney shot. He doesn't get Ghost Wolf off, unfortunately. He's not going to get that damage reduction, but the Darkness, the Earthen Wall look good enough. Maybe not. The hunt comes through. Darkness is over. Mercy is in trouble as well. 2 players are low, and CHIBAKU could lose the swing match, but Ascendance, Houston powering up, doing everything that he can against this onslaught.
Yeah, but that was an insane swap there, actually. They swap into Mercy, they got his trinket, then they swap again with the Cyclone onto Houston, and they got Houston's trinket. Now they are in a situation where Limps doesn't have darkness, Houston has no trinket, Mercy has no defensives and no trinket. They can set something up here on either one. They got blind coming up in 20 that they can use to set up the kill, or they can just go for it right now with this Chaos Nova. Intervene coming in, pre-link before the stun, but they instantly kill it off. Beautifully done there by Echo. They really need this win right now. Killing spree coming out here. Beautiful Chaos Nova. Static field totems coming coming out here as well. Raikou could be in some trouble. Raikou activates
Imprison.
another walk to respect it. Nice imprison here onto Houston. Nice nether by Raikou there as well. And by Limps, actually. They're going after Mercedo. They get a Cyclone onto Houston. Can they take Mercy down? Mercy just kiting here, trying to do what he can. Kidney shot coming out there onto Houston. And I think that's going to be it. Echo takes this swing match, and they are looking unstoppable here in the lower bracket.
Oh no, CHIBAKU now facing elimination, and they lost the swing match and lose their advantage for the rest of the series. They're going to have to win in a counterpick scenario, and this was their counterpick scenario, and that didn't even look good. So it might even just be over in the next game here. As we're going over the replay, they really tried to punish Waz here with these setups based on his trinket earlier on a disarm, that double shockwave with a fear. He evasions, he got knocked out of dark, and then he gets static fielded out of the dark, but evasion is dodging all the attacks, so even despite that, you would think he's going to survive here, but they did a great job CCing Lone Tar in that moment to keep their pressure rolling, and they just eventually lost it. It just eventually became like it was in game one, where Houston is just dead, and they couldn't get any CC on Lone Tar. Maybe it's because of these clones. Lone Tar gets a clone on the Warrior.
It's the clones, 100%.
And then he can't get pressure.
It's so crucial because the clones got them the kill, and it got them Houston's trinket. And I feel like they just like YOLO swapped to Mercy when they were trying to get to Houston, and that's like how they got to his trinket the first time. So I don't know. I feel like the clones really were game-changing here for Lone Tar. He really stepped it up here on the Druid. It looked a little tough when they were going at him there in the start, but once they got control over the situation and they actually started getting these long, endless CC chains, I feel like Echo really stepped it up here. And those clones were a massive reason why they won.
All right, here we go. Match point. They're looking so evenly matched. Look at that scoreboard. It's almost literally like mirrored numbers. Almost mirrored numbers all the way down between every member in that game specifically. So we're probably going big map. Are we going to see a mirror again? Does this series get possibly decided on another mirror, or do they just cleave them? They went small map. So Echo, what do they blind lock? Because CHIBAKU blind locked Demon Hunter Warlock, right? So you'd think Echo would also, but I don't think they want to fight Demon Hunter Warrior.
I think Echo locks in the same thing.
Resto Druid, Demon Hunter.
Worst case, I mean, this series is far from over, right? Because CHIBAKU TENSEI, like when they lock in the Warlock Demon Hunter, Echo's response to that is to mirror. It's not to lock in the Rogue, the Demon Hunter. They mirror into that. So, and that mirror, I mean, we that like if Mercy's Chaos Bolt did 2% more damage or something on Shan, that would have been a 2v2, and honestly, who knows how that would have went, right? So that mirror was about as close as it can possibly get. And in the cups, CHIBAKU TENSEI has also been, winning against Echo, and in this weekend, Echo has been winning more against CHIBAKU. But this is still anybody's series. CHIBAKU TENSEI could easily win here with their counter pick, and then send a mirror in the potential game number 5 and win that as well. So this one is going to come down to the wire. I can feel it. It's going to be a long, hard-fought battle for either one of these teams to earn that spot in the grand finals.
They're taking their time with this. They want to make sure they're making the right choice with this lock. Is it the same comp? Should they just do Demon Hunter Warlock, and if they lose, they take it to a game 5? I don't think they want to play that many games, man. You're gonna be fatigued. Like, you'd really like to just end this now and get into the finals and not play another game, which maybe you do lose. Like, I don't think it's guaranteed that they win. So considering all their options before they lock in here against CHIBAKU, and then CHIBAKU will have to respond. But I'm imagining you got to send Druid, Rogue, Demon Hunter again. That last game looked really good. So yeah, they're going to send Demon Hunter, Rogue, and Druid. And does CHIBAKU have an answer? Do they have an answer?
I mean, I think either we're going to see the Ret again, or we're going to see what we just saw on Hook Point. So I think that's what they have to decide right now. Was that game convincing enough in Echo's favor to make CHIBAKU swap out and bring in the Ret? And that's exactly what they're going to do. And I kind of like this because the Ret last time looked really good. It was just one thing that kind of went out of control. They had like a moment where Kuroto had to use like a lot of cooldowns in one push. I think it was like a lay on hands and like a bop and like just a lot of things. So I think if they can avoid that, I think CHIBAKU TENSEI have a really good comp here. So we'll see if the Ret is going to be enough here to take them all the way to game 5, or if this is going to be the last that we see, well, for now, from CHIBAKU TENSEI here. Echo got him on match point. It's Dalaran Sewers. They're bringing in Waz. Chan on the bench. And yeah,
All
both
8
Warlocks on the
players.
bench.
All 8 players are going to be important here as far as qualifying into the grand finals. Croto's been doing some work on the Death Knight earlier on this day. Now coming in on the Ret Paladin. He has to be the ringer. Can they reverse sweep? Can they beat Destro Demon Hunter with Ret Demon Hunter? Because they need a blind block. Even if
That's
they
the
win
thing.
this game.
I think this is Shibaku's game plan right now. Try to win with the Red Demon Hunter, then bring it to game 5 and lock in Mirror, and then just I think that's your best bet is going to be to beat Echo in a Mirror over trying to play one of these cleavy matchups. So yeah, I think that's what we're going to see. Well, when the gates open here, though, Chibaku's got to win this one, and this has got to be the kind of a really sketchy situation, right? If you're Croto, your team is literally one game away from being knocked out of the tournament, and you're tagged in. You haven't played Red Paladin all day, and now you got to do it against historically the best team in Europe here to get a chance to still stay in this tournament. It's a lot of pressure here on Croto. Let's see if he can deliver.
Can Chibaku assert dominance here against Echo and keep their #1 seed position? Otherwise, Echo is about to rob them of it. They've already crowd controlled Croto with a stun and the clone, and Croto gets rooted on his trinket. He has to freedom as well. He's chasing down the Resto Druid, but he's got cooldowns to trade. They don't even get Barkskin. This is a really bad start for the Ret Paladin here. He doesn't get anything from Lontar on that Hodge blind, and now they're trying to go after the DPS, but they just imprison Raikou on his Metamorphosis. Houston wraps around the corner. They're trying to go after the Druid. They're really just hoping they can one-shot Lontar, and as long as Lontar is ready for this, he's got Cenarian Ward. He seems to be in a good spot. Bearform Frenzy, I think a Vengeful Retreat there on the Bash possibly. No, sorry, the Bash Croto. That's a healer race. He pre-bears it. He's got Heart of the Wild, and he's got Barkskin. Is it going to be enough for Lontar? Waz actually comes back to peel, which is not typical. Usually, it's the Shaman's got both melee, and Lontar's just dying. He's dying through everything. Chibaku, oh my god, this is actually just going to be a healer race. Neither one is going to pull back.
This is the cross-region tournament, and we are going full NA right now, zugging the healers down. And Lontar, what is he going to do right now? He's dangerously low. He needs to swap out of form. Nice. They get the cover. They get the Chaos Nova, and Lontar has time here to switch out, get some new hots before he has to duck back into Bear form. He gets a Cyclone onto Croto as well. Croto with no trinket can only bubble to get out of that, and they also fear Limps. Look at Lontar. He's sitting down for a drink. This is a really good kind of sequence of events here for Echo. Croto still very low as well. They're trying to swap to him. Avenging Shield of Vengeance coming out there for Croto as well. They need to swap off. Houston now in trouble here. Sanctuary coming out there on the stun. Houston already low on cooldowns. That's going to be the darkness here dropped from Limps as well. Echo so far with a commanding position, but anytime this Red Paladin reaches Lontar, it doesn't matter what things look like. He could blow up.
These clones from Lontar are so good. Just taking the hit the Divine Shield. I think this is it for Chibaku. They're facing elimination. They're on match point, and the stun lock is coming through. They bop and link at the same time.
Overlap.
Instantly purged on the bop, and Raikou has Essence Break on Houston, but they choose to go back into Lontar in a system. I'm surprised they didn't just go for the kill right there on the Houston. They've traded every single cooldown. Maybe they just want to play it safe rather than sorry. Full Hammer Justice. Lontar's being greedy. He manages to get reversed, it looks like, there towards the tail end of it. Darkness comes down. Killing spree on Croto, punishing that Divine Shield earlier as they're swapping to the red. Lontar, maybe he's not out of the woods. Limps is right on top of him. He's got Barkskin. He procs Tree of Life. Big heals on Raikou. Croto. Oh no, a step kick from Waz, and Croto is going down. I think he's on the run, but Echo do it. They're back in the grand finals.
And there it is. Echo make quick work of Chibaku Tensei. Croto on the Red Paladin, not going to get things done here. And again, man, this was Lontar's true test here. Can he stay alive on the Druid? I think he did a phenomenal job, but Waz was also kind of there babysitting a little bit, making sure just in case, hey, have a gouge, have a kidney, have a cheap shot. Why not? Also this moment, I think it was this moment here where Lontar's behind the pillar. I think this is where he got hodged behind a pillar, and they kind of got a lot of stuns here. Yeah, this is the moment. So they get a nice darkness there, reverse magic, and then Lontar, he's in a good position because of that. He can start playing offensive, but he gets kicked, and then here the hunt gets casted. He line of sights it, and then Lontar manages to top himself up at this point. Waz comes in with the step kick, and they manage to find the kill here. And I think a lot of it comes down to the fact how Lontar positions there, right? He goes behind the pillar, and he says, hey, Raikou, do you want to stun their whole team? And Raiku's like, yeah, I could stun their whole team. And then he goes there, stuns the whole team, and all of a sudden they get the darkness, they get the reverse, and now it's they're the team with the pressure. So really good kind of synergy, good kiting here between Raikou and Lontar throughout this match. Those Chaos Novas to kind of refresh HOTS earlier was really crucial, and just the fact that Raikou's always there ready to cleave and drop darknesses anytime Lontar is behind the pillar getting cleaved was really nice. And of course the step kick from Waz as well to close it out.
All right. I really like the versatility of Echo, utilizing all 4 players. They've seen what Liquid have available. Maybe they can craft something else, possibly, that's different than the first time that they met them. Or maybe it's just going to be the same matchups and just as insane the first time around. But it is a best-of-7 series, so even more games to go back and forth. And I feel like every game that Echo has to play is just more of an edge for Liquid. They're just getting more tired, more fatigued. So Liquid, they need to try and drag this series on as long as possible.
You expected to go to Game 7?
I mean, based on how it went the last time, yeah.
Yeah, good point. Zico? You were saying something?
I don't know what I'm expecting at this point, honestly. I feel like it's that last series could have went either way. So many of those games were super close as well. Like that series could have been a 3-0, it could have been a 3-3. I don't know what to expect aside from amazing gameplay, because that is what we got last time. I don't know. It's going to be hard to top that next one, but the fact that we're going to have 7 games to do it is just fantastic. And what better way to close out the AWC season than to have a grand final, EU versus NA, Liquid versus Echo. I mean, this is the script writes itself.
No, you're absolutely right. I would have loved to have seen CHIBAKU TENSEI make it all the way back up to grand finals, but I am definitely stoked to see a rematch between these two teams. Echo haven't really had too much of a chance to breathe either. They did have that lower semifinals to kind of take everything in that happened with that series, but then they immediately had to go into another series and they have to play another one right now. So hopefully they're prepared for it. I'm sure they will be. This is kind of a good way to sort of warm themselves back up to this Team Liquid match, because this is going to be very difficult, and I expect even more difficult the second time around. So that is the last series of the day. It's the grand finals, just a ton on the line for these two teams, and they're really here to prove themselves today. Who is the best of the region? Who is the best of both regions, as well? Is it Team Liquid or is it Echo? We're going to find out after the break. Before we do that, though, we're going to go to another map guessing segment courtesy of Warcraft Logs. If you guys have been paying attention, you should already know what you're doing at this point here. It is a arena movement map segment, guessing segment. So let us know which map you think this is based on the movement of the players. This is also previously played games in the AWC. Let's check it out. Okay.
Tolveron, Hook Point, and the runes. We're super zoomed in.
This is a Tolveron. Lock it in. Final answer. There it is.
This is just your guessing, man. There's no way.
I think it's Hook.
The game is literally called Guess the Player's Movement, Guess the Map based on their movements.
Well, it's not an educated guess, okay? It's a random guess.
I don't think it's random.
I mean, this pillar is big.
Sid, what's your win rate today?
This pillar is big. I don't even know. I don't want to know, and I don't know. This pillar is really big that they're running around. But we're so zoomed in that it could literally be anything. This could be like... There's no way it's a Dalaran box. What if this...
Oh, second pillar is forming.
Wait, are those pillars on the outside of the map?
I see two. I see two.
I think it's Dalaran.
Yeah.
It's Dalaran 100%.
Look at the square.
It's Dalaran 100%.
You're right.
There's 2 boxes and staircases, and they can't cross that center line on the box in the middle.
I already threw my guess out, though.
It's Dalaran 100%.
Whatever, Sid. You're just guessing.
The comeback there was you waited. You had to wait. That was the comeback there.
Oh, Chat got it right this time. 56% Hook Point. Okay. All right. What did you guess, Zico?
Gotta be Dalaran.
Wait, this is Hook Point?
Oh, wait, no, sorry, not Hook Point. Dalaran. No, I was getting...
Yeah.
Look
Chat
at that.
guessed
Look at
Hook
that.
Point.
They cut off the sides.
Oh, wait, that's so troll! And they made it, they like moved it. Okay.
Yeah, they're adding affixes into this.
Wait, my assessment of this isn't even... Did they like... Wait, did they... Because there's no box. Like, what is this yellow... It's like moving around as if there's a box. You see on the top right?
Yeah, I see
Maybe it's a UI bug, because I think it's...
Did they zoom the picture out and away from the actual graph? Like,
I think the picture is doing that to itself.
I think it's just off scale.
Yeah,
I think
the
that's what
scale
it is.
is,
I think,
yeah.
yeah, I think the map portion is like a little too zoomed in, and the movement is a little too zoomed out.
They bit off
Pretty
more
hard to
they,
get
they
that
can
scale
chew
right.
by spinning the map like that. And then they got the graphics messed up. Trying to fool us, production. I see how it is. All right, well, let us know if you got it in chat correctly. But looks like they did 58% dollar and sewers. So that's pretty good. Well done, chat. I'm proud of you guys. And you can visit archon.gg/wow if you'd like to take a look at your own gameplay and get all kinds of builds, optimize your gear, learn the meta, and etc. So thank you so much to Warcraft Logs for powering that segment. Now, with that being said, I know everybody in chat is super excited for this one. I know we here on the remote casting desk are excited as well as Team Liquid versus Echo. I think all of us predicted at least Team Liquid or Echo. Well, actually, all of us predicted Team Liquid, and then Zika, you predicted Echo, correct?
That's correct.
All right, well, we're going to find...
Benruki predicted the move, right?
Benruki's wrong.
Did he?
Second? Benruki is out of the running.
Okay.
He's talking about how he had the entire EU region
You're so
just
right.
completely predicted. Well, Benruki, I know you can defend yourself right now, but what's going on here, bro? Where's the move?
Man, harsh.
That's
okay,
NA
well,
biased.
that's true. He's still got time to at least get that global champion prediction correct. So we'll see. Let us know in chat who you are rooting for, and we're gonna find out soon enough. You just got to be patient for one more little teeny tiny break, and then we'll be back. It's Liquid versus Echo coming up next. Welcome back, everyone. We are here. It is the grand finals of the mid-season clash before we head into the next season, of course. But it is EU versus NA. We took a look at the predictions before we headed into break. Then I'm going to pick on you a little bit. You've got, Zico. I'm going to pick on you a little bit. Excuse me. I just can't decide, Echo, you had the only prediction for Echo. Obviously, we know they are an incredible team. Do you want to explain why you had a unique prediction compared to the rest of us?
Well, the team that has won the most amount of international competitions is, of course, Echo. Plus, I just got DM'd by Robert Brown saying based prediction, and now that wouldn't have happened if I voted Liquid.
True.
And I guess there's a little bit of EU bias. I don't know. I think Echo, they have... I'm a believer in kind of the redemption of Echo here. I'm a big believer in Lontar. A lot of people, they're like, oh, well, are they going to be as good with Lontar as they were with Meh? And I think that this is a great opportunity for Lontar to prove himself and to mesh with the team and to show that he's got what it takes and that you can't judge a player after, 2 cups, because it's going to take a little time to get the engine running. So that's what I think. With Liquid being such a strong team as well, it's going to be it's impossible to decide actually which one of these teams is going to win.
No, I think that's definitely correct. Yeah, Echo, they've been so consistent for so long. Liquid, honestly, not so much, but this season has been incredible for them. They've been extremely consistent. They've had multiple tremendous, wins. Even today, we saw CD punch the chair. But I'm with you, Zico. I would love to see Echo come back to their former glory, in a sense. It's weird to say that because Echo still has been doing better than most teams, but we are used to seeing him that first place position every single time. Right now, they're currently in number 3 standing. So here is a throwback, in case you missed it. I'm waiting for someone to use this as a meme format, that one on the left. I was trying to think of something like, I don't know, POV, you get declined for a key or something like that. But
It is a strange meme for winning, being excited,
Yeah.
Just for destruction.
Also, I was thinking,
It's you would expect it's after you lose a game, that's what happens, not after you just put a nice clutch out.
Yeah. And then just the sad share on poor Secret Labs, man. They're gonna regret sponsoring Team Liquid because they just keep getting punched by Sea-Doo. Dude, stop punching us every time you win a game, please, man. All right, well, we'll see if we get another insane game like we did against that first series against Echo, because this is a rematch, and Echo has had quite a number of games since earlier on today when we saw these two face off against each other. Ven, so do you feel like they may have developed their strategy a little bit going into this the second time around?
Yeah, I mean, they obviously have a few warm-up games against Liquid also. It felt to me like they were really picking up their stride. I think it's likely we see a very similar matchup. I mean, maybe Echo brings in a Cleave. They bring in Waz. They play the Outlaw Rogue Demon Hunter, but I just don't really see that happening. I feel like it is going to be Chanimal on the on the Warlock, Raikou on the Demon Hunter, and of course Lone Tar on that Restoration Shaman. So I think it's just going to be the exact same matchup once again. It's just going to come down to the little things, who can play better. And I think Echo is definitely up for the challenge.
I think they are as well. And this is a team that historically has been incredibly well at adapting for so long. No one was able to really consistently beat them. If anybody found an answer, they would get that rematch and they would just figure it out like that. So frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if they did that here today. But Team Liquid, of course, they have not come to mess around. They have been having just an insane day, an insane weekend, and they're also on a momentum swing. And you can bet, Zico, that they're going to be carrying that through to the grand finals here.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it is a little bit nerve-wracking, though, because they had that incredibly close series against Echo, and now they got to do it again. But these guys, at least, have been kind of just watching the games, chilling, taking some deep breaths, whereas Echo, they have been sweating down here, sending down shark after shark out of the tournament, and now it is the time of the hour. Echo versus Team Liquid, Nagrand Arena, blind pick. What are we going to see here from Echo and Liquid? Last time around, it was a lot of different kind of swapping between the healers for Sidhu, a lot of Prez Evoker and Resto Shaman. What is he going to open up on? He's going to go for the Prez Evoker, Munkin Rogue, and we are going to see Chan, Raikou, and Lontar playing that same comp that we saw in their upper bracket game with the Demon Hunter and the Destruction Warlock. This is, I can't wait for this, man.
Yeah, may the best team win. Liquid versus Echo rematch here in the grand finals. I can't wait to see it. Both teams leading with their best compositions here. Trill and Samayam look like they want to sit back a little bit. Seedy's going to be waiting here just a little bit to put up that nullifying shroud. And now that that is active, it's likely that Liquid is going to make a push. Gouge on Raikou, Root Solar Beam onto Channel, full blind on Lontar, 3 versus 1 immediately here onto Raikou, but it looks like he's able to shrug off that initial attack. It was a good push there by Liquid, but it really didn't amount to much.
Yeah, they really didn't enforce too much. They got Chance Trinket, though, so that's something out of the woodworks. And we'll see here, good pressure onto Samayam right now. Healing Tide Totem is down for Lontar. Trill trying to kill it off, and he does manage to kill it. Samayam still dropping quite low here. Stun onto Sidhu. Sam, what are you going to do here? He goes for the Cyclone. He drops dangerously low. Beautiful kick there. Emerald Communion has to be traded here for Sidhu. Those portals from Chanimal doing a lot of work here. And so far, this game number 1 has been looking pretty solid here for Echo, but they're going to need to get a lot more done here. Swap onto Trill with the Lightning Lasso. They get a Fear here onto Sidhu. Nice control here coming out from Chanimal and Lontar, forcing Trill back here for a second. Imprisonment now onto Sidhu, back onto Samayam. Can they take him down though? Samayam ducking in bear form around the corner. The stuns are still there onto Sidhu. Finally, Sidhu can play the game here, get some big heals onto Samayam, and now Liquid are going to look to make their push, Van.
Yeah, Fear of Elune up here for Samayam. Large pressure here onto Raikou, but he is not a care. He does not care. I-Beam comes in. Big Blade Dance. Samayam's in trouble. Oh, he just might get one shot. Huge damage coming in from Echo. But Sidhu is able to recover. But this is scary. Double Chaos Nova comes in at the same time. Chanimal is just getting ripped apart here by Trill, but Sam not out of it yet. Trinkets out. Fear on Sidhu. Beautiful Fear there by Chanimal, but somehow Samayam holds on and survives. The time dilation is enough, and they want to retreat. This is not good positioning for them. They're under fire for the greater part of like a minute there straight. Samayam barely holding on. The Nullifying Shroud is now available for Sidhu once again, as Liquid is looking to strike back.
That was a crazy amount of pressure, actually. Samayam sniping a D-Curse there on the full Hex onto Sidhu, or that would have been his life right there. Full counterspell, though, onto Sidhu. Spirit Bloom getting loaded up here. Big heals onto Samayam. Raikou gets coiled behind the pillar. They could try to make a swap here onto Raikou. He's dropping quite low. There's the blind onto Lontar. Raikou, how is he going to respond? He finally trinkets, trades out the Nether Walk, but that was a scary, scary moment there. Raikou now with no cooldowns left. Lontar, though, still with his trinket. He needs to be a little bit careful when he pushes behind there. Raikou now getting cloned up here. Good control from Samayam and Trill. There's a gouge onto Lontar, but there's a Healing Tide behind the pillar, still doing some work here for Echo. Raikou now going behind the pillar. Here comes the Metamorphosis. There's the double Chaos Nova. Here comes the pressure. Lontar there with the Static Field Totem as well, and they are trying to push in here. Chanimal looking for the Fears. Can he find it? He does manage to get a Fear onto Samayam, but he wants it onto Sidhu. Not able to find it though in time, and it looks like Samayam is going to be able to stay alive for now.
Yeah, Samayam repositioning, just trying to get away from Raikou, but doesn't want to be too stacked up here with Sidhu. Imprisonment. Once again, Sam's in trouble. He gets interrupted. Bearform barks again. Is going to make him really durable, but this Fear on Sidhu is absolutely devastating. Great crowd control coming in from Sam. Another Fear to follow it up. Sidhu's forced to trade out the Trinket and connect some large heals here to Samayam. But that was the Trinket. That is a big objective for Echo to get through in order to claim a win here on the Grand.
Yeah, and now big Flame Breath here onto Chanimal. This could be cooldowns here coming out from Echo. Sidhu, though, at the same time, is in a Chaos Nova getting swapped to beautiful portals. Do they have another stun? Lightning Lasso coming in into the Infernal Stun. Ladies and gentlemen, Echo striking first blood here in the grand final against Team Liquid.
Yeah, I mean, that's big for a lot of different reasons, but that was home field advantage for Liquid as well. So Echo getting that first win in this best of 7 is a massive lead for them. It means that Liquid, of course, is going to have to win disadvantaged. But yeah, Echo, they've been looking better and better with this composition. They're just clean. I mean, there's just so many scary moments for Sam in the match. Great crowd control onto Sidhu, and every single time Sidhu's getting crowd control, they're putting the burst out, which is making it really, really unstable. Here's the Imprison. This is right before the kill, so this is where Sidhu gets fully feared, and the re-fear here by Chanimal, which doesn't get stopped. Sidhu is forced to trade out his Trinket. So he trades out his Trinket, gets a big Verdant Embrace, massive heals onto Sam, but they just continue to push here. Echo just keeps going. Even though we have Chanimal on a stun, we have a Cyclone on Raikou. It's a beautiful 3 versus 1 situation. The damage onto Sam is just so incredibly high. I-Beam comes in, big stun onto Sea-Doo. Raikou makes the swap here with the Essence Break. Root Solar Beam on Chanimal, but it's just such a crazy amount of damage that Raikou has available. Trill, luckily, is able to peel back, but it's just not enough. Lone Tar gets the Lightning Lasso, and they're able to drop Sea-Doo. So just really, really good. I mean, it's actually insane that Sea-Doo went down there because I feel like Sam had a good response. He got the Root Solar Beam on the Chanimal. Trill came back. He peeled Raikou with the Gouge, but Lone Tar was able to extend the chain with his Lightning Lasso and really secure that kill.
This is just the thing that Chanimal, he is the master of this. I swear, out of every Warlock, he's so good at this, and that is, those classical Cloud9 setups that we've seen in the past. When he was playing with Wealthy Man, and we would see them when they're fighting against these cleaves. The healer would, the cleave would push in. They would CC the healer. They would pressure the cleaves, and then when they go back to the pillar, that's when they would start going after the healer, and that's when they would do these stun locks. With the stun into the infernal stun, sometimes with the coil as well, and they always landed those kills, and that's exactly what they did here as well, because that infernal stun has its own little DR there. So having the full Chaos Nova into the lasso, and then you have that extra lockdown there at the end without leaving any gaps. It's really, really big there, and it does net them the kill. So Chanimal bringing in some of his old tech there on that swap, and now Team Liquid, this is not the start they wanted here in the grand finals, but we have seen both of these teams beat each other, so it's still anybody's game. The big question that I have towards Liquid is, are we going to continue to see Sea-Doo on the Prez Evoker, or is he going to start playing the Shaman a little bit more? He did play the Shaman and lose on it, on mana, but that's one of the weaknesses, unfortunately, of the Prez Evoker, is that if you don't have Communion or Trinket, you are basically a sitting duck.
You have to have all those. You have to have a big Dream Breath loaded up, just something. You need all those heal over time effects to kind of carry you while you are crowd controlled. And it's one of the things, right? Like, there's a lot going in favor of Preservation Evokers. They bring a lot of damage, a lot of healing, but they are the most susceptible to crowd control. It's because you have to kind of play on top of whoever you want to heal. You have to be getting those Verdant Embraces, and Sea-Doo's trying to get full value out of that Dreamwalker's Embrace as well. If you notice that red beam that gets connected to Sam-I-Am, that's basically like a damage line, and anytime anybody goes into it, they take a little bit of damage over time. It also gives Sam and Sea-Doo a bit of a speed boost. So if Sam and Sea-Doo are tethered together, it's going to be a little bit of extra pressure on Raikou, but I don't really see them getting too much of value out of it in these games. The speed is nice, though, for Sam and Sea-Doo to kind of retreat and cross the map.
Yeah, absolutely. They're going to have, the rescues here are going to be doing a decent amount of work here, and we'll see if they can grab the win here. And again, we'll see what their strategy is as well. I feel like going after Chanimal, they were doing that in that last game as well. And I feel like it is one of the good things about the Prez Evoker, that you're not only trying to send the Demon Hunter, because that's what we saw in the Shaman game, right? They were trying to root beam Shan, and they were trying to blind Lontar, or bash him into a clone, and then send Raikou in a stun. And it was very like telegraph 3-2-1 goes every single time they had beam. But with the Prez Evoker, they have the option to do that, but then in between the goes also hit Chanimal and actually generate good pressure. So we'll see here. Team Liquid trying to tie the series up here in the grand finals. $40,000 to whoever wins, to the team that wins this this match right here. I believe it was $24,000 for second place. So it's a big chunk of change here just on this particular match here in the cross-region tournament. But the players, of course, they want the medals, they want the fame, the honor, the glory. That's what we're fighting for here, and we are seeing a perfect opener right now from Team Liquid. Raikou, what are you gonna do here? Immediate, nice Infernal there, dropped again by Chanimal. Actually, no one trading a actually Chanimal did trade his trinket in that exchange, so they do get that at least on the side of Team Liquid.
Yeah, I think it's good too. It's less likely Chanimal is actually going to fall down in this match, so just trading out the trinket, he'll still have access to some damage over time, or some defensive cooldowns a little bit later on. But Sam-I-Am just getting one shot once again. What on earth is happening to his health? Sam is just looking so unstable. It's going down to 1% health so consistently in the match. That's a trinket. That's a bar skin. Get Shadow for your Chanimal. Lone Tar Raikou putting out a ton of pressure here on Liquid. and really causing them to panic. Big hunt now lands onto Samayam, who really doesn't have many defensive cooldowns left. Imprisonment onto Sidu. He's forced to trade out his Trinket. Trinket Rescue comes in, and the pressure from Echo is high.
The pressure is absolutely amazing. Trinket already being forced here from Sea-Doo. Chanimal now to 50% HP. This is Team Liquid trying to make their push right now, trying to go after Chanimal. But the big map is really good for him as well, because he can kite out of those situations. But at the same time, Raikou getting absolutely blasted here. Lontar not in crowd control. Raikou sitting through it, not trading his Trinket there, not panicking in that situation. And now they got a full fear here onto Sea-Doo from Raikou. Lontar pushing in with the Lightning Lasso. Can they find any more follow-up? I don't think they have it. Sammy, I'm looking for the Cyclones here right now. Raikou actually insta-locking him despite the ping disadvantage in this match, and Raikou still staying on target. Beautiful rescue there onto Samayam and Sea-Doo. They're going to cross the map here as Trill is looking to set it up once again here onto Raikou. Do they have the damage? Shadow Fury gets casted there by Chanimal, trying to slow down the pressure for just a second, and it looks like Echo has recovered for now.
That was really good positioning by Raikou. I mean, he basically flew out of line of sight. Sam and Sea-Doo were not able to really connect on that stun, and easily Chanimal and Lontar were able to back him up. So really good positioning there by Raikou, kind of weaving in that defense with a lot of this Demon Hunter offense. So we'll see what they can get done. Samayam right now down to about 50% health. Finally going to catch a huge heal here by Sea-Doo, who's burning through his mana really quickly. It's about even for both of these healers. Once again, Raikou taking a bit of a defensive posture. When he doesn't have cooldowns, opting to just play back a little bit. Here we go, though. Chanimal getting a lot of peels out. A full fear on Trill is going to completely mitigate that damage. But Samayam lands a Cyclone on Raikou. Now they're turning attention here onto Chanimal. But at the same time, Samayam's getting absolutely destroyed. Big damage incoming, and that static field totem by Lontar is going to keep Samayam pinned down. But look at the damage here for Liquid. All three members of Echo down to about 40% health. A full bash on Raikou. He trinkets and Netherwalks, gets stunned on it, but ultimately will survive. Lontar might have to drop out the Spirit Link totem. He gets Cyclone, and Raikou's still just dead. I can't believe it. They take him down through darkness. Liquid strikes back.
Liquid making some quick work there. It was not looking good for them in this game in general, the first like 2 minutes, but that last minute, Liquid really powered up here, and they showed what they can do on this composition. So much pressure here onto Raikou. If that stun on Trinket came in just 0.1 second earlier, Raikou would have died there, but didn't matter. In the end, they had the damage to just train him down after that situation with the Netherwalk. So Team Liquid going to be tying it up here. And this clone right here on Raikou was amazing. Look at Sam. He gets this clone on Raikou right before the setup, because they have a full fear on Sea-Doo and Raikou. If he can connect during this time, surely it's going to be big cooldowns there from Sea-Doo. Sam is going to have to play defensive, but instead it's going to be massive damage coming out here in Sea-Doo with the disintegrates hitting Lontar. Lontar has to heal himself. He has to heal Raikou. There's a Trinket from Raikou with the Netherwalk. Now Shan is super low. He's going to use the Unending Resolve and the Health Stone there. Lontar gets cloned again, and just so much damage. Lontar has to heal Raikou and Chan in this position, and himself as well. So a little bit unfortunate, but he does have Trinket Spirit Link. When did he actually use his Trinket Link here? Kind of want to see. So the beam comes out. He sits it. He Astral Shifts. He Health Stones. He NSs. And yeah, he just wait. Let's see here. Here, he surely Trinket links, right?
No, Raikou's really far away. I mean, it's kind of.
But he could link Chan and Raikou. He could Trinket link Chan and Raikou. They were close to each other.
Possible. I think they might have even been split up. But yeah, I mean, he obviously had access to the Trinket link. I think that's more of like I'll put that on the whole team, because they were so split up at that point. You know, maybe they just underreacted to the damage. They thought the Trinket Netherwalk would be enough, but they surely needed to stack up there, right? Because it's just Lontar. I don't think there's too much he can do in that situation with how spread out they were. But yeah, that was kind of crazy, because I'm going to be honest, I feel like Echo was dominating that game until Liquid basically got everything. It was like one good setup that just kept going, that infinite go at the end of the game. It just forced out basically every single defensive cooldown, and they ended up just winning through it. So really good job. Good recovery there by Liquid.
Sam I am as well with the infinite domain, taking things a little too literal there, making the infinite goes happen as well. But we got Liquid now. This is where I think things are going to be a little bit interesting, because that was, of course, Liquid's ping advantage. Now we're going to have Echo as the home team, and Liquid going to be playing with that disadvantage. So if they can manage to get the win, it's going to be huge as well for their chances in the series. But I wonder, are we going to see Sea-Doo on the Shaman? Because I feel like they got kind of rocked in that last game in the start, right? The first like 2 minutes. And I wonder if they're kind of considering that, like, maybe we do need a little bit more defense here, or I don't know. At the same time, disintegrate from Sea-Doo is the killing blow, right? So it is a tough decision here that they are going to have to make, especially when they're heading in blind. But when you're heading in blind, I feel like that's when it's still early enough in the series that you can afford to drop a game where you are disadvantaged by testing it, just to make sure that it's not going to be the thing that can ultimately win you the entire series. So I wouldn't be against Liquid picking the Shaman here, but we'll see. Maybe they just go with the Prez. They will go with the Prez.
Yeah, I don't want to say it's a comfort pick for them, but I think that the nice thing about the Preservation Evoker is that nullifying shroud. So that's one thing, right? Yeah. Obviously, the extra damage is nice, but the nullifying shroud is really, really good, and the fire breath as well. So it just adds that little bit of extra damage I feel like Liquid needs to actually maybe secure a kill on Raikou or Chanimal. The Shaman certainly is nice, but I don't know. For some reason, it feels like Preservation Evoker is just such a good fit here for Liquid. And I like the little bit of extra, offensive damage and some of the utility that the Preservation Evoker has in this matchup. It's interesting because you don't see that many Preservation Evokers, but Liquid makes it work really well.
Yeah, absolutely. Sea-Doo definitely making it work. I don't think we've seen too many Pres Evokers in general this season. So the fact that Sea-Doo is, bringing it in the finals does speak volumes to kind of how much depth there is to playing Pres Evoker as well. Because there is a night and day difference between, like a Evoker who plays on Sea-Doo's level and a regular Evoker. Just a lot more damage, mana, just everything. It looks like a completely different class when Sea-Doo is playing that. So we'll see here if he can make it work against Echo here on Ashamance. And I wonder as well about the mind games here because, this is a grand finals and this is a rematch as well, and they played a best of 5 all the way to game 5. So there is a chance that we go all the way to game 7 here. And I feel like if you are Echo and Team Liquid, you should consider the maps as well. Obviously they are considering the maps, but maybe you should strategize a little bit with the maps here. Okay, do we want to, when do we want to lock in our big maps and small maps? Because there's a chance that you just run out of, large maps or small maps to play on if you pick them for the other team when it's their advantage. So we'll see here. Echo trying to maintain their lead. Liquid with the swing match right now. If they can win this, it's going to be massive for them. And we'll see here what they can do. Raikou right now already pushing in. Sea-Doo casting that nullifying shroud, making himself immune to crowd control. Looking for a sleepwalk onto Raikou, but Raikou's just going to line up sided. Trill sitting in stealth, still waiting for the opener. Looks like he wants to go for it now. They get the solar beam onto Chan. He trinkets out. And did they get anything onto Lontar there? I didn't actually see what they did to Lontar, but Lontar is going to be just chilling in the back line, free healing, dropping the earthen walls, and just living his best charm on life. I think they're trying to swap to him here. Trill was looking for it there, but really wasn't able to get too much damage from Sam I Am, and now it's going to be Sam in trouble here. Huge damage coming in from the portal. Sea-Doo is in a stun, into a fear, already trinket.
Oh, he got imprisoned on his trinket!
He got imprisoned on his trinket! Sam I Am on 1% HP, can they take him down? The rescue comes out for Sea-Doo, dragging Sam I Am all the way across the map here, healing him up there with that red beam, that verdant embrace talent as well. And Sam I Am will recover. Trill, though, also forced to use everything here. Huge opener for Echo.
Yeah, once again, these openers are great. Echo just needs to make sure they don't under-respond to these situations. Big stun on Raikou. Bash on Lontar. Can they take him down? Full fear coming in.
No trinket.
Raikou might be able to survive. He gets gouged. Lontar still struggling to connect the heals. Finally, it looks like Raikou will stabilize, and now it's actually Sam once again in trouble, going down to 10% health. Sea-Doo pulling off some miracles to keep him alive. And it looks like Sam will be healthy, but it's just close call after close call. Triple Chaos Nova by Raikou. He is throwing caution to the wind and getting very aggressive here. And that static field totem is going to keep Sam I Am pinned down. Sea-Doo just cannot get there. 4 heals, finally doing so, but Lone Tar with a beautiful knock, separating Sea-Doo and Sam. It's not enough, though. Sea-Doo's still able to connect the heals. I mean, this is just insane. Sam I Am is forced to play so defensively in this match. Now, once again, trying to run, trying to cross, and just allow Trill to get some crowd control, some damage rolling. Echo is just unrelenting right now.
Yeah, Echo really with a good control over the match. But look at Raikou, he's pushing in behind the pillar. If Trill connects now with a stun, it could be scary. He knows it. They have a fear onto Trill. That's why he was able to do that without being too risky. Chanimal looking for the fears here onto Sea-Doo. Can he find it, though, is the question. He wants to fear off that nullifying shroud. I think he actually tried to purge it just now with his pet, too. But Raikou does take a full stun lock here. There's a full CS onto Sea-Doo. Big damage here onto Raikou. Chanimal getting cheap shotted here, actually. And it's going to be Trill now getting caught up in Demon Hunter CCs here, and now Sam I Am, what he's going to do, get static fielded, double coiled. Here comes the damage from Chanimal. He's pushing in here, wants to get more crowd control here onto Sea-Doo. Sam I Am dropping to half, full lightning lasso gets channeled in. Chanimal porting in with the precog. Here comes the fear. He gets it onto Sea-Doo. That's going to be the Emerald Communion immediately being popped there by Sea-Doo, allowing Sam I Am to stay alive. But now Sea-Doo only with the trinket rewind as that big defensive kind of panic button available.
Yeah, Sam right now fishing for Cyclones. Is he going to be able to find it? Interrupt on Sea-Doo. Once again, Sam taking burst. The hunt comes in. Full hex on Trill as Echo is looking to make a final push here. But once again, the rescue comes in. Sea-Doo repositioning Sam I Am. That tether is just allowing Sam to cross the map, but doesn't want to get too far. Beautiful knock there by Lone Tar. You separate the evoker from the target he wants to heal. It can be incredibly disruptive, and I don't know if Sea-Doo really has that much left to keep Sam alive. Infernal Sun comes in. Double coil. Chanimal looking for a fear. Can he find it? Can he fake cast the interrupt? Sam barely holding on by a thread. Sea-Doo once again, the miracle worker. I can't believe how often Sam is just surviving at 1% health, but it gets interrupted, and I don't. There's no way. How are you alive, Sam? Barkskin. He's looking for a cyclone, but the damage is just never ending. And Echo completely smother Liquid in this one.
Yeah, almost getting a double kill right there at the end onto Trill and Sam, and Echo really showing up in this one. And I think that's the thing, right? We saw in that last game a very similar start where Echo had so much momentum, but then once Liquid got that big setup, they never let go of that pressure. And I really think that's what they needed here. They weren't able to find the offense that they needed. They need to just make sure that Raikou is always scared. And I think a big reason to why Raikou wasn't that scared, I mean, look at his damage, 15 million damage. Raikou's damage is Trill and Sam combined almost. So, you know, the fact that he's able to do that is a lot of it is because of these fears. Look at Trill right now. Trill is getting hexed, and that just means, okay, well, I can't get stunned behind a pillar. I can stay on my target. I can do whatever I want. And then, you know, when Sam goes behind a pillar, Trill gets feared. But here was another close call. So they imprison Sea-Doo right here, and then they get the Chaos Nova. Sea-Doo with just the miracle plays here to actually, Sam I Am to actually survive this is unbelievable, actually, how Sea-Doo even was able to do that. He gets the Dream Breath fake cast into a big heal right there with the rewind, and then he gets, I think he got the Nullifying Shroud counterspell, and then here I think he connects a Spirit Bloom and does manage to connect some healing again, but then he gets Fell Erupted, he trinkets out, he gets feared half on his trinket, and Sam does go down, but Sea-Doo really swinging in that one. I really like this from Chanimal as well, where he's so certain that they're going to have the kill, and he goes in and pops that Unending Resolve, because that Unending Resolve, it's like your major defensive cooldown as a Warlock, reduces damage taken, but it also makes you immune to interrupt. So Chanimal knowing that, hey, we're going for the kill right now, I need to pop this so I can cast, you know, gives them that extra fear at the end that actually did secure them the kill. So really top-notch stuff, once again, as usual, from Chan.
Yeah, I think Chan playing as aggressively as he is. Like, look at his portal. His demonic circle's in the middle of the map, just sprinting after them the entire game, you know? They try to run away from behind the pillar and cross. Well, guess what? Chan's there sprinting at you, just continuing to put the pressure. And that's what you need against a Moonkin, right? Like, such an important thing against Liquid. It seems like in the matchups they struggle, it's when they're on the back foot. When they're on the back foot and Sam isn't able to get the clones out, they're not able to get the setups, that's when the game kind of falls apart for them. When they are, you know, picking up that momentum, they are getting the consistent setups, they are getting the cyclones, that's when things look really good for Liquid. So I feel like Echo may have kind of figured that out, and these aggressive plays are definitely paying into their favor. Echo now, it is going to be Liquid's map pick. So Home field advantage here for Liquid, Maldraxxus Coliseum. I wonder if Liquid makes a change. Like maybe they do bring in the Restoration Shaman. Because with how aggressive Echo's playing, it seems like it's really difficult for Liquid to get anything going.
Yeah, that's the problem. And I think that Echo has gotten better in the matchup. They've realized that, hey, we cannot sit back, because that's what happened in a lot of those upper bracket games, right? Echo was kind of sitting back. They had Lontar and Chan kind of sitting back, farming, and then Raikou pushing in. And sometimes just one knock, one Typhoon would just create chaos for Team Liquid. So Team Liquid kind of staying with that same strategy of trying to go after Raikou, trying to make him overextend, and actually Echo playing around that a little bit better, making sure that, hey, we're hexing Trill as much as possible, we're getting static fields on him, we're fearing him, we're making sure to cover Trill anytime Raikou wants to get behind the pillar and start AoEing the healer and Samayam there. And when they can do that, then Raikou is going to be doing, 100k DPS or however much he was doing in this game. So I think Echo has kind of figured out a better strategy, but it's still anybody's game here. These teams are so evenly matched, and it's got to be nerve-wracking as well, right? If you're like Waz and Maz and you're just sitting on the bench, just like, what's going to happen? You see Samayam on just 1% ping-ponging back and forth, and your team just playing their hearts out.
Yeah. I just want a webcam on Waz's face during these games. And Maz, I just want to see, it's just completely ridiculous how insane these games are. And keep in mind, for Equid and Liquid, on the day, they're tied. Right? It's 4-4. Yep. So all tied up here in terms of overall series, but for the finals, Echo is going to be happy to have that lead up 2-1 right now, just 2 games away from being the winners. So lots on the line in these games. Liquid obviously wants to tie it up here, but lots to think about. They got to discuss the strategy. What's going wrong? Do we mix up our composition? Do we bring in Mez? I don't know. They do. One comp that they play a lot is Outlaw Demon Hunter. And normally when they play it, it looks good. So that is an option. I don't know if they'd be willing to tag out Sam, because I feel like he's been such an important playmaker for them. But, bringing in Mez, that is something that they could do.
That's the thing, right? Mez is also a fantastic playmaker. It just depends how they want to favor this draft. But I do wonder if it's more likely that we see a healer change over a full comp change, but maybe. They have Cleaves, and Cleaves can definitely take down what Echo is bringing here. So Team Liquid going to be running down the clock. I think they're going to run the same thing because it is their advantage, and so far, when it has been their advantage, they've won. But like I said, the last time they were blind, I think you can afford to really get creative, because when it's not your advantage, I think the play there is to take away a map that the other team likes. If they like big maps, you take away a big map, and you rely on your advantage still to get you that win. And then you can maybe win disadvantage because you have a good map. I think that's one thing. And I think the other thing is, I don't know how certain Liquid is. Maybe they're 100% certain. Prez is the best. We don't play Shaman ever. In which case, just keep playing, just keep doing what you're doing. But if you are unsure, because in the upper bracket, they did play Shaman and then they swapped to Prez, if you still have some doubts in the back of your mind, if you're seated like, maybe the Shaman could have been better here if we play it this way, I feel like doing those experiments early when it's your disadvantage, that's the time to send them. So we'll see if Liquid will mix things up, or if Echo will mix things up as well, if they end up losing here. So we'll see what these teams decide to do. Still a best of 7, by the way, guys, so it's not match point here. And yeah, it's going to be interesting. I can't wait. It really is such a classic that we're seeing here between these two teams, these two orgs. I don't know.
Guess what?
The semifinal just knocked the wind out of my sails. I'm not gonna lie, dude.
Yeah. I was going to say, guess what? We don't have to wait much longer. Gates are open here in 8 seconds as we continue this Titan series between Liquid from North America and Echo of Europe. This is Liquid's home field advantage. Let's see if they can tie it up here with their Moonkin Rogue Evoker. Let's see what goes on. They're going to be sitting back once again. They like to kind of delay as long as they can, get full value out of that Nullifying Shroud, and not allow Echo to kind of just relax and pull back. during that really crucial moment for Sidu where he's immune to crowd control. Sam I am playing a little bit defensive here, and I do wonder what Chan's going to do. Once again, just immediately trinketing and going for peels here, but he gets interrupted. Nicely done there by Sidu, but a counter interrupt comes in from Chanimal, and once again, Sam I am's in trouble. He gets rescued away here. Sidu forced to retreat behind the pillar, and it's going to be Lontar taking the brunt of the damage, but with that Healing Tide Totem down, they make a big setup onto Trill. Lightning Lasso, can they get the trinket? They don't manage to, but really good opener for both of these teams. But I have to say, it does feel like Echo came out slightly ahead.
Yeah, that opener, they figured out how they want to deal with it. Just Trinket, Infernal every single time, and that should be enough to save Riku's Trinket, which is the big prize here for Team Liquid. But the Hunt comes out here for Sammy, a massive heal, connects here for Sidu, double Chaos Nova coming out. Actually, just a single Chaos Nova, but it will be enough to force out that Emerald Communion. Look at these fire portals blasting Sammy, the Observer. What is going on? What is this damage Chanimal right now? Pushing 120k DPS right there before it started to drop down. Riku's in a cheap shot, and finally they get a fear here onto Trill. Riku's going to feel confident now to push in back onto his target. Sam I am, what are you going to do here? You're finally at full HP. You need to get something going. But look at Chan once again, fake casting the kick, getting the pre-cook, double coil. There's the Chaos Bolts, trying to get more and more pressure here. Sidu just in the backline, spamming out the Living Flame. He's waiting for that Nullifying Shroud, which is ready in 1 second. He's going to go for it as soon as he has it, if they have pressure. And there it is, Nullifying Shroud. Now Sidu feels confident to push in, start adding in the damage, and help his team get offensive.
Yeah, Chanimal in a full Cyclone right now as Liquid's looking to get control of the match. Interrupt here onto Sidu. Nicely done there by Chan. Is there any follow-up crowd control? The Nullifying Shroud is available, and it's going to be Raikou who's getting set up on Cheap Shot after Kidney Shot. And I think Raiku's going to be able to shrug that one off, and then make a push on Sam. Once again, huge heals coming in from Sidu, and that is enough for Sam to survive. Looking for Cyclones, though. Needs to find that crowd control. Found it onto Raikou. It'll slow him down. Do they have anything for Lontar? Need to get the setups with crowd control on Lontar. I don't think they're going to be able to take down Raikou, although he is taking quite a bit of damage right now. This Kidney Shot is a lot. Are they going to be able to race Lontar, just spamming out healing waves? The full blind lands. Lontar looks like he wants to sit it as Raiku's in a very defensive position, and Chanimal is coming in with beautiful peels. Double Mortal Coil into the Shadow Fury, and Raikou now feeling good to get aggressive here onto Sam. Echo looking for an offensive push.
Really good kiting there by Raikou. Lontar though getting swapped too. They might have to take him down. Lontar, where's your trinket? He trinkets air, drops the Spirit Link, drops the Astral Shift. Full panic, Health Stone as well coming out there for Lontar. Lontar actually, I think, trinketed after the stun there. We're going to need to see that on a replay in giga slow motion. But right now, Chanimal here in a full Cyclone Trill though. Good pressure coming out onto him from Raikou as they continue to blast here. Both teams right now feeling very unstable. Once again, Chan could be the target here for Team Liquid, but no, it's going to be Trill actually. Lightning Lasso gets pulled the trigger. Big damage coming out here onto Trill, but Sidu is there to back him up. Raikou sitting through some Cyclones before he wants to get back onto Samayam, but once again, it's going to be Trill clotheslining him with a Kidney Shot. There's the cheap shot onto Lontar. Nice coil though onto Samayam into the Infernal Zone. Chanimal shutting down the fear right there. That would have been the game if they got that, or the Cyclone, sorry, but Chanimal still not feeling too confident there. The Solar Beam connects on cast there. Lontar still having a lot of healing to do. He's healing his dog right now with the health funnel, but finally Echo has recovered. Team Liquid though, not done yet.
Oh, definitely not. And I mean, mana is relatively even for both of these healers at this point of the game as we have a bit of a breather. Trill's going to push forward. Double Chaos Nova coming in from Raikou as he shuts down that assault. Dream Breath comes in. Samayam should be more than okay, but Sam is just pulling away. Does not want to mess around and get hit by Chanimal. When Sidu's in crowd control, now that that has ended, he will push up once again, looking for a Cyclone. Observer drops down, Nether Ward as well. Chanimal just playing full defense, making it really difficult for Sam to get anything going. The full fear lands on Sidu. He had to trade out his trinket. Raikou, in the meantime, taking a huge hit of damage, is going to immediately knock back in to that darkness and get some value. Really high-level plays coming in from both these teams. Raikou going for the hunt, continuing the push here as Chanimal's in a Kidney Shot, and Liquid is just making such good play after play. Really keeping Lontar guessing here with offensive damage on Raikou and Chanimal. Unending Resolve comes in. Echo's looking to get aggressive with that Unending Resolve, but an interrupt comes in. Nicely done there by Sam. Slowing down Chan just a little bit. Raiku's in trouble. Full sleep here on Lontar. Uses Metamorphosis, trying to get that leech up here for Sam and get aggressive. Sidu's caught into a full fear. It could be Emerald Communion. Needs to be in line of sight. Is he going to use it? Sam's just on the run. Raikou in hot pursuit. And this game's getting spicy.
They're swapping. Big swap here onto Sidu, forcing out the Emerald Communion, but Samayam is there with the Cyclone, beautifully done there onto Raikou. What happened to that Cyclone? He got reflected by Chanimal, and now they're swapping to Trill. Big damage here, but look at Trill. He's turning it around back onto Raikou. Can they connect with the Cyclone? They need to stop the Cyclone from Samayam. If he gets it, it could be game over for Echo. No trinkets available for another 8 seconds here for Raikou. Lontar with nothing left. Chanimal with nothing left, just except pure damage. Chan trying to push in, trying to get aggressive, but Trill is pushing him back here with his own damage. Chan finally stabilizing with a big heal. Nice interrupt there on the triple Shadow Fury, but Raikou is feeling confident. He wants to push in. He wants to get aggressive. He has his trinket. He gets Cyclone, though. Doesn't want to trinket that because then he will die in a stun, so he's forced to sit through that one. And now Chanimal relaying his demonic circle, looking for the next opportunity. Sidu's mana not looking too hot. Lontar as well, though, pretty much tied up with him here. Here comes the hunt. The Raikou fake casting it. Tries to blade dance there, actually, and dodge the kidney, but Trill does manage to connect with it. Big cheap shots here as well. Into the bash onto Lontar. He has the trinket. He can make the trade with the Spirit Link, but he's trying to greed it, and he will trinket Spirit Link there. Another big objective here for Team Liquid, but now they are on the back foot. Double Chaos Nova coming out, and that's going to be Cedar's trinket here. This game is going all the way in here. Chanimal might just go down here to the damage of Trill as well. He teleports back to Lontar. Things are getting extremely unstable here at 30% dampening.
Ooh, Root Solar Beam, Cyclone, Samayam looking to get the game-winning crowd control as they make a push here onto Chanimal. Raikou hides behind the pillar, but realizing he cannot completely abandon Chanimal, he needs to have that offensive presence on the map. He pushes to the midfield, but just getting smoked here by the Star Surges. Big setup on Trill, big Chaos Bolts. No way can they take him down. He vanishes out. Cheat Death saving the day, and now it's going to be Raikou who has to run away. Imprisonment onto Sam. Beautiful peels here by Raikou, but he's caught into the stuns. Double Infernal comes in. Mortal Coils as well. A full fear on Sidu. And all of a sudden, Echo is turning this around. Sam's in so much trouble. Can he survive? He gets rescued behind the pillar. Sidu pulling off another miracle. Double Chaos Nova. Huge damage here by Raikou. I don't know if Sam's going to be able to live. Sidu once again pulling off a miracle, but this pressure is unrelenting. Echo is making a push. They want to win this fourth game. They want to go up 3-1, but Liquid denies them. I can't believe it. Stuns coming in from Trill in desperation, trying to keep his team alive, but Sidu just has no mana. Sam, I don't know if he's going to be going back to full health here, Zico.
Chan is dead! They killed Chan! Unbelievable fire breath, Sidu, the miracle worker, but he's not over yet. Cross kill, Liquid! No way! Trill is gonna go down! The reversal Echo is here for the payback. Sidu, I hope you got your chair ready because it might be time to punch it in frustration, or once again, we're being extremely happy. We got a 2v2 Moonkin Evoker, but Sidu is completely tapped. Sam has nothing left. If Raikou can just stay on target here, it's over. Look at the lava burst coming in from Lontar, and Echo does it. 3-2-1. Against Team Liquid, just one game away from being the champions.
What do you like cross kills? We got cross kills. This year's got everything you want. Oh my goodness gracious. I can't believe it either.
Not again, dude. If you're Echo, you're like, yes, that finally karma. You know, they're so happy with that.
It's funny because in both 2v2 situations, you just know who's going to win right away, right? Like when it's Outlaw Rogue versus Destro Warlock, Chanimal might as well take his hands off the keyboard. And the same is true in reverse. When it's like you have a Demon Hunter in a 2v2 versus a Moonkin, like you just got no shot. Sidu knew it as soon as it happened. And Echo's definitely going to be happy about that one. Raikou and Lontar pulling off the clutch, going up 3-1 in this series. But these games have been unbelievable to watch. An absolute joy.
I swear I have lost my voice. I'm like stuttering.
I know.
My armpits are sweaty. My forehead is sweaty, and I'm feeling just warm and like flustered all over the place. And that's because of these games. They are so absolutely incredible. Look at this. What's going on here? Trill, 1% HP, man. Gets the vanish, manages to stay alive. And look at Sidu, man. Sidu is a Live Lord miracle worker god. Like, what is this? Who can keep Sam alive in this situation and get a kill? Who does that? How? It's just incredible. It is just insane how well Sidu kept his team alive here, and then going for the fire breath killing blow as well. Like, he did get the killing blow actually as well. I mean, Sidu really, I feel like he definitely went above and beyond in that game, but still, it is what it is. Echo really leveling up here and making a big impact here in the grand finals.
Everyone breathe, all right? Everyone take a deep breath right now because These games are absolutely wild. I really don't think we could ask for a better tournament. We couldn't ask for a better finals here. Echo really is stepping up. I can't believe it, though. Liquid, I mean, the fact that they're surviving with such like narrow margins, right? Like, how many times do you think Sam I Am went to 10% health that game? 5? Something like that.
Yeah, like, I mean,
that
it
one
was like
game.
It was just the first thing that happened. Like Sam I Am insta 1% HP, Cedo getting CC'd on his trinket, and they're already like in the clutch, having to make plays to stay alive. So it's yeah, I mean. Whew, it's so back and forth as well, and it really is a meta game within the tournament, within the matchup as well, right? Because in the start it was like, okay, we're gonna root beam Chan, we're gonna do this, we're gonna set up this triple CC, and every single time at the start it was like, okay, well Echo, we're gonna trade our trinket from Raikou, but then they're like, wait a second. We're just going to try to pre-infernals on every single opener. And then they're like, well, we got to make sure that we're cleaner with the triple CC so that can happen. And then Channel like, well, I'll just trinket and do it then. And, you know, the way that it's kind of adapting in within the matchup as well, like how they're playing, you know, in the start, Channel was playing very defensive with Lontar in the back. And now, I mean, he's the one leading the charges running in. I mean, that opener as well that Chan did with the triple portal onto Sam I Am, my goodness, that was... Jeez, it's been crazy. It's been crazy. If you're playing a Destrolock right now, this is the guy to watch.
Yeah, I mean, this is. I don't think we could ask for a better series. Like I said, going to Dalaran Sewers, small map, home field advantage for Liquid once again, and they've changed their tactic. Right, they're going to be going to a small map, which makes me think: are they going to be changing up their composition? I mean, it's really difficult to make that decision when the games have been so close, right? Because you could also think, like, if we just played a little bit better, we would have won that game. And the previous game, if we played a little bit better, we would have won that game. So as a competitor, being in that spot where the games are this close, making the choice to get off your main composition and play something else, it's actually really difficult.
Yeah, it's a tough situation, especially that's it. You're on match point. Now you are on match point. What are you going to do? If you start experimenting on match point, that might just cost you the grand finals and the $40,000 that you get from being the team that finishes first place here. So it's an expensive decision if it's the wrong one. So Team Liquid here, they're really gonna need to run the clock, make sure that they're doing the right calls here. Do they want to stick to their guns? Do they have something that potentially can be better? Are they gonna just swap out the Prez to a Resto Shaman? What are they going to do here? Because they have a lot of options. They're not like a one-trick team or anything, so they have, you know, a lot of different options. But sometimes that's the hardest thing, right? When you have too many options to make the right one. But we are going to see once again the Prez, the Boomkin, and the Rogue here from Trill. And when you think about it, they went 3-2. So the score right now would be 5-4, right? For Echo. So it's like, yeah,
Echo's up.
Echo's up 1 game. I mean, they're up 2 games in the grand finals, but in the total tournament, all of the games that they fought each other, Echo is now up 1 game, and this has been the matchup, right? So it makes sense. Like the matchup is going 50-50, I mean, so it's not a bad matchup.
Yep, and I mean the elephant in the room as well is Echo is winning with Liquid's home field advantage. So if Echo does end up losing, they have a few tries here to pick up that final win. On the European servers, which is definitely going to be advantageous for them. So Liquid, they are playing the same comp. They're going for a different map, though, so a little bit of a smaller map. I wonder what this means for the strategy change. Like, what are they going to do? Because it's going to be... I have a question.
Sure. Sorry. What is the magic snowball that's healing? There's what is that?
It's a 2-piece...
Like at the top of the combat log.
It is a 2-set from a piece of gear that Trill is wearing. So if you go to awc.gcd.tv, the AWC WoW Companion, you can actually look at the gear that Cedo is using, and they're doing some really interesting things. So Trill is using a piece of crafted gear I've never heard of, never seen before, but your spells and abilities have a chance to pelt your target with a magic snowball, causing enemies to take frost damage or allies to receive healing. So they've got like some weird snowball technology going on. Like
we got that technology going on here in Sweden as well, but it's nice to see Trill adapting it.
Yeah, we got a bit of a snowstorm where I'm from too. But it is crazy. There was another one. Super T's linked it to me. I do believe.
It's
so
crazy.
This one is even crazier. Samayam
I've never seen this. I've never seen this this set. That's actually insane. I didn't know that existed.
So listen to this. This one's even crazier. So Trill was using a weapon called the Infinite Hand, which gives you a specific bonus. It only activates when you're in Uldaman, Ulduar, Uldum, Uldir, or Uldaz. And apparently it works on Tolvaron Arena. So literally just put on that weapon specifically for Tolvaron Arena, apparently. Yeah, he's not wearing it right
insane.
now. Yeah, you'd have to go to the Tolvaron map, I do believe. So do we have like the map Tolvaron there? You can see the weapon that he was using. Yeah, let's see. It was Samayam. But yeah, really, really funny. Somebody tweeted that out. But that's one of the things, right? Like Liquid is one of those teams. Yeah, there it is. Look at that weapon.
Exert authority over the domain of the Titans, gaining 5% movement speed, granting your abilities a chance to deal bonus holy damage.
Who does that?
Only active while in Uldaman, Ulduar, Uldum, Uldir, Uldurus, and Uldaz. So Uldum, that's where Tolvir is. Like that's what it works in Tolvir Arena.
Apparently.
It's like, what?
Yeah, apparently.
This is what I love though about Team Liquid, and they have that old school mentality, which is like, because like before we had like all of the data mining and all of like this, all of the secrets were out like this with streaming and everything. It was a lot about just figuring out like these niche items, these niche like ways to gear your character. If you know you're not being focused, maybe you put on more PvE gear and things like that. And I really love the fact that Echo consistently, still to this day, is a team that really looks, under every single rock, every single place where they can find an advantage in terms of how they're building their characters and actually run with it.
Yeah, but the gates are open. Echo, if they win this game, they will win this tournament. Very impressive. Liquid is really, this is a difficult situation to be in. You got to win 3 in a row. There's no room for mistakes whatsoever. And it looks like Echo wants to get aggressive early on. The double Mortal Coil comes in and followed up by a stun, but blind and a stun on Lone Tar. They're going all in on Lone Tar. Sidu knocks him out of the Earthen Wall Totem. Can they take him down? He's got his trinket. Are they going to be able to drop him? Darkness from Raikou saves the day and allows Lone Tar to hold on to his trinket.
That's an incredible opener here for Echo. The greed once again paying off. And look at Samayam. What? He's on 1% HP. And you asked me earlier, how many times has Samayam been on 5% health? Well, the first time that this match happened, it's a +1 40 seconds in.
Yeah, we'll see how many more there are. Samayam barely holding on at 10% health. Once again, getting a little bit low here. Sidu's got some work cut out for him, but a beautiful Chaos Nova from Raikou. Bash, though. Samayam getting a little bit cheeky, making a setup here on Raikou. He gets cheap shot out of the bash. I don't think they have the damage to take him down. He's just going to hop up from the bottom part of Dalaran's sewers. Lone Tar gets gouged on the seal. Great crowd control there by Trill, not allowing Raikou to fully recover.
Yeah, Raikou still sitting through those Cyclone channel right now, trying to get some pressure going, but he gets Cyclone as well. Trill actually going back onto Raikou here with a big cheap shot, full Cyclone onto Lontar. Raikou did pre-blur this though, so he's actually not taking as much damage as you would expect, and instead it's going to be Samayam on the back foot, full imprisonment here onto Sidu. He trinkets out, gets stunned on his trinket, but he does manage to get a massive heal there onto Samayam. Rescue coming out here for Sidu, moving Samayam further away from Raikou, and Raikou sitting through those clones, which means they want to set up here out of those Cyclones. Samayam is looking for it. Can they find it? He's trying to fake cast Lontar now. He does manage to get it. He gets a Cyclone onto Raikou, and here comes the counter setup potentially. No, it doesn't have the solar beam there. I thought maybe he was going to go for like a beam, a blanket beam or something onto Lontar, but still good pressure here onto Raikou. But so far, Echo has all of their trinkets, but as I say that, Raikou, if he gets stunned, I'm pretty sure he's going to have to use it. Does manage to catch a big heal there by Lontar, and Echo will recover.
Yeah, looks like Echo's going to be okay, and Raikou is in it full Cyclone. So Liquid, they have control of the match so far, but they've been playing very passively. They've been forced to run away a lot. All 3 members of Echo have their trinkets and are playing very, very defensively. Here it goes, Raikou with the Metamorphosis. The hunt comes in. Samayam taking some pressure here, but another setup here on Raikou, but big Chaos Bolts are flying in. Samayam gets knocked off the side of the map and can't connect the damage onto Raikou. A beautiful Chaos Nova coming in once again. Raikou doing such a good job finding those full isolated prey Chaos Novas onto Sidu, getting that 5-second stun and just keeping them in crowd control. But you look, Sea-Doo still has many of his defensive cooldowns. Semi needs to be very careful. Portal's coming in here for Chanimal. Fear potentially on Sea-Doo. Trinket rotating back up. And finally, Liquid, they look like they're recovered, getting some damage rolling on Chanimal. He does not care. Look at Chanimal, literally just porting on top of Sea-Doo, just so unafraid in this match.
Yeah, and this is one of the biggest adaptations that we've seen here. Sea-Doo just being forced to run away from Chanimal the entire game. Sleepwalk does connect onto Lontar. The counterspell, though, connects onto Sea-Doo there as well in the backline. Chanimal trinketing out there. It gets the precog. Raikou is in a full cyclone. They do get a full fear here onto Sea-Doo. Nice static totem there onto Trill as well. But Raikou's still low. He wanted to connect here, but once again, Samayam with the beautiful clone right before the setup happens, denying it. And now here comes the counter setup onto Raikou. Is he ready for this? I don't know if they're going to be able to stay alive. Lontar has trinket. He has the spirit link. He might need to make the trade, but no, it's going to be the Nether Walk coming out from Raikou. But now he can't trinket Nether Walk, so he's going to have to potentially trinket Darkness instead and try to rely on that. Lightning Lance coming out here onto Trill. Another swap coming out from Echo. They're looking for Samayam, though. They're looking for the setup. Chanimal wants to get in there and get those fears here onto Sea-Doo, but Sea-Doo right now, once again, with the excellent positioning, just dodging Chanimal as much as possible, giving Trill some time here to generate pressure.
Yeah, Raikou making a push. He's got a trinket, but no blur. This is a lot of damage. He might have to trinket Darkness. Lontar is going to keep him alive, though, for the time being. Chanimal still just making a play. Double portals coming in. Look at Sam. He's getting ripped apart there. Nicely done there by Raikou as well. Beautiful imprisonment onto Sea-Doo. Stun on Trill, but Raikou is getting controlled a lot more in this game. These roots from Sam are really, really obnoxious, but it might not matter. Metamorphosis comes in. Echo looking to take down Sam.
Emerald Community's out of range.
He's out of line of sight. Beautiful control there by Lontar, and Echo wins the tournament 4-1. Amazing performance.
Unbelievable. They knock Sea-Doo away and he can't connect with the Emerald Community, and Echo gets their revenge. They've done it. They have bested the cross-region tournament. Lontar went through the entire gauntlet of Shamans, Fuston, Absturge, and finally Sea-Doo, who admittedly didn't play Shaman, but still, and he gets his first international win here. And we got, of course, the rest of the Echo racking up yet another one here on the board, making it look a little bit kind of easy actually in the last game here, but still well fought series from Liquid, the strongest team in North America, and just in general an absolute beast of a roster. And we can see here the final moments of the match here. Raikou pushing in, gets the Chaos Nova. They get the bash there onto Lontar, so both teams kind of getting aggressive right now, and they land a kick there onto Samayam. Raikou manages to stay alive throughout this stun lock here with Lontar's Ascendance, and then as soon as he's on stun DR now, he knows I can push in, I can get aggressive, I'm not going to get stunned behind the pillar. They get the imprisonment there onto Sea-Doo, they get the I-beams here, and then they get the Fell Eruption onto Trill. Chan pushing in here, and look at Lontar. You can't really see him, but he's off screen. Where is Sea-Doo? Getting static fielded by Lontar, getting lassoed on his trinket, getting just absolutely owned here by Lontar towards the end. You got to give Lontar the MVP there towards the end. You don't actually see it, but you can tell what happened there. He pushes in, knocks Sea-Doo super far away, roots him, which is one of the most annoying things to deal with as a Pres Evoker, and then stun his trinket. So just really, really amazing offensive push there. Carl would be proud of that one. Wow, I mean, what a tournament.
Yeah, I mean, amazing tournament. I mean, congratulations to both these teams putting on an amazing performance. But I think all the fans of WoW Esports are the true winners. I mean, this has just been so much fun to watch. But yeah, really, really impressive plays here from both these teams. It's a very close series. And I mean, big hats off to Liquid as well. I feel like this weekend they played absolutely phenomenal. But Echo was just a little bit better here in this series. And these plays here coming in from Lontar, once you could see it, look at Sea-Doo, just out of line of sight. Trinkets out, unfortunately just not there. And it'd be very frustrating on that Preservation Evoker. And it's all about that divide and conquer, right? And Lontar knows that. If you can just get the Preservation Evoker away from the target he wants to heal, catch him in roots, catch him in stuns, catch him on a line of sight even, so he can't get the Emerald Communion, there's just really nothing Sea-Doo can do.
Absolutely. We got just an incredibly played series here from both teams, and it has been a long weekend of games for these guys. They have played so many games. They played their hearts out, and honestly, that semifinal between Echo and Liquid, the one, the 3v2 into the finals, man, honestly, just the best games just the best games I think I've watched ever. Like there's so many good games, but like those are definitely like up there as like top games that you could possibly watch. And here we can see the death log as well, what ended up actually killing Sam I Am here. So he got hunted. He got, Chan, free casting Incinerates, Conflag, Shadowburn, basically the full rotation. Renewal coming in. He gets the Frenzied Region, and then Raikou connects here with the Essence Break, and he managed to take him down there. So in the end, Echo, as we've seen many times, chilling in the upper bracket. A team knocks them down. They cleanse the lower bracket, make it back up, get the rematch, and apply those lessons that they've learned. And I really feel like that is one thing that separates this team from a lot of those other teams. Like what separates, just the best teams from great teams is how well you can take that loss, adapt, and learn. So really well played to both of these guys. But congrats to Echo.
Especially a loss that we saw, like the one that we had against their first series against Liquid, is what I was saying. So I'm really curious. I think we are going to get an interview with them to kind of pick their brains a little bit on what exactly went on behind the scenes for, honestly, all of their series today. But that one in particular, because Echo had a very dramatic day, lots of ups and downs. But I mean, you kind of already said it, Zigo. This team is so good at adapting. They're so good at just, standing in the face of tremendous pressure like they've had today. I know I've seen both Lontar and Raikou tweet about how they're kind of tired. They've had a really long day, and yet they were still able to pull off a tremendous victory like we just saw and not look like they were skipping any beats at all. So we can take a look at Echo's journey here. They started off in the upper bracket, beating the Move 3-0. They stayed up there for a long time until, of course, Liquid did push them down to the lower bracket. They battled it out down there then, and then made their way back up for a rematch and beat them 4-1.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive here by Echo. And honestly, if we do get an interview, one of the things I want to ask about is Lontar, because I feel like for this team in particular, this is a bit of a redemption for Lontar.
Yeah.
I mean, going into this season in Cup number 1, Cup number 2, Echo had a little bit of a slow start. Like normally we're expecting them to just win everything, and they weren't. And a lot of people were putting that blame on Lontar, which I think is unfair, to be honest with you.
I agree.
But now, coming into the finals, winning the tournament, and coming in with game-winning plays, I feel like Lontar has definitely got to feel a bit redeemed after that.
And also, the fact, just to add to that, the fact is that Echo, they had to beat the Move. They had to beat CHIBAKU TENSEI, which was a difficult team for them in Europe. They had to beat Liquid. There's no excuses here. They had to beat CHIBAKU TENSEI twice. They had to battle through, a lot of these just super insane teams. And Lontar, in my opinion, was the MVP in the last game. He got them the kill. He pushed in, threw caution to the wind, went for the knocks, went for the lightning lasso, set up the roots, and actually nailed that kill. So for me, I think Lontar did prove himself very well to be kind of worthy of being on this Titan roster. And yeah, it just looks like Echo is only getting better.
I agree. And you say Lontar being the MVP. I am looking at a screenshot here from Waz in Twitch chat saying Lontar completely carried last game. Let's go. So I think he's definitely getting some credit, getting some good redemption. What's up?
I said we saw it.
Yeah.
He definitely did.
Yeah, for sure. So I think we're going to get that interview set up. But, well done to all of the teams. And not to mention also, there was only 2 cups leading up to this one. So they also didn't really have a lot of time to, imagine filling shoes as big as, Meh and Chaz, and then having to be on this team that historically wins every single cup. So it's definitely not an easy position to be in. So I hope that Lontar is very proud of themselves. But speaking of which, we've got a whole nother season coming up here. We've got season 4s. We're gonna have 2 more cups leading into yet another gauntlet with a $20,000 prize pool, and then the big Dragonflight Grand Finals, top 4 EU and NA teams for the prize pool of $300,000. And I feel like Zeke, then for this season in particular, we've seen some newer teams form that I feel like have so much potential, and I hope that that's not all we're going to see of them.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right about that. We've talked about it. In Cup number 1, Cup number 2, the Gauntlet, the midseason clash, we've seen some absolutely phenomenal rosters come together, and I think they've only been getting better too. So I would not be surprised if we see more upsets and even more teams joining, quite honestly, for the AWC Cup number 3 and Cup number 4. So hopefully we see these teams continue to sharpen up their skills, because it's been a really, really fun season. Like, I loved Season 3, and I bet you Season 4 is going to be just as good, maybe even better.
I think so too. So definitely let us know which teams you are hoping return for Season 4. But congrats to Echo, our winner. We've got some awesome medals, and of course that prize pool, $100,000, will get their share of that. So they are going to be walking home with those beautiful medals. Oh, I can hear the gospel singing, and then of course their share of the prize pool. So they should definitely be very proud of their performance. And I think that's kind of all we can say. Hopefully we're getting this interview ready to go, but just for this weekend, I feel like I'm going to know the answer to this, Ben, but what was your favorite moment from all of the games this weekend?
That is a really tough one. I feel like my favorite series for sure was Echo versus Liquid. I think for most people that was probably their favorite series, but yeah, I don't want to pick that specific moment because I feel like that's a very obvious answer.
That's okay though. It's a good answer.
It is a good answer, yeah, but I'm trying to think. There's just been so many good plays, to be honest with you. Like, kind of have to give it to that one. That might be like one of the greatest games we've ever seen. And it wasn't the thing about that game that was so crazy is it wasn't just good because of the 2 versus 3. It was good every step of the way.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with that, because the game was just insane action packed, right? From start to finish, either team could have won. And then I even announced, I was like, Echo are going to the finals, and I really thought they were going to go to the finals, and then they got 2v3'd, and then Liquid went to the finals, and then just Sidu's reaction. Honestly, I agree with you. That clip is up there with all of the classics, all of the best arena games, all of the best WoW moments. Leroy Jenkins, Down Goes When Rookie, just any one of these moments that you want to pick. You should be, and Sidu should definitely be proud of that as well. And what did he say here? Echo leveled up last series. It was a super tough matchup. They played it really well. Lontar soloed us last game, knocked me out of line, rooted me with no dispel. I trinketed root. He lasted my trinket, and then I was out of line of sight for my communion. It was an insane tourney. I'm proud of how we did. Maybe we should have tried cleaving. Sidu, you guys played an amazing game, and exactly that's what I thought happened there as well. Because I saw Sidu get stunned on his trinket, so I assumed it was a root. I think I did call that during the breakout, but yeah, it's nice to see. It's really wholesome, right? Because you see Lontar. He's I think it was yesterday. He's like, on a side note, I'm super stoked about playing into Sidu. He's my Shaman idol. He made me start playing Shaman back in Mist of Panda, and I'm really looking forward to that match. And then on the other side, you got Sidu, a top just class act, even in defeat, saying that bigging up Lontar and saying that he played it really well in the end.
I love that. I think this is my favorite part of tournaments, when you go on Twitter and everybody's being all wholesome and complimenting each other. All right, but here's the bracket once again, and what an incredible weekend it has been. But that is not the end of esports, of course. While we get that interview ready, I can talk a little bit about what's to come. We do have MDI coming up next weekend, so hopefully everyone is super excited for that. Is the global finals for them as well. And I've seen some crazy stuff on Twitter coming out of NBI. It seems like they're having a lot of fun out there. I don't know if you guys have been tuning in or not.
I heard that Nagura actually got my birthday cake. I heard that I got recycled birthday cake yesterday. So
I know. What is that?
I've been,
It's like it's so typical Americans. We just think that Europe is just one giant country, and that you guys can share birthday cakes and cultures.
Have one giant birthday,
right? Like, what is that? What is that?
Yeah, no, but on the real, we are for sure excited about just all of the upcoming things. There's Nagura's birthday cake. I'm gonna rub
it in your face again.
It's your birthday cake. Come on.
Whatever, man. Nagura got to just eat all of it and have fun, and I got like the melted candles in the bottom. Whatever. I'll take it though. I'll take it.
When you guys get birthday cakes, do you like the parts with the frosting? Like, do you like the corner piece or no?
I don't like that. I like frosting, but not too much, you know? So, I don't know. Maybe not the corner piece is not my favorite.
It's a little
have
bit.
like a nice middle piece, you know?
Sweet.
A little bit of frosting. Yeah. Well, like we said, MDI is going to be coming up, so definitely make sure you guys are tuning into that. It is, let me look at this. It is March 8th through 10th. So the global finals, the top 8 teams will be competing for a prize pool of $200,000. And then also with the season 4 announcement, that is going to be the announcement as well for the Great Push. So definitely tune in for that as well. A lot of good PvE content over there. I saw some of the PvEers actually. I saw now earlier. I think it was yesterday, cheering for Raikou, and so it's cool to see some of them come and support AWC. So let's show them some love. If you're a fan of Arena, go check out some PvE because it's definitely a good time over there. And in the meantime, we can just keep filling until we hopefully get an interview pretty soon here.
I wonder who we're gonna get.
Who do we hope to get? What do we think?
I don't care.
Oh, I can't.
I feel like.
What if we say the wrong name?
Yeah, that's gonna be really awkward.
I will say this. I know Waz, out of everyone on that team, I would like to see Lontar.
Yeah,
I would like to.
We've heard from the other ones.
Yeah, we've heard from the other ones.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever interviewed Lontar.
I don't think anyone has.
Yeah, I don't even know what he looks like. I know what his dog looks like.
He's very handsome.
That's true. I'm just gonna take your word for it. No, but I agree. A lot of questions.
I don't know what he looks like either.
It's just some European dude. I don't know. You probably share a birthday cake with him, so you know.
You did.
Yeah, but I mean, just back on that, like Lontar, that's got to be like like we've already talked about how much pressure it'd be, but how would you approach that, Zico, if that was the hand that you had been dealt? You know, you were stepping into a team that had been winning all season long. You were filling the shoes of Met and then Chaz before that. Like, I feel like that's not something that most people can handle.
Absolutely. I mean, the thing is, it's when it comes down to it, it's kind of simple, right? You don't have a choice. When you're in that situation, like you're joining a team, all the eyes are going to be on you when you're joining like a stacked roster like that, and everybody's always going to think, hey, is this guy going to be as good as Meh? Especially Meh's fans are always going to be very critical, but I think we do have Chanimal here with us right now.
No, we wanted to speak to Lontar. Get out of here.
Oh, we love Chanimal. Don't say that.
I'm kidding. How are you, Chan? How's it going?
I'm cooked. I was so depressed after we lost to Sea-Doo. Like I actually just started sinking down into my chair like this, just full depression set in, and it was horrible. It was legit horrible because we were all cheering, and then Waz says, keep playing, and then suddenly Trill just one-shots Raikou in the kidney, and we're just all silent and deflated.
Do you feel like you at least got a little redemption? Because you guys did the same thing to them in the finals, right?
Yeah, I mean, it was a bit of like, it definitely felt good, but it wasn't as like close, I think. I felt like... That's fair. When we killed Yam on Dalaran in the first series, I didn't think we were going to die at all. But when I died on Maldraxxus, Trill was like, he was kind of low already, so then we were like still saying keep playing and stuff like that.
A little bit less heartbreaking. We on the desk, we've been talking a lot about Lontar and kind of the redemption he got. Like, you obviously know, like during him joining your roster, it's big shoes to fill for Meh. It's not an easy spot to be in, and I feel like you guys had a little bit of a slow start, not a bad start, but a bit slow for your own standards in Cup number 1 and Cup number 2. And I feel like Lontar was getting a lot of the blame. Do you feel like he really redeemed himself here? Not that he necessarily had to, but I'm personally super happy for him that he was able to do that.
I mean, the thing about Lontar, right, is he's coming in to fill the shoes of Meh, and if we don't get first, he's the one that everyone in chat and everyone is gonna blame, even when it's not his fault. So for me, like, it felt horrible to see like everyone talking bad about him after the first 2 cups. But I mean, tonight he redeemed himself. It wasn't even his fault to begin with, but in the last game, he made a sick play, right? He made the sickest play and carried us to a win. I didn't even think we were gonna win here. Me and Raikou were both just like, this is so anticlimactic. I didn't even know we were gonna win. But Lontar just made the sickest play and knocked him out of loss, rooted the communion and all that stuff, and it was insane. I'm happy that he did that and carried us for that game at least.
Yeah, it was really good to see.
That's awesome.
Go ahead, Zico.
Yeah, I'll go. So, Chan, my friend, It's good to see you. What do you think about this format? What do you think about this, like about this tournament in general? Heading into the cross region, it has been a little different from in the past. But did you enjoy this? Did you enjoy the games this weekend?
I think this is the first time I've ever felt hyped online, ever. Like even when we won last year, I was like, oh, I mean, it feels like just a random ladder game. But like facing NA teams and the EU NA rivalry and actually getting to experience that makes it so much more fun. Obviously, ping does come into play a little bit in some series, in some games. I would love if they did this again, but actually host it on East Coast realms. I think that would be a lot more fair for the Europeans. But I mean, I think cross-region stuff, if they're not going to land an online cross-region tournament, it's the funnest thing that, as competitors ourselves, we can experience. And for the viewers as well, I think it's also way more enjoyable too.
I completely agree. I mean, this weekend we saw some of the most just amazing matches in general. I know you as well really stepped it up here as well. You finally had to log off from Wrath for a second and actually practice here a little bit. But it was one more thing I wanted to ask, and that was against Team Liquid, right? Because you guys lost in the upper bracket. And then now in the grand finals, it looked like you guys just had way more offense. You had more pressure. You were really on point. And I feel like a lot of that came down to how you actually were playing it. Because I felt like in the first series, you were a little bit more kind of staying back and kind of ready to drag it out a little bit more. Whereas in the other games, you were really pushing in, going for crowd control, going for damage, and kind of just trying to be more offensive. Would you say that you kind of decided like, okay, I need to play this out and be more in their face, or like what was the thought process like there?
Well, the first time we faced them, it was like the first time we faced a team of that level playing that comp, especially on high ping. It's like, it's not easy, right? Boomkins cast super fast. If you give them precog, they get some cyclones out, then the game becomes very sketchy. So at the start, I was a bit apprehensive. I was a bit careful. But after we played a couple games, I realized, and especially with Waz telling me as well, he said, Chan, you should spam damage and just try to like peel only on setups. And so we adjusted, we got more used to the matchup, and I mean, it showed in the grand finals, I think.
Yeah, it absolutely did. Big shout out to Coach Waz as well for that.
Yeah, big shot. I mean, it's clear that you guys were kind of facing a lot, and you guys obviously pulled it off. So these guys kind of asked everything that I was going to ask. So I don't really have any other questions for you, except is there anything, Chan, that you would like to say to your team, to anybody watching from home?
Yeah, I just want to thank all the fans supporting us. I want to give a shout out to Lontar as well for playing insane this tournament and not falling under the pressure, and also to our sponsors, Echo. Thank you, everyone.
Yeah, and not eating Burger King also for Lontar.
He's ordering one right now, by the way.
No!
Well earned, well earned.
Yeah, you're right. He deserves it. He deserves all the bacon. Okay, yeah, you guys go eat all the Burger King you guys want, and we'll see you guys next season. And thanks so much, and congrats once again.
Thanks.
Bye, Jen.
See you guys.
Oh man, always good. I just feel like I gotta clarify this. Obviously, I was kidding, guys. It's always great to talk to Chan, and huge congrats to every single one of those members of Echo. And we'll see if they can also win MDI, because they do that a lot. So that is going to conclude AWC for us. And I know that we were talking about it a little bit while we were getting ready for that interview with Echo, but maybe we can show the scheduled new cakes for Zeke. Oh, there we go. Redeemed. Oh, we love that. Yeah, but this one only has one candle instead of the 6.
Enough.
You know what?
I'm not going to complain.
Beggars can't
I'm
be
not
choosers.
gonna complain. Right. I got what is that? 8 cakes, many cakes handled. I even get the Onyxia like wipe animation, dude. That's it. This is the best birthday ever.
It's amazing. Just all kinds of redemption happening today. It's really been the theme of the day. It's really good to feel seen. All right, well, everybody, make sure you are tuning in for MDI next week. I've already talked about it quite a bit, but it's going to be a good time. March 8th through 10th for the global finals, where the top 8 teams over in MDI will be competing. And with that, we are going to sign off. Thank you, everyone, so much. Can't wait to see you guys for season 4. Thank you so much. See you again.